Hey, grace and peace be unto you from God the Father and our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. 1, 2. Hopefully y'all can hear me. Type of 1 as y'all coming in here. I haven't even, oh man, as far as these headphones, I haven't used these things in a minute. Type of 1 if y'all can hear me. I'm gonna let this video play. I know them guys, they out here doing the lawn. They'll be gone they'll be gone a little while, or it'll be fading out as they go further down. Let me see. Let me let this play. Hopefully, type of 1 if y'all can hear me. Then go up to the comment section, and I'm gonna let this video here play. Okay, I sound all right. All right, good to see you, fam. Let me let this share use. Let me let this play. And
it's going to be a little bit longer of a video. So apparently, I was on the Perry's. Actually, we filmed it last year, but it ended up coming out this year. I know it went out some kind of way last year. And in a certain segment, we were talking about cults and different cultural ideologies based on my last Urban Apologetics book, Urban Apologetics, Cults and Cultural Ideologies. And one of the parts of the video, I began to talk about SDA people, Seventh-day Adventists. And so we didn't think anything of it. And so a bunch of SDA, I guess, apologists kind of went up on YouTube and started doing a bunch of videos on, Jackie, Preston, me. And that segment of me calling SDAism a cult. And so when we talk about defining what a cult is, my book is literally, by God's grace, about that particular subject matter. And I was excited to do that because I think people need to understand, first off, page 151, what a cult is and what it isn't. But the main thing is I had 3 levels. I had cultic, cultish, cult, and cults. And so when we talk about cults, the dictionary defines a cult as a religion or religious sect generally considered to be extremist or false, which follows often living in an unconventional manner under the guidance of an authoritarian charismatic leader. And so and that's just an initial definition of it. So I saw one video where they were trying to break down, they didn't even read the book. They got it, they scared to read it. And SDA folks, which we love you, but you're in a cult. And so when we talk about this whole idea of why we call it a cult, I just want to do this video real quick because I want you to answer this question.
Way. What about now? Can y'all hear me now? I want to make sure I'm using the right button to mute. You couldn't hear me a second ago, but y'all can hear me now? Type of 1. I want to make sure that I'm using, matter of fact, let me go to this thing. Then I guess I could see the, what's that little volume thing going up and down? All right, it sounds like, from my understanding, I think y'all should be able to hear me. I'm not sure if a lot of y'all remember the whole thing with Nefertiti back in the days. I guess that was a couple of years. I don't know, 5 years now. And the whole urban apologetic movement, people meeting other individuals and getting together to make videos, to have discussions during certain groups. Okay, text me on the way back. Dealing with certain groups. And they met the sister Nefertiti, and she was going in on, blackness, wokeness, and conscious community and different things. And as time went on, they found out that she was a Sabbath keeper. And they went in, a lot of people were doing videos with her, and they went in, and because she was a Sabbath keeper, they had to separate themselves from her. Being apologists and stuff, many people separated themselves from her. But it's always been up in the air. We'll play some Walter Martin with the seventh day and is keeping the Sabbath a sin. Other people started going into it. They say, no, with Seventh-day Adventists, it's just not keeping the Sabbath. It's other doctrines that's being taught. Make sure you're giving the whole story. And recently he spoke on that, and I'm going to show you. Let me stop the screen right here. And some people started going in. I'm going to deal with Black Jew, white Jew, and the Sabbath. That's what we're talking about here today. Look at this. He did a video a few months back with the Perrys, and they, Seventh-day Adventism came up with dealing with the subject of cults, and people wanted to go in and react. 10 days ago, look at this. Seventh-day Adventist reacts to, is SD or Seventh-day Adventism a cult, or is it Protestants? Are the Protestants a cult? Let's go on down. A few more people talking. Seventh-day Adventism a cult with the Perrys, because the Perrys are popular. Mace got a popular book out here with urban apologetics and all of this stuff. So Seventh-day Adventists, they start hearing some of this stuff and they start going in. So a few people dropped the video. Shout out to B. I see Bailey dropped something on here too. A few people, and he came out of it. We got people that's involved in urban apologetics, and they came out of, they were ministers or whatever. Many grew up in the Adventist church. And these folk are going in. They just dropped this a few days later. This is part 2 to their response to Eric Mason and is Seventh-day Adventism a cult? Now, there's a lot of people, besides who we would call Seventh-day Adventists, we have other individuals such as Hebrew Roots, and most popularly on social media, Hebrew Israelites that believe you need to keep the seventh day in one form or another. I'll just put it that way, because there's so many, it's a few different interpretations. A lot of people say they keeping the Shabbat. You ask them what it is actually, and a lot of people don't know. So I'm back to the screen now. Typo 1, those guys, hopefully the noise is not really there, and hopefully this microphone is sounding okay. Shalom, shalom. What's good? What's good, Seminary Code? Fair use. I'm going to get to finish playing this video right now.
SDA folks. My SDA friends, I want you to ask this question. Is Jesus Christ the eternal, existing, co-equal, co-eternal Son of God? Or
now I'm going to mute the microphone.
Do you use Daniel chapter 12, verse 1 to say he's the Archangel Michael?
With the nature of Christ, there are things that constantly pop up. Now, remember, there's people attempting to even say that Protestantism is some type of cult. I'm going to mute this microphone. I want to make sure y'all don't hear no background, because on the screen, it looks unmuted, but I'm dealing with a wireless microphone. I'll show y'all in a second. Just type a 1 if you hear him and you don't hear any noise.
I want to ask that question, right? I also want to talk about investigative judgment. Do you know what that is? Investigative judgment? Look it up if you don't know, because some of you all who are pushing back as SDAs don't know your own doctrine. Investigative judgment is the fact that you're not sure of your salvation. Okay, so I want you to look that up. Also, in my book, Elsie, shout out to EJ, he talks about, now listen to this, Satan is a scapegoat and ultimate sin bearer for us. So, and they use the Leviticus passage for that, right? Let's read what it says here. Adventists at every level of Adventism teach that Satan is the scapegoat and sin bearer referenced in Leviticus 16. Their official doctrinal statement of faith, Seventh-day Adventist believes, this is a quote from y'all, a careful examination of Leviticus 16 reveals that Azazel represents Satan, not Christ, as some have thought. This doctrine is closely tied to investigative judgment and is another unorthodox, and I would say heretical. Let me put this on sleepy mode real quick. Let me put this on sleepy mode. Hopefully it's still it's still recording. Okay, so I put it on sleepy mode because people was texting me. So real quick, and so it says the doctrine is closely related to investigative judgment and is another unorthodox doctrine held by the SDA Church. Adventists have tortured Scripture, listen, to make Satan a scapegoat because Ellen G. White, look up Ellen G. White, the racist woman in the mid-1800s who is one of the foreparents of the SDA faith. Don't act like y'all recanted anything that Ellen G. White said, right? Has said the scapegoat typified Satan, she says, and the author of sin, upon whom the sins of the truly penitent will finally be placed. She repeats, Christ will place all their sins upon Satan, the originator and instigator of sin. The scapegoat bearing the sins of Israel went away into a land not inhabited. So Satan, bearing guilt of all sins, which has caused God's people to commit, will be for 1,000 years confined on earth. And so you got here that you all are saying that Satan is the ultimate sin bearer for us. And this is a quotation from your prophet that you all teach. And we're going to do a big live soon, because
he said they're going to do a big live soon. Hold on, is that beef? Is that beef right there? Satan being the ultimate sin bearer? Ooh, that's a problem. Ooh, that's a problem right there. Oh, I forgot y'all ain't seen me in a minute. Y'all know I ain't been putting that camera on in a good minute. Now there he go. Now all I need is some fried. That's how we can't deal with these folks. Leo, let me put the link out here. That's big beef. That's serious stuff now. But now, Leo, now you in the back chat starting some beef too. So don't do that. Yeah, I had to turn that camera on. I ain't finna let. And then, matter of fact, I'm gonna wait till tomorrow. I ain't gonna let somebody call Ella Joe. I ain't gonna let Ella Joe outdo me. I'm finna get some bed oil and all that stuff. I'm getting ready to clean myself up, mess around doctor. And they talking to me like I'm crazy out here. I ain't gonna even tell y'all that whole story with that doctor. I'm gonna tell. We'll talk about that later on. But is that beef? We're gonna let this play. Oh, I'm glad Sister Sherry here because I got something for them. I was listening to that video from the other day. I said, I can't take this video down. I don't know which one of y'all and got out here and snitched and said who baby mama our sister was. But I had to throw the video back up further. Fervent Charity was going, and he's sick of Leo. He's sick of some of y'all in here. So Roger, I had to throw that video back up there. Let me finish this though. Because we got another sister. She said the Israelites were Caucasians, and she could prove it from the Bible. Somebody go get Russell Higgins and Curtis Lee and them cats for me.
Apologists who are way more advanced in their ability to talk through this stuff than I am. But it is very interesting that that Jesus ultimately isn't seen by you all as the ultimate sin bearer. And you go through the entire book of Hebrews, and it talks about he is our sacrifice. Let me just read Hebrews chapter 10.
Oh, yes. Besides the seventh day, there's some beef that SDA has. Can you be under now I gotta be careful. See, I try to stam y'all up. When I'm talking to y'all, listen to what I'm getting ready to ask you, Leo. Can you be under a denomination or a foundation whose founder was a racist? Because he brought up Ella G. White, that racist lady, but we gotta be careful. Some of you Protestants gotta be careful. Let me be quiet. Let me be quiet because we got to tell half the story. All right, Brother Curtis Lee here. We can go ahead and get it on then. We can go ahead and get it on now. Sister Sherry in here, don't y'all start sitting in the back of the church. I'll watch them 3 back rows. Don't y'all sit back there and get the gossiping. Back in the days, we were passing notes. Y'all would just be texting, girl, you ain't heard what happened on the live. He put the video, we going to get a clip. We're going to make that video private real quick because I know y'all fast in here.
Since the law has only a shadow of things to come and not reality itself of those things, it can never perfect the worshipers by the same sacrifices they continually offer year after year. Like, what are we talking about? For it is impossible.
Wow, Leo answers Covey. Never mind. He said, yes, that don't mean you could be a race. So you could be part of a denomination. Okay. I see what's happening right here. I see what's happening.
For the blood of bulls and goats to take away sin. Who took away sins? Jesus Christ took away sins. And so, anyway, I can go on and on and on with this, but we got investigative judgment. Here we're talking about the scapegoat doctrine. So all of the SDA, and I say this in love. I'm not mad at y'all, beating y'all up. We're trying to help you all to come out of this cult. Like, if you correct me, if you all don't believe this, correct me if y'all don't believe in this. Now, do you all believe that the Sabbath, that Sunday is the mark of the beast? Because Christians worship on Sunday. Listen, Christians never said Sunday was the Sabbath day.
Right there for a minute. So if Christians never said, but I did hear one Christian, maybe two Christians in my whole life said the Sabbath was Sunday, but that's not, Christians ain't been saying that, but I've been hearing people say Christians say that. So then why y'all worship on Sunday, on the day of the sun? This is where the nonsense comes in. So we got to get into the life of Constantine. What's the primary source for that? Where we got to go? Come on, sharp people. We got to get into the life of Constantine. And when Constantine got saved, did he really, quote unquote, get saved? Oh, he's like a whole bunch of other people in America. Yeah, I'm a Christian. What that mean? Thank you, Eusebius. The life of Constantine. That's one of the main places that we're going to go. We gotta lay into some of this here. We gotta lay into some of this stuff right here. If the Sabbath, Leo, let me get this link ready. If the Sabbath, first of all, who said the Sabbath was the day of worship? And it's rest and worship the same thing. Of course, Leo and them gonna come up here and aggravate y'all. Y'all want the aggravation from me? Say what you want. I love everybody. And I got to have a new love right now after unblocking my family and dealing with some of what I've been missing with my family. I owe some of y'all an apology. I owe some of y'all an apology. And then the other fact that I don't want y'all to be snitching, because my people gonna be around. I'm back in the city and them and the bishops and everybody else, some other people, my longtime Facebook friends, they listening and I done been telling y'all some stories. I should have been changing some names and places up, because people gonna know that I was talking about them, and I don't want y'all blowing me up. Fair use. Let me let it play.
And the Sabbath day isn't the only day to worship on. In Acts chapter 2, they went to the temple every day. So the people went often to the temple, and there were temple teachings going on, temple readings. You can go through the New Testament and just see that. So yeah, so I mean, I can go on
and daily they were in the temple. And then some people, we all know the same questions, because sometimes we'll ask questions like, yeah, show us when we start dealing with certain things, when we start dealing with Cain, when we start dealing with Abel, when we start dealing with those individuals. Hello, how are you? When we start dealing with Abraham, when we start dealing with Enoch, did Adam and Eve go to church on Saturday? Is there a difference between resting and going to church? Now, and now we can see in the book of Acts, the Bible says Paul, as his custom was. So that was something that developed. Or y'all going to say, well, back in the days, Adam and Eve didn't have a tabernacle to go to, but they prayed on Saturdays. Come on, y'all. Come on and talk to me. Come on and talk to me.
On and on. But those are those.
And Christ is our rest. I don't want to start calling them other people. Are we misinterpreting passages in the Bible?
Those are the main few things that I wanted. I'm just peeking at some stuff. If you want more information, my boy Elsie has a 3-volume set. He's a former SDA evangelist and teacher and ordained in their church, in their ministry. And he came out of this and he wrote 3 volumes on it. And it goes into unreal detail about documents that SDA don't want Christians. Listen, SDAs are not a Protestant denomination of the Christian church. It is not a Christian church. It is heterodoxy, and it is heretical, and it is a.
What does he mean when he used that word heterodoxy? They're not a part of the Christian church. They're not acknowledged as the body of Christ. I'm going to send you the link right now, Leo. They're not a part of the body of Christ. Back in the days, we had the bookshelves, and the cult section would be the Jehovah Witnesses and all of that stuff. And even back then, some people were like, where do we fit the Seventh-day Adventists in? A lot of them are vegetarian. They kind of push that. What is this guy doing back? Let me let this video play out. These guys, they get these riding mowers and they just get to riding around. Hi, brother. How you doing? Let me let this thing play right here. They just get to riding around. All right, he's going off down the road somewhere. Let me mute this, let this finish playing. I'm going to show y'all something. I'll get Flint ready.
Cult. Fundamentally, a cult is anyone that changes the fundamental doctrines of the Christian faith and have another definition of it. If Jesus is not the eternal co-equal Son of God, and you believe he's the Archangel Michael, that's heresy. If you believe that Jesus Christ came back in the mid-1800s and evaluated the people who were saved, are saved, and will be saved, and evaluate the nature of their salvation, that's investigative.
Come on, Leo.
Says, these things that are written to you who believe on the name of the Son of God. He who has the Son has the life. He who does not have the Son does not have the life. All that the Father gives to me shall come to me, and the one that comes to me I shall certainly not cast out. Right? No one can come to me unless the Father draws them. Listen, I'm telling y'all right now, you be very, very careful out here. And some of you, you can sound off in the comments, and I'll put more out here and read even more about this. But those of you all who did those YouTube channels, you all were very deceptive. Listen, what?
Grace and peace, everybody. What's going on?
Grace and peace. Look, do me a favor. Read that right there for me, please.
Covey, Adam and Eve communed with and worshiped Yah daily, yet they still had a set apart Sabbath. That must mean Sabbath is not about going to church or worshiping or even doing something with God. I can agree with that.
That on the screen for a moment. Because some folks, it's going to take them a moment. We got to make sure that brother ain't get to the back of the church. We want to just sit this here for a moment and let them look at that. But go ahead whilst I'm pulling up this other screen. What are your thoughts on that?
I have no issue with that. Because like I said, there's still a little, like, even within current Christianity and like you said, even first, second century, they still had specific days in which they designated and spoke to as different, like the Lord's Day. I mean, we can all say that every day is the Lord's Day, but there were specific delineations on Sunday and the Sabbath. But I think that may speak more to a separation between the two groups. But yet understanding that they were going to the church, they were going to church every day and praying every day. There's no issue there. It's just there were specific days called out that were practicing by certain groups, and to showcase that separate delineation, also observing when Christ rose, they observed that day specifically and called it the Lord's Day. So
wait a minute. So do you believe the Sabbath was shifted anywhere in the Bible from Saturday to Sunday? Is that a Christian Orthodox biblical teaching?
Shifted?
Or there's some confusion in that area?
I would say there is some confusion in terms of how when we say shifted. But I do believe that the adherence from Saturday to Sunday showcases the greater fulfillment within Christ's resurrection. So that's kind of why we observe that day. It's not necessarily like a full, all right, God, we're going to show you where the day shifted, but there's also an understanding that the Sabbath and even how we look to it, the full completion of that was in Christ. And that's kind of why the observance on Sunday is used and mentioned. So. Yeah, I would just say like that's, but it's going to be beef for people because even when you go back to the early church fathers, and I even bring a Revelation 2, like John got his vision on the Lord's Day.
Come on. And what you understand the Lord's Day to be. Because I think the
Sunday.
two things is how we understand or we explain the Sabbath and how we understand and explain the law of the role of Moses, the law of Moses being done away, and y'all could be lawless. I don't even want to talk about that other sister. I had to block her. She tried to act like the strip club. You could keep the feast in the strip club. She tried to act like cussing and carrying on and fireworks ain't pagan. And she worried about the Christmas tree. But all what I done showed her, she act like it ain't, oh, that don't really mean nothing. Y'all got to focus on that tree. I think those are the two things, but go ahead.
Yeah, see, when we get into that, and that's what I'm hoping, Brian, you start getting to again, because you used to go into a lot, even on Patreon, is going through like the internet and some of the claims that are being made out here and seeing how they're connecting. Okay, you connecting the Sabbath, they move the day, and then you bring it up Christmas, you bring it up Easter, you bring up all these pagan days that they associate with, but even the titles that we're using Sunday and Saturday have a pagan connotation anyway. So if you're
So
using Saturday,
if you say you follow the ways of Yah and you don't deal with paganism, you can't say to somebody at work, I can't wait till Friday. Because you're involved in paganism. You can't wear no nights. This is what some people are arguing, some consistency. He said, can he explain how it's Sunday? When Revelation 2, John said he was in the spirit on the Lord's day. Do we have any evidence that the Lord's day is the first day of the week when the women went early to the tomb and they didn't find Christ then? They said he is risen.
They're gonna go to that oh boy Watcher's channel because he does a whole video. The Watcher reports the Hebrew Israelite channel. Him and his wife. He has a whole video that he goes through and affirms biblical translations based on how they interpret Sunday versus Saturday. He goes to one verse and say, "I want to see."
The bald-head brother with his wife Deborah.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
He has. Yes. Okay. Go. Yeah. I think we look. Did we look at that?
Yeah, we looked at that video, and that's how he affirms translations.
Lord, the book of Daniel, chapter 7. Like we ain't read Daniel. Looking for daylight, like we ain't read Daniel. Hey, yo, Deborah, you better come and tell these dude 14 Adventist minister. Boy, my grandmother, boy, listen, boy, don't play with me with this. What y'all better do is stop bothering me with this thing here. I'm too old to be joking with you folk. But go ahead, Leo. He said every day is the Lord's day. Oh boy. Go ahead. Go ahead,
and that's the thing too. And that's where it's like I get upset because when people bring up certain things like this, I wonder where they're reading. Like I understand you're bringing up Daniel, but then if I bring up certain texts, you're gonna say, "Oh, you got the wrong interpretation." We understand it, and we talk about progressive revelation as well. So it's pretty lined out there. Like there's a whole position around the Sabbath. Like I said, there's books on this. I've showed some of it already. It calls from Sabbath how Sunday became the Sabbath, and they talk about it's D.A. Carson. D.A. Carson has a bunch of books on this. There's many different scholars that talk about this. Like if you go back 20 years ago, they were talking about this same subject. So there's a lot of material to read how Sunday became the Lord's day, and also here we go about plain reading. So this is the same brother I was talking the other day about a bunch of wild stuff. Was it looking for daylight? Yeah, he was wild out a couple of days ago.
They come to help us save.
And that's what's crazy. Like, all right, I see what he's saying. Okay, it's plain reading. But then when we use plain reading and give you context and try to showcase different scriptures, y'all got beef with that. So it's plain reading for y'all, but then we do the same thing. Oh, no, that's not y'all doing too much. That's not what it's saying. Y'all need more. No, it's to me, it's foolishness. So Ryan Harris, according to Daniel, what would be the midst of the week? All right, here we go. What do you interpret that as, Ryan Harris? Because if you're gonna go into that, so Sabbath is a law. Okay, if you're saying it is a law, how do we affirm what at least Christ was actually being challenged on doing work as they interpret it on the Sabbath? That was beef. The Pharisees got beef with that. Christ was doing work, so to speak, on the Sabbath. I'm trying to understand, how do you adhere to it? I gotta take a call real quick, Brian.
All right. I'm trying to look at this other nonsense right here. This lady, type of one if y'all can hear me whilst Leo's on that call. This lady believes that the Israelites, the Jews, are European people. And she wants to share some things. She believes the Jews are European people. Listen to some of this. And there's many people, you all already know British Israelism, Anglo-Israelism, and all of that stuff, believe the European nations were tribes spread abroad and all of that stuff. And I just want y'all to listen to some of this right here. We're not leaving the Sabbath. We're not leaving the Sabbath. Somebody said she's answering this. If the Israelites are Caucasians, explain Jeremiah 14:2. These are the verses that I don't like. And recently in the other guy's book, I see, don't look upon me because I am black. Judah mourneth and is black unto the ground. Am I not like the Ethiopians to y'all? And all these passages that y'all use have nothing to do with the color of the people. Job 30:30. Now, there's somewhere y'all can go. And because I'm playing this, do me a favor. Don't let these foul people turn around and clip up the video. Berean said Jesus is white. The Jews is white. Don't be devils. Don't be devils. That's Ryan Harris, type of one. That's right. That's Harris right there. Harris,
Yep,
that's
that's
you.
me. Yeah,
All
that's
right,
me.
go ahead. I'm trying. Let me slide this video up. I'm mute myself. Go ahead, brother. What's good with you?
Man, what's good, bro?
Okay.
So I heard Leo say, you know, the Lord was doing work on the Sabbath, but what kind of works is he doing? Because we know he said it's lawful to do good on the Sabbath. So healing and
Yeah.
raising
You
people on
meant
the
the
dead.
law in the Gospels? Yes. Correct.
So can you consider that, you know, like you working for money? No, like he's doing good. That's good works. It's what you're supposed to do. So
But you think like Christian, you've heard Christians use that, and you think that has to do with they're trying to use that to explain and say, well, he did something on the Sabbath and it's considered work. When you look at work, you mean don't go to your construction job on the Shabbat. That's how you
absolutely.
understand the commandment. That's what you're saying. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I'm saying. I mean, so
Okay.
like my congregation on the Shabbat, you know, we feed people. You know, that's good works. Healing is good works. So, you know, it's just like when he brought up the thing about like if your mule gets stuck in a hole, you just go leave it there.
Oh,
No,
you're
you
gonna
go
dig them out. Come on, go
exactly.
get
You
them
go
out.
dig
Yeah.
it out. You worse than an animal if you leave it in there listening to this thing holler and squeal the whole time, you know, being stuck in a hole. Like that's crazy.
Until Sunday.
Exactly. So you know, going into that, so I brought up Daniel and in the midst of the week. I mean, we all know Sunday is the first day of the week, so I take that midst of the week. You know, I see Wednesday, and so that's where I put it up there because I want to know if anybody else is that way. So if it's Wednesday, there's no way he rose on Sunday. That's kind of common.
Oh no, I didn't even see that came up. I didn't even see that came up. You're talking about with Good Friday and all of that. When was he actually, when they was going to trial with him and when he was actually crucified?
Absolutely. I mean, so if we
Oh, I
looking
didn't
at
even
Wednesday,
see that. I didn't even walk away, but I still missed that in the comment section. Go
yeah,
ahead.
that was with Leo. That's why he brought up my name and whatnot. So if we're
Oh well,
looking
hold
at
on. Yeah, well, hold on a minute. He might be off the. You got some time?
yeah, I got a little time. I got the kids. They out here doing recess.
Okay,
So yeah,
no. Hold on a second. He might be off the jack in a minute. He might be off the phone in a minute.
okay.
What's
I'm
going
gonna play
on?
some
What's
of
going
this.
on? What's going
All
on?
right. Oh,
What's
he's
going on?
back already. Okay, go ahead.
What's going on?
What's up, Leo?
What's up?
Okay, let me stop this for a second.
So when I brought up Daniel and it's talking about the midst of the week, what do you see the midst of the week? How do you see that?
I'm gonna say like in terms of like a specific day.
Yeah.
We can go. You talking about Daniel 9?
Uh huh.
Yeah. So I would say like I'm gonna pull it up right now, make sure I got the full understanding. So in the middle of the week, so that'll be, I mean, just based on the specific day. Because right now it says, and he will make a firm covenant with the many for 1 week, but in the middle of the week,
Wait, no.
he
I
will
don't
put
see
a
the. I'm
stop.
sorry. I don't mean to cut you off. I don't see the screen in case I step
Oh, you
away.
want me?
Yeah. If
Okay,
you
I'll
don't
pull it.
mind. So
Yeah, I'll
everybody
pull
just
it up.
so they can know where he was, because I wasn't even sure. Just so we can make sure.
Yeah, let's pull it up now. My screen is showing now.
Okay, gotcha.
All right, so let's go to right here. Make it better so everybody can see. So we're reviewing this one right here. So Daniel 9 and 27. So right here, let me highlight it. So it's saying, let me fix this. Hold on, sorry.
That's a question. I think Humanity asking Ryan Harris a question. He said, "Where you fellowship? Y'all in the same town?" I think he talking.
I'm in Dayton, Ohio.
Oh, he in Dayton. Okay. You see where I think Humanity, or you talking to somebody else? Go ahead. I'm sorry. I got to keep my eye on the screen.
Oh, you're good. All right, and he will make firm a covenant with the many for 1 week, but in the middle of the week or midst of the week, he will put a stop to sacrifice and grain offerings, and on the wing of the abominations will come one who makes desolate, even upon a complete destruction, one that is decreed and is poured out from one who makes desolate. Now, this is, I would say, a literal week. This is where the understanding of some would say prophetic language, even at the time. I don't necessarily go with the literal week as everyone else does. So, but that's I think a deeper understanding in terms of like Daniel's like the different weeks. That's kind of what this is speaking to, I believe, in context. It's not like a weekday, like out a 7-day week, like within this same week. But I think it's talking prophetic language around the overall prophecy. Because like Daniel
You're
said,
trying to say a prophetic week. He's saying the middle of the week, like the middle of the week is Wednesday, hump day, I think, right?
Is that what you're saying, Ryan?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Go up to the verse before that.
Sure. Then after the 62 weeks, the Messiah will be cut off and have nothing, and the people of the prince who is to come will destroy the city and the sanctuary, and its end will come with a flood, even to the end. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was getting ready to say, so right there in that verse where it says Messiah be cut off, I mean, do you think that's Christ?
Let's walk with that, y'all. I can walk with you on that one. Let's walk with that.
So if we're talking about Christ, then you go down to the next verse, where I was talking about him being killed in the midst of the week, and so that's where I see Wednesday at, right? If that's the case, then we know what the 9th hour, when he gave up the spirit, right? So that's around between 3 and 4 o'clock. So you got that, you have that evening, all day Thursday, all day Friday, and then the half day on the Shabbat. That would make 3 full days, 3 days, 3 nights. Now, obviously, you go, if we're looking at Good Friday, obviously we know that's not a 3-day period or whatnot. Even looking at Job, being in the belly of the whale, that's 3 days, right? So when I look at that, that's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing 3 full days, 3 full nights in the belly of the earth. So I'm trying to figure out. So the conversation was about, well, Christians worshiping on Sunday, and if I'm not mistaken, it tell you have a holy convocation on the Shabbat. So that's where my confusion coming in. So I'm thinking, okay, well, if Christians are looking at Sunday as the day of worship, then I mean, what do we do with this?
I think that's
I think he's trying to say he was raised not on Sunday, but on the Shabbat. Later on the Shabbat. Is that what you're saying, Harris?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay,
so
go ahead. Yes, go ahead. I'm listening. I just want to make sure I'm following. I'll be right back. I'm listening. All right.
So when we talk about the Lord's Day, I see the Shabbat as the Lord's Day. He's the Lord of the Sabbath. He rose on that day. Now,
when did he die? When did he die?
Wednesday.
So he didn't die Friday.
No. That's
where I would say that would be a difference. Like I said, I can see. I've actually heard Divine Prospects say the same thing. I've heard some other Hebrew Israelites mention that. I would say the disagreement is we can speak to he died on Friday, rose Sunday. That's the difference here. Because like you said, you say Wednesday, some will say he did on Friday. The dominant opinion is Friday.
So if he died on Friday, is the prophecy not real by him being in the belly of the earth for 3 days, 3 nights?
I mean, it wouldn't be real even on the Sabbath, because then if he was there that's 4 days.
No, so okay, so that's the reason why I try to walk through it. So let's do this. So on the 9th hour, let's just say Wednesday, right? The 9th hour, we talking about between 3 and 4 o'clock in the afternoon, right? So you got, I will call it the evening, right? So you got all day and night Thursday, day and night Friday. That's 2 full days, day and night. Now, if you go into early Shabbat or half the day at the least, then that's another day. Whereas on that Wednesday, you're talking about an evening. So that's another full day. That's 3 days and 3 nights right there.
No, you just said what based on this, your time frame, when did he rise on Saturday?
I mean, I can't give you no exact time, but I would say at
Not
least
time, but like I'm saying morning or night.
I would say sometime, morning, afternoon time, somewhere around in there.
But yet you're saying the 3 days, 3 nights
Yeah.
includes the night of Wednesday. So Wednesday night.
Right. All day Thursday, all day Friday, Thursday and Friday, 2 complete days. So if you got an evening on Wednesday and a morning and afternoon Saturday, that's the third day, and Wednesday will be the third night.
I hear what you're saying. But even with that idea, it's not even a complete day if it's Saturday morning.
No,
it's not 24 hours.
3 days and 3 nights.
3 days would be the full day Saturday.
No. So what you're doing is you're just looking at one whole 24-hour period when all it said was 3 days and 3 nights.
But that's 3 24-hour periods.
Okay.
So I'm saying, like, how do you fit that if he rose early Saturday but died late Friday? I mean, late Wednesday.
Like I said, you're thinking only in the morning. It could have been well into 3, 4, 5, 6 o'clock on the Shabbat. But it's on the Shabbat.
Correct. I see what you're saying, Abu. That's kind of where I'm thinking too. Like I said, like I know we bring it back to the Daniel 9 mention. That's why I was saying this is more of the prophetic language, and you're connected to the Messiah and him rising. But that's the issue to me, at least, is I'm still trying to understand how you even got to Wednesday. Like, where are you getting the Wednesday? Are you connected it to this specific verse of the dying on Wednesday?
I'm looking at the midst of the week.
The middle of the week, but where does it speak to him dying? Because it's talking to the flood that happened on the 26th. So if we're going back to when Christ died, when did this flood happen?
That's why I said
verse 26.
That's why I said the verse before says Messiah be cut off, and he's gonna stop the sacrifice and the oblation.
Right, but it says and it ends will come with a flood. Even to the end, there will be war and desolations are determined. Did that happen when Christ died? That's verse 26. There will be a flood there.
Well, I hold on, baby. I can't tell you what the flood is, but if we're talking about Christ, I mean, we know that the temple was destroyed. We know people were scattered. The land was destroyed, desolate. We know that.
But that didn't happen when Christ died, though. That was like 40 years later.
Right. Yeah, I ain't saying that exact day. But it was prophesied to happen. He told them that it was going to happen.
Well, at least in context of your argument, this seems like to be happening within a week. This is literally speaking to the Christ's first advent when he died on the cross. This is speaking to that week in which he died. These things would have happened, correct?
No, I wouldn't say that.
So how are you getting, like, I understand you bring out the cutout mention and you bringing out the middle of the week. So because of those two, so verse 26 is talking about the cutoff, and then verse 27 is talking about the middle of the week. You then push those call outs to the first advent when Christ died. I'm a little confused how you get that from this when this is, to me, prophetic language that I believe there's immediate fulfillment, even talking to if we even go to Maccabean revolt. But I actually think even if we want to go to this, how do you even get this to the first advent of Christ dying on the cross? I'm still confused on that. Because the destruction of the temple did not happen when Christ died. And it's talking about, I mean, at least in your framework, it's saying within that same week this happens.
Well, no, I don't believe everything happens at once. So when Christ told them that the temple will be destroyed, I mean, was he talking about that day or that week? No. So that's why I asked you.
I'm sorry, y'all. They still. Oh, let me take care of this right here. Let me take care of this nonsense right here.
Yeah, that Tanner Ezra. Yeah, you wildin'.
Let me take care of this right here. I thought you were pulling up the Abu video. I got to keep myself muted. Plus, I'm trying to heat this stuff up. I guess they low.
Oh, you want me to pull up a Abu video?
I'll share it.
Okay. Yeah, like Ryan, like I disagree because I think this is prophetic language at this time when Daniel was talking of this. Not necessarily speaking of Christ's second coming. I don't agree with that.
No, I don't think it's Christ's second coming. I didn't say that.
For me, first coming. Sorry, first coming. Sorry, like this is not talking about the crucifixion. I don't see anything that speaks to the crucifixion at all in verse 26 or 27.
What do you see it as?
That's talking. If we want to talk about it, to first, like if we go to Maccabean revolt, how they are speaking to the abomination and desolation that happened with Antiochus Epiphanes.
Yeah,
and
so
then
a lot of people don't reckon when they start reckoning on 3 days and 3 nights. We got plenty of examples throughout the Bible that it doesn't have to be a whole 3 days and 3 nights. Like I would say, my wife had me shopping all day. It don't really mean all day in that sense. Abu said his video just explains some of that. But I've heard people use the, it was on Wednesday, it was on Thursday, and things of that nature. But let me let some of this play. I don't want to make sure.
Well, hold on. Before you play that, I just wanted to ask Leo. So when I asked you if you believe that was Christ, you said yeah. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm saying I'll walk with you on it. Like I said, I can walk with you on it. I want to hear what you're saying on it, your context around it.
Okay. All right.
Like I said, that's why I said I'll walk with you with it. Like I'm gonna let you get your. This is you pretty much giving your explanation, your exegete of this text. You saying it's the Messiah, this is Christ. Okay, cool. I agree with where you're taking this. Okay, I agree with that. Let's walk with that. Now, I may not agree with the full understanding around it because I can see immediate fulfillment, but I don't think this is speaking directly to Christ's first advent. First advent means first coming when he came to earth, and his crucifixion. I don't see any connection there. Like this doesn't even speak to him dying on the cross, even in those two verses, even in the whole chapter. It's not even really talking about his first advent in the crucifixion and then ending in 26 to 27. It doesn't really kind of connect the two of when Christ first came. This is kind of what happened during the week in which he was crucified, because that's kind of how you're interpreting it, is because the cutoff is speaking when he died, and then the middle of the week is speaking when the middle of the week is also speaking when he died, but then also you're connecting the 3 days 3 nights to then Saturday being the Sabbath, and then Christ being the Lord of the Sabbath. I don't even see how you get there, even with these two texts that you're using.
Well, again, like I said, I'm looking at the midst of the week. It says Messiah. If there's another Messiah, let me know. So that's what I'm seeing. I don't like, even when Christ died, you still see sacrifices still happening. So like, did that mean like that they were going to stop right then and there? No, we still see, well, I don't even want to say sacrifice, but we see like Paul when he went through the cleansing and whatnot, him shaving his head and whatnot. We see all of that. So I don't always see prophecy happening like right then and there.
Well, I do, and like I said, we can get to the Boo video because it's going to speak on 3 days 3 nights, and I think this is a key mention, even talking about the Sabbath. Definitely need to. I think it'll be good for you to watch it too, because like I haven't seen this either, so I'm interested to see it. But I would say a key piece of all of this is that even when you bring up the middle of the week, I think this is even prophetic language about at least how you would I've heard many people interpret it, like coming day of the Lord and destruction to Jerusalem. Not necessarily to Christ's first coming when he then will die on the cross. I don't even think that's speaking to that. And even if you want to use that, you're speaking of that 1 week. That 1 week is the abomination of desolation doesn't happen. That's 40 years later, even if you don't go with that.
Right. And again, like I said, I don't believe that all prophecies happen right then and there. Like, I think it, happens over time sometimes. So, but yeah, I would love to see the video because I'm trying to figure out how, when I read scripture and I'm seeing 3 days and 3 nights, I think that's literal 3 days, 3 nights. I don't see it no other way. I can't understand how anybody else can see it any different. That's just me.
Okay.
All right. I'm gonna let it play right here. It's only a couple of minutes, I think. All right, I might have to step away for a second. I'm wondering if y'all can hear this.
Greetings. I was thinking about making this video prior to
Y'all can hear
Western
this?
Pascha, which is to say the feast popularly called Easter in
Type of one.
English,
Y'all
which
can
is
hear
celebrated
this?
by Catholics and many Protestants,
Yeah,
which
sounds good.
just happened last Sunday. But unfortunately, I wasn't able to find the time to do so. However, this is one of those years where Eastern Pascha, i.e. the counterpart feast, which is celebrated by Eastern Orthodox Christians, falls at a later time. So at least I can still get this video out in time for that. This is, in other words, this is currently Holy Week for the Eastern Orthodox Christians. On your screen is the 12th chapter of the Gospel of Matthew in the King James translation. And the 40th verse of that chapter reads as follows. This is Matthew 12:40. Quote, "For as Jonah was 3 days and 3 nights in the whale's belly, so shall the Son of Man be 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth." End quote. As many have noted, a literal, straightforward reading of that text would seem to be numerically at odds with the traditional Christian belief that Christ's body was placed in the tomb on Friday, just before sundown, or just before the start of the Sabbath, and then he physically rose from the dead the following Sunday morning, or on the first day, early on the first day of the Hebrew week. I'll be referring to that period as the traditional timeline in this video. And for an example of someone noting the apparent difficulties with the traditional timeline, consider the way Ahmed Deedat put it.
This is exactly, I'm reading your Bible word for word, verse
Oh
for verse.
boy, that D-Dot.
Friday night, he's supposed to be in the grave. Saturday day, he's supposed to be in the grave. Saturday night, he's still supposed to be in the grave. Sunday morning, the first day of the week, Sunday morning, not Monday. Sunday morning, the first day of the week, when Mary Magdalene goes to the tomb is empty. So I'm asking, how many days and how many nights? Come on. It's very simple. By God, no, if your eyes are not, you're not short-sighted. You can see. How many nights and how many days? Huh? 2 nights and a day. Look, Friday night, Saturday day, Saturday night, Sunday morning, he's not there. 2 nights and a day. What did he say? For as Jonah was 3 days and 3 nights in the belly of the whale, so shall the Son of Man be 3 days and 3 nights in the belly of the earth. He said 3 and 3, 3 and 3. What we say is 2 and 1. I want to know from you Christians whether this 2 and 1 and 3 and 3 is the same.
Now, there are some out there who try to reconcile the New Testament with the literal reading of Matthew 12:40 by scrapping the traditional timeline. Now, the traditional timeline is based on a fairly straightforward reading of the New Testament, but there's some who they believe in the New Testament, but they conclude that the traditional timeline is wrong, and so therefore they come up with alternative interpretations. For example, some will say that the Sabbath that nearly interrupted Christ's execution was not the weekly seventh-day Sabbath, but rather the start of Passover, which is sort of like a Sabbath unto itself, high Sabbath, a holy convocation, they'll say. And they'll argue based on their interpretation, or at least some of them will argue that based on their interpretation of Daniel 9:27, that Christ actually died and was buried on a Wednesday. Whatever the case, putting that aside, I'm not endorsing that alternative view, but I'm also not casting aspersions on it. Nonetheless, I personally would like to hold to the traditionally understood time frame, which is indeed not literally 3 days and 3 nights. So then the question for someone like me becomes, if one is to hold to the traditional timeline, to the belief that Jesus was buried on Friday and then rose on Sunday, how do they reconcile that? How do we reconcile that with Matthew 12:40? For my part, I would suggest that Jesus' statement may potentially contain within it a colloquialism which is lost on those who are far removed from the time and language in which it was uttered. So, I would begin with this seemingly obvious point, which nonetheless remains worth stating. Jesus was not speaking to 20th and 21st century English speakers. On the contrary, he was speaking to ancient Palestinian Jews in Palestine. The reason why this is worth stating is because it is arguable, in my opinion, that the statement worked within the matrix of an ancient Palestinian Jewish mindset, which a hyperliteral approach to a modern English translation of Matthew 12:40 may miss or lose sight of. This is Talmud Yerushalmi, also known as the Palestinian Talmud, Tractate Shabbat 64a. In this brief video, I'd like to propose that the Palestinian Talmud might provide insight into the locutions employed by ancient Jews living in Palestine and the mindset that goes into that. So with that in mind, I'd like to focus on an interesting statement at the bottom of this page of Yerushalmi, of Talmud Yerushalmi. The relevant line reads as follows, quote, Rabbi Eliezer ben Azaria omer yom ulela ona, umekitzat ona kekula. And the translation of that is, Rabbi Eliezer ben Azaria says, a day and a night are an onah, and a small part of an onah is like the entirety of it. Now, I left the word onah untranslated because it's a unit of time, in this case, distinct to the Palestinian Jewish mindset. So let's keep that in mind. Ancient Jews in Palestine had a concept of a unit known as an onah, which comprised a day and a night. And they were willing to treat a small part of such a unit as a whole unit, as a whole, onah. Consider an analogy which might be considered by some to be somewhat timely, as for those of us in the United States, it's currently tax season, or it would be the end of tax season were it not for the current lockdowns. As a longtime resident of New York, I personally have filled out the New York State Tax Form IT-201 many times. And that's the form you see on your screen, and it has a somewhat analogous line. So I'd like to zoom in on question E on the form for 2019. It asks how many days one has spent in New York City, and it has this clarification. Any part of a day spent in New York City is considered a day. In other words, similar to that statement from Talmud Yerushalmi, that which we just looked at, even the smallest part of a day in New York City is to be counted as an entire day when filling out this form. So for a quick hypothetical example, if you were in New York City from 11 p.m. on Friday until 1 a.m. on Sunday, you would have only been in the city for 26 hours. And yet, for the sake of this form, you would treat those 26 hours as constituting 3 days. So with that in mind, let's return to the traditional timeline for Christ's period in the tomb. If he was buried towards the end of the 6th day of the Hebrew week, just before the start of the Sabbath, that would be a small part of one onah. Then the entirety of the Sabbath would constitute a second onah. And finally, if he was in the tomb until the morning of the first day of the Hebrew week, that would encompass part of a third onah. Keeping that in mind, we can now lay out an argument which employs the relevant Palestinian Jewish line of thought to reconcile Matthew 12:40 with the traditional timeline for Christ's period in the tomb. Jesus' time in the tomb spanned 3 onot. One onah is a day and a night. Therefore, Jesus' time in the tomb spanned 3 units of a day and a night, or 3 days and 3 nights. Now, at this point, I can appreciate that some might feel that a bit of sleight of hand was employed, but that's only if we insist on a hyperliteral reading of the statement in Matthew 12:40 while ignoring the ancient Palestinian Jewish line of thought, which permits one to treat a part of an onah as an entire onah. And this is where the point I made earlier about Jesus speaking to ancient Palestinian Jews and not modern English speakers comes into play. And we can consider yet another analogy in this regard, which might be helpful. Imagine 2 Americans are having a conversation in which one of them asks, "Did you run the entire marathon?" Then imagine the other American replies, "I ran the whole 9 yards." In the modern English spoken by Americans, the phrase, quote, "the whole 9 yards," end quote, is not necessarily referring to a literal distance of 9 yards. By the way, for those of you on the metric system, a yard is equal to slightly over 9/10 of a meter. So 9 yards, a literal 9 yards would be slightly over 8 meters in length. Now, it would be a mistake to think that statement above at the top of your screen means that for modern Americans, a marathon was only 9 yards long. In reality, the span of a marathon has a distance of over 46,000 yards. But imagine if the hypothetical exchange at the top of your screen was recorded, transcribed in a language other than English, and then somewhere between a millennium and a half to 2 millennia later, it was translated into a third language. If someone in a completely different culture and a completely different linguistic paradigm was reading that exchange, that meta translation, that translation of a translation, they might lose sight of the modern American English colloquialism being employed, and they might make the mistake of interpreting that statement literally. Well, so too, in the case of trying to reconcile Matthew 12:40 with the traditional timeline for Jesus's period in the tomb, I would submit that the time difference and the linguistic differences between modern day English readers and Christ's statement may result in one missing the background of the mindset of ancient Jews in Palestine, which might provide grounds for how the traditional timeline could satisfy the phrase, quote, 3 days and 3 nights, or, 3 onot. On that note, I'll close here. I want to wish a belated happy Easter to those who celebrated last Sunday, and wish a forthcoming happy Pascha to those who are celebrating the Feast of the Resurrection on this coming Sunday. As always, I look forward to the comments of others. God bless.
All right, that still have to do with the Shabbat. You had your screen up? I stepped away. Where is this thing at?
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, it was up. It's still up, but it's on the same verse.
Oh, that was from.
Yeah, Ryan
that
Harris.
was from. Okay, that was. I'm not sure if that was from before.
Yeah, that's from before Ryan Harris going through Daniel 9.
Okay.
Hey, so listening to the video or whatnot, even with that thought, so what I'm thinking about is when they said Mary came to the tomb early in the morning, right?
Hold on, I'm sorry. Give me
So
one. I'll pull the screen back up. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm eating. Go ahead. I'll pull it. Hold on. Give me just 1 second. All right, go ahead, Leo. Sorry, y'all.
so they're talking about, it's saying Mary came very early to the tomb, and the angel told him that Jesus was already gone. So now, if we're looking at a day beginning at sunrise, if that's how most people look at it, if we're looking at that, then that don't even count as a day. He was already gone, so we can't even count Sunday if we're going off that video.
When you say you can't count Sunday, so you're saying Mary got there before sunrise?
It just said very early in the morning. Did it say before sunrise?
No, it doesn't. But that's the key, though, because
So
that doesn't necessarily mean it's moot. That to say that she she came early in the morning doesn't mean she didn't come after sunrise to even discount the day. Like I don't know how you can get that.
Well, what I'm saying is, if we're counting,
He's saying because the Hebrew day begin in the evening, it could be like midnight. It's a new day, something like that. He's saying.
No, what I'm saying is, if a lot of people are counting a new day starting at sunrise, if that's the case, then if she got there very early in the morning, he was already gone. So now you have to figure out, well, when did he leave?
We don't necessarily have all the context to it specifically, but then that's where I would say when you're going to the text to just justify. So you're referencing Matthew 12, right? About just as Jonah was 3 days and 3 nights in the belly of the sea or the whale, or some say sea beast, fish, so the Son of Man will be 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth. So with that, you do take the hyperliteral stance, and I'll share it on the screen.
Well, no, I'm going off the video, Leo. I'm going off the video.
But that's kind of what he's kind of showcasing, is that even with that view, what does a day count as? And like I'm saying, you're saying it's talking about sunrise, but I'm saying, how do you even get that delineation just based off like the early Monday morning or early Sunday morning? Like, how do you get that understanding that it was before sunrise, all that? Like, I don't even know how you add that to the case.
But even if it was, let's say, sunrise, 7, 8, 9 o'clock in the morning, the angel said he was gone already. He was already gone. So if that's the case, that's why I said if we're counting a day by sunrise, or when the sun rises, that's the beginning of the day. If that's the case, and the angel said he was already gone, then when did he rise? It couldn't have been early Sunday morning.
Why not?
That's why I said. So now we got to figure out when did he leave. Like there's no way you were
I
able to
think
do
it's
that. We just
I think it's
assume.
plain though. I think it's plain though. That's what I'm saying. It's kind of already seen. Just because she missed when Christ rose doesn't mean she was 5 hours early. Like I don't know how you even get there.
I'm going off the video. If he was already gone when she got there very early, first day of the week, and what does that mean? What does very early mean? Especially
Very
when the
early.
angel said he was already gone.
Yeah, it could be gone an hour ago, hour before she came, 30 minutes before she came. Like
So
I don't know how that equates.
So to me, that's just assuming. That's just assuming.
But
The scripture don't say it.
But you're assuming too, though. You're assuming too, though, even with the video in context, because you bring up the sunrise mention. You're assuming as well that it was before sunrise or after sunrise. You're assuming that.
No, I'm not assuming that. I'm going off the scripture. The scripture says that he was gone when they got there. So now when I'm asking,
you added the sunrise part in it. You add the sunrise from the video to justify. Well, if it was,
so when does the day begin?
But that's the point that we're talking about. Like you're already saying, like Abu has it on here, said the day would start at sunset, not sunrise.
Okay,
so technically speaking, if we go with the midnight understanding, or even before then, that means the day would have started already.
Okay, so that's what that's what I'm trying to get to. So the day begins at night.
So we'll be beef if you're bringing up sunrise for.
Huh? No. I'm asking you. That's what I keep asking you. When does the day begin? At night or at sunrise?
So based on saying, like I said, I'm not the best scholar on this, but based on what Abu has presented and based on what he's saying here, sunset. That's
so
when
at
the day
night
starts. So you can say that, or you can say that. Sure, go ahead.
Okay.
So what's the issue?
Cool.
So what's the issue?
The issue I have, I'm still having an issue with 3 days, 3 nights.
Because that's what I'm saying. You take a hyper-literal stance on 3 days, 3 nights. Because then, if I want to bring up another instance, let's jump to Ezra 4.
But you don't have an issue with 3 days and 3 nights because the Bible said that you just believe it's Wednesday and not what Christians would traditionally call Good Friday, right?
Correct.
No, I believe in literal 3 days, 3 nights.
So I'm gonna share this real quick.
You just have a problem with the day. You believe it's Wednesday and not what we traditionally call Good Friday.
Yeah, I mean, because it's not 3 days, 3 nights.
Gotcha.
I'm lost to. I'm just lost to why. Okay, so if we can bring it up in Hebrew, and I'm lost to why it would say 3 days and 3 nights.
Because when you're looking at days, you're looking at it in the modern 24-hour understanding of how we view it. That's why he brought up the Hebrew to the social understanding in which they were thinking of at that day. That's what he's talking about, the 09 understanding what that meant. But that's why I want to go here to Ezra 4 real quick. I mean Ezra 4.
I want to say, I'm sorry. What's good, golf? I'm sorry. I'm dropping my cookies. I'm sorry. Let me just Ryan.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Berean done jumped out. He done jumped himself out. He gone. All right, let me just read it real quick. I just want to give me an opinion on this because this is where I think it's interesting. So this is Ezra 4:16. Go assemble all the Jews who are found in Susa and fast for me. Do not eat or drink for 3 days, night or day. Now I know some people say, "Oh, that we're talking about Jonah," but I just think it's interesting because even here they're referencing, even for that 3 days, 3 nights, they're referencing another part within Ezra 5. But there's a context where it says night or day. That still constitutes, at least how I see this, as a day. Night
let me say, and I'm sorry, yeah, and let me say this. We often hear this from Muslims or people in the conscious community that want to say there's contradictions in the Bible, or Sabbath keepers that want to believe he rose on the Shabbat and you still got to keep the Shabbat. And that what Jay, the producer, seems to be saying. Ryan, believe. Listen to this, Ryan. All this is only because focused on because Brother Ryan believes we must keep the Sabbath day. He wants, listen to this, he wants Christ to have risen on the Sabbath day so that the Lord's day be not Sunday, but Saturday.
Okay, so
because a lot of people say when John said I was in the Spirit on the Lord's day, they want that to be the Shabbat, and the church fathers to start calling the Lord's day confusingly Sunday. Then he rose early on the first day of the week. He was gone, so we consider it rose there. So he's just saying, basically, that's the argument that you and Sabbath keepers make.
No, the argument I make is I believe in all Scripture from the beginning to the end, and so what I would ask people is when we're talking about, and I always say this in the chat, when we're talking about the Ten Commandments. Most people will say, "Oh, well, you know, those things was given before, you know, Mount Sinai." Okay, cool. So now, when we're talking about these Ten Commandments, we know that it's the covenant because he put it in the ark. That's why it's called the Ark of the Covenant. Now, if that's the old covenant, and if any Christian tell me they still believe in the Ten Commandments or keep the Ten Commandments, you're still keeping old covenant. Are we now mixing covenants? But the reason why I bring that up is because the fourth commandment is remember the Sabbath.
So
I think all of us.
So you believe the Sabbath just for Israel or the Sabbath for everybody? Because you believe Adam and Eve kept the Sabbath, and Cain and Abel, and Enoch and Noah.
Well, I believe
Israel.
I believe the commandments is for everybody. Everybody, the whole planet, and
including
so
the feast days or just. Go ahead, bro.
So I believe all the commandments is for everybody, right? The whole world. Like this is so when you look at
now Sinai for everybody too.
So who's the mixed multitude? Because there was Israel and mixed multitude there.
All right, Tony Osborne, listen good. Go ahead, brother. I mean these cookies. This sound good. This can get good. Go ahead.
So now when we looking at Pharaoh and who didn't he say oh my goodness. Slipped my mind. But he said, you give your people a rest, a day of rest. He's telling them get back to work. Why do you give your people a day of rest? I mean, you look at scripture and look at the Hebrew, and it says Sabbath. Now, this is before Sinai. So my thing is what I like to try to tell everybody. This is what I tell everybody. I believe that a lot of these commandments were kept. I mean, we know the scripture talk about Abraham kept my laws, statutes, and commandments. I don't believe that they changed. So I remember there was a live on here one day. Elder Tim was on here, Red Sea was on, and they were talking about covenants. And what I'm seeing is, and I would love for anybody to show me, besides the death of our Messiah, him becoming a high priest and judgmental death, what's new about the covenant? Because you're taking old laws in the old covenant and we're now mixing it into new covenant.
So you think it's really renewed and it's not new?
I mean, I think it's new in the sense of no, you good. No, you good. I think it's new in the sense of the sacrifice and the high priest. That's what I see. Like, other than that, what's new?
Is the old covenant about faith?
How can it not be?
So could a Gentile without believe? So a Gentile could believe and be Israel.
Hey, listen. Anybody that want to come into the covenant with the Most High, then yeah, you're considered. Scripture tell you that you're considered.
But you have to do. But you have to do certain things to be considered Israel.
Like
you have to come in the covenant. You have to be the circumcision has to happen. Does it not?
Okay, so when you read Romans 8, or Romans 2, are we talking about circumcision of the foreskin or the heart?
Or the real circumcision.
But that's the point, though. You did not have to make the action of circumcision. Your faith is seen.
Exactly. I mean, but it tell you to circumcise your heart all the way back in Deuteronomy.
Yeah, it says that, but yet you still have to circumcise yourself. That was the outward representation of the inward work.
Okay, so let me ask you this. In Deuteronomy 4.
And that's different now. We don't have to do that anymore.
Well, hold on. In Deuteronomy 4, where it tells you that those laws, statutes, and commandments will be what? It's going to be your knowledge to the nations. You're going to be the light to the nations, right? So what are you taking? This is so okay then. So this is for the whole world. Like, even if whether one want to believe, oh, you must be circumcised. Like, I mean, we see Paul having this argument with these Pharisees because these Pharisees are telling people, oh, in order for you to be saved, then you must be circumcised. No, it's about your heart, right? So let's we ain't even got to talk about that. My point is, what I'm saying is this is for the whole world. So when we look at camps, right, and they say, oh, we better than y'all, we better than the rest of the nation. Can you say they lying when if God gave you something specifically, right? He gave you a way to live, gave you a way to eat, he gave you a way to worship, this and this and that. If he gave it to you but didn't give it to me, that's telling me, okay, well, I know if I follow this, which is holy, just, and good, and it's spiritual, I got something better than you. But I don't see it like that. I think it's for the whole world so that we all on one level.
When you say it's all for the world, yet it was only given to Israel, yet to come in covenant with Israel,
hold on,
you would then have to be adherence to that.
Was it only given to Israel? Again, there's a mixed multitude at the foot of this mountain now.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's Israel. That's Israel.
He trying to say the mixed multitude represent all nations, the whole planet.
Now watch this.
But it doesn't though. It doesn't though. That's Israel.
Well, hold on. So who's the mixed multitude?
The mixed multitude is Israel.
No. It talks about Israel and the mixed multitude.
That's the key.
It doesn't say Israel is the mixed multitude.
But that's the key though. They all became his people at Sinai.
Okay, so again, we're talking about a mixed multitude and Israel, right? Not just Israel as being the. So we're talking about a mixed.
Then the covenant came for them and made them a people together.
Okay, that's fine. I don't have an issue with that. That's the thing you're not understanding.
I see everybody in the chat back, Jay, the producer. I told y'all don't click on that link. I don't know why Yusuf back there after that Dante thing. I told him no light. I don't know why Donnell back there. I told y'all no light. Go ahead. I'm sorry, brother.
No,
what's going on? I didn't tell y'all what's going here.
I believe it's for everybody. I believe it's for the world. You know what I'm saying? One big family. Like, it ain't just for Israel.
All right, I know. I'm sorry. I know you did come on late. I'm sorry. And I just said one time in the beginning. I'm sorry. Yeah, Jake said he didn't even say that. Go ahead. Now, I'm trying to, because he already got me scratching my head. But you understand what he's saying. I'm saying what I think I understand. You understand what he's saying to you, Leo, right?
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I understand.
Repeat it. Tell me what you think he's saying.
He's saying because there's a mixed multitude there at Sinai, that mixed multitude represents the nations. So because nations have representation, that means the law was then for the whole world.
So do me a favor, Ryan. Do me a favor. Give me some examples. What make you think the law was given to everybody? The mere fact that Jonah was told to go to Nineveh and tell them to repent, stuff like that?
No. So
give me 2 or 3 examples that make you think that the law was for everybody.
Well, so if
we're all men all over the planet 3 times a year should have went up to the west. I'm trying to go ahead, brother. Y'all know I'm slow.
So if here's my thing. We going all the way to the beginning. So if Israel is supposed to be a light unto the nations, what does that mean?
They're supposed to bring in the nations under God's covenant.
Okay. Case closed. So even when we're talking,
yes.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, Brian, you got to bring it's you. Go ahead.
No. I'm asking, like Matt said, you believe that Abraham kept the law of Moses in spite of the fact that Paul says the law came 430 years after. What do you think Adam and Eve and them kept? What do you think? What do you think Cain and Abel? What do you break a little bit of that back because you got a few people scratching their head.
Well, we see instances of obviously of the sacrifice. You see Cain and Abel. Abel brought the best of his
offering, and then clean and unclean with Noah's Ark, stuff like that.
So no, well, wait a minute. If we're talking about Abel brought the best of his offering, now could this be first fruits? Hey, I'm just asking a question. Now, we see instances of this stuff even before, Sinai. You see stuff like adultery and all this other type of stuff. This stuff was from the beginning. Now, people will say, "Oh, well, that was before." That was before the old covenant. Okay, cool. So now you took that before Sinai, you took it into Sinai, you took it after Sinai. Are we mixing covenants at this point?
No, and that's what I'm saying. When you're talking about the covenants, you're understanding that first the old covenant was given when? When was the old covenant given? And when I say old covenant, I mean the Mosaic law. That was given at Sinai, correct?
Right. Do you see the Sabbath before this?
I think Jay want to hold on. Jay rolling over.
Yeah, they ready to go at you, Ryan. I was trying to just talk
Go
to
ahead
you.
and Jay, ask him two questions that's burning in your bosom, like the Mormons. I shouldn't even say the Mormons, but Jay the producer. Because I can tell from the comment section, some of these people singing you. I say, Ryan, cool, and he just wait, no, Jay, don't go nowhere. No,
Right.
Met on the truck. We can get that fire. Let Met go first, Jay. Hold on, Jay.
Yeah, grace and peace to everybody on the panel, everybody in the chat. I had asked that question specifically about Abraham for this purpose, right? The scripture, I believe, is Genesis 26:5. It says that Abraham kept Torah.
Yes, I put
right?
it up. Yeah, his laws and statutes, obedient to. Yeah.
Right. But we know that Abraham married his sister, which the law of Moses strictly forbids in Leviticus 18 and verse 9.
Yes.
Also, the law of Moses says that a child that is born of an illicit union in Deuteronomy chapter 23 cannot enter into the congregation and is a mamzer or a bastard.
Yes.
So if we're going to say Abraham kept the law of Moses, the promised child Isaac is a mamzer and is disqualified from entering into the congregation of Israel. So to the brother Ryan's point, there has always been things that overlap. It's not about mixing covenants. There has always been things that were wrong. God judged Sodom and Gomorrah for homosexuality without them having a law because it was on their conscience, right? Paul talks about this in Romans 1. The scripture in the Old Testament talks about this in Psalms 19, that through creation we can recognize right from wrong. So there's always been things that were wrong. As in fact, when Abraham goes to Pharaoh, Pharaoh understands that having sex with another man's wife is wrong. Pharaoh didn't have a law revealed to him. Pharaoh didn't have the law of Moses. It was just something that the nations understood because this is something that was written on man's hearts from the very beginning, right? When we look into Noah in Genesis chapter number 9, when he gets off the ark, God says he can eat whatever. He can eat anything. So that was the law that was given to the nations. You see that embedded within the Torah as well in Deuteronomy chapter 14, verse 21, because what was dead of itself, Israel couldn't eat it, but they could give it to the nations. They could give it to the stranger that sojourned among them. Now, if someone wanted to be circumcised and come fully into that covenant, then they would have had to give that up. But I wanted to point that out because it shows the fluidity of this word Torah, of law, and how things progress, right? Abraham kept God's Torah, but the Torah that Abraham kept wasn't the law of Moses. He couldn't have kept that same Torah because he married his sister, which is one violation. And we understand that the promised child was Isaac, which if Abraham is under the law of Moses, then his promised child Isaac is a mamzer, is a child of an illicit union according to Deuteronomy 23. So it shows that there's this progression and fluidity when we get to the New Testament. Is not about mixing covenants. It's about what has always been wrong. Lying has always been wrong. Adultery has always been wrong. Murder has always been wrong. The law of Moses certainly contains those things. The law of Moses certainly codifies those things. There's always going to be things in the law that are still applicable for us today. Even Paul uses the law about not to muzzle the ox. He uses that law to show how we are not to withhold money from those who work in service to God. So there's always going to be things that we can apply. So I don't think it's about mixing things, but it's about allowing the progression. I'm gonna say this and then I'm gonna jump off, right? Jesus in Matthew 16, 17, 18, and 19 gives Peter the keys to the kingdom and tells Peter that what you bind on earth shall be bound in heaven, right? What you loose on earth shall be loosed in heaven. That is a rabbinic way of forbidding and permitting something. So Jesus gives Peter this authority. If you go to Isaiah chapter 22 and verse 22, the keys to the kingdom is having the keys to the house of David, right? And then when we see Peter giving this decree in Acts chapter number 15, he also has a vision in Acts 10 where God tells Peter, rise, kill, and eat. And then Peter gives this declaration in Acts 15 that you have heard by my mouth about the Gentile salvation. Don't put anything on them that we ourselves have not been able to bear. We should allow what God has said to flow, progressive revelation, but we also understand that there's always going to be things that overlap.
Hey,
I just
hey,
want to
hey,
say
man.
that.
Let me ask you this.
Go ahead.
Let me ask you this, man. So when you brought up Peter and that sheep coming down, what are you saying about that? Like, are you saying that's talking about food, or are you talking about
Well,
that's him going preaching to the nation that they deemed unclean?
yeah, it's about him going. It's about the nations, but you have to keep in mind that this is a vision given to him by God. In the vision,
Right.
God
Uh huh.
tells him, "Rise, kill, and eat."
Did that?
In the
Hold
vision,
on.
this is what God
Right,
tells him.
right. Is
Yeah.
God telling him
Yes,
to go and eat? Is God telling him to go and eat unclean animals?
God is telling
No.
him that. Go ahead.
He's telling him to go and consume these nations. He's not telling him
Why
to go
would
eat unclean food. And
Why
see,
would
people
God
get
give
caught up
Peter
when
a vision of
when,
sin?
when you're
No,
when you're
You think
reading
God
when
would?
you're reading this. Go ahead,
Go
bro.
ahead,
Go
my
ahead.
bad.
I'm sorry, that was me.
Oh no, I was just saying when you're reading that scripture, first it's not. People get caught up because it says Peter was hungry, and when he's saying rise, Peter, kill and eat, it's not talking about him going eating food. Peter thought on this thing. I'm sure he's probably thinking like, what? Like, wait a minute. He even told the Lord, no, I've never eaten anything common or clean. That wasn't
Mhm.
his thought. His thought was go and get these nations. That's
Yeah.
what he's telling me.
If I
Yeah,
could point out
right.
something
Now
real
here's what I'll
quick with
say,
what he
and
just
I got to
said.
jump
Oh, go
off,
ahead, man.
get back to yeah. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna jump off. I got to get back to work. So
Okay.
yes,
Hey, have a good day. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, I got you. Let me just say this. So yes, it is
Yeah.
about nations, but there is a further application, because I'm sure that we wouldn't think that God would give a man a vision and say, "Rise, go commit adultery. Rise, go steal. Rise and go commit murder." God would never give. We don't believe. I hope we don't believe that God would give a man a vision to sin. So we have to understand that in this vision, yes, it's about the nations, but it's also about those dietary laws no longer being binding upon the covenant people of God. Otherwise, to me, you would seem, if you say that it's a sin to eat pork, for example, you're saying that God is telling Peter to sin. Rise, look, eat this. And I don't think God would give any man a vision that would be a sin. So we wouldn't say God would give a man a vision to commit adultery or anything like that. So yes, it's about the nations, but there is a further application for the covenant people of God. I'm gonna say that. I gotta go.
But you okay, that's cool. Hey, have a good day, bro. To what Matt's saying, like I don't see God telling him to go and eat unclean foods. I mean, when
No,
you
I
read
think I think I think Jay wanted to say something to you.
okay.
Yeah, just kind of piggyback on what Matt just said just now. Is and something that he pointed out, but it's him thinking that's wrong to eat certain things kind of keeps holding him back. He said it already. Is in the vision, the sheet that came down from the four corners was full of all kind of animal, including unclean animals. All right, so we know the unclean animals were there, and the point that Med is making is that in the vision, God doesn't come and tempt man with evil. We should all believe that. So if you believe that it's wrong to eat certain things, and yet in this vision that the Lord sent and the command he gave to Peter was to eat these things that were unclean on the sheet, and even Peter himself in the vision thought about physically eating it. His first thought wasn't, oh, this is about the nations. He didn't know what it meant the whole time that the vision went on. He only understood it later on. But in the moment when the vision was being given, the Lord said, rise, Peter, kill and eat. The animals that were the options to eat were unclean animals. That's why Peter's response was, no, Lord, I've never eaten anything that our Jewish law deemed as unclean or improper to eat. So even Peter took it as,
a command or a voice speaking from heaven commanding him to eat unclean animals, literally. So just pausing on that right quick is if you believe that it's wrong or wrong for everybody to eat unclean animals, then you have to agree that that is what the Lord was commanding Peter to do in that vision. But then that would accuse the Lord of tempting men to do evil, even in your sight. So he used the animals because, like Matt was saying, is because he was showing man. It had two meanings. He was showing through the dietary restriction laws, which is why the Jews wouldn't go near the uncircumcised and things like that, because those laws about don't let certain things touch you and defile you ceremonially, and watch what you're eating so you don't become impure ceremonially. This is what kept the Jews distance from those that were considered unclean and defiled. So the Lord used the animals to teach this lesson about purity before him and remaining pure so you may worship and your worship may be accepted. So, but he had a greater meaning of it, which had to do with the people that these unclean animals of the law represented, which was the uncircumcised Gentile nations. And so Peter didn't understand that at first. He understands it later on, but then you also notice something after this vision, because up to this point, we can argue, and I believe that up to this point of that vision, Peter still was operating over his culture diet. All right, even though he's an apostle of Jesus Christ, he still wasn't eating things that were considered unclean according to the law, all the way up to the point of his vision. Now, after this point, after he understands what the Lord has said and has grown in his knowledge of the Lord based on his revelation given by the Lord, now we see after that, Paul saying things like, Peter, though a Jew, discard Jewish laws and are living and eating with the Gentiles. So you have these type of things happen as they continue to progress. But my question was regarding the Sabbath day, because you mentioned about the 10 Commandments and about mixing things. So my question is this: in Colossians 2:16, when the apostle says, don't let no one condemn you for what you eat or drink, or for not celebrating certain holy days or new moon ceremonies or Sabbaths.
Wait a minute. Go read that scripture, because you saying for not keeping it. It doesn't say that.
Right. Yeah. Oh well, what translation are you reading?
I'm actually at work. I don't have the scripture in my hand.
I'll pull up King James. I'm pretty sure.
Leo right here. Leo on screen already up there right there. It's Leo right there.
Which one we read?
Yeah,
which one we go to?
Colossians 1?
2.
Colossians
2. 16 and 17.
Yes, sir. I don't know where you're going. My bad, y'all. Well, it says right here.
All right. So therefore, no one is to act as your judge in regard to food or drink or in respect to a festival or a new moon or a Sabbath day, things which are a mere shadow of what is to come, but the substance belongs to Christ. Some of your translations put in there for not doing it, which is what the context is talking about here in Colossians 2, even in the King James, because remember, he's dealing with the matter that the believers were being judged by the Judaizers and those that were zealous of the law for not observing certain feasts and for not being circumcised and for not doing other Jewish rituals. And so he spends this entire epistle fighting against that, telling them they're not obligated to those things. And
what translation says for not keeping them?
I can get one right now.
Few of them.
A few, yeah.
Ryan, I'm sorry, Ryan. You think God is offended if somebody, let's just say, let me give an example. Don't keep the Shabbat or keep the feast days, or go to church on Sunday as opposed to Saturday. You think that bothered Jesus a little bit?
No, I mean, like I tell everybody, I don't, if somebody want to worship on Sunday, that's fine, but remember,
it's not sin. Then it's not sin. Or you think you just saying that? Or I want to know if you think it offend God.
I mean, I can't. I'm not gonna put that on the Most High. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I do know He said, "Remember the Sabbath." So, I mean,
and what that mean? That's why I think people looking for. What does that mean? Go to church? That mean just don't go get no overtime on your secular job. Don't wash the car on Saturday.
Yeah, holy convocation. Give that day to the Lord.
So convocation mean to get together.
Yeah, absolutely.
So people that don't get together, in light of what he just read, people that don't get together, what about them?
Hey.
He don't want to say y'all in sin. If you feel it, say it.
No, I ain't gonna. Hey, listen, I ain't gonna tell nobody that they in sin. That ain't my job. All I know is the scripture tell you keep the Sabbath. Remember the Sabbath. You know. So
Wait a
I think
minute.
we can all. I think we can all agree that Saturday is the Sabbath. I mean, this ain't this ain't rocket science. I think we know that. Like, can't nobody pull up scriptures that say that the Sabbath was done away with. Nobody can do that.
Read it in your version, Leo.
Okay, so this one is the New Revised Standard Version. I like to use this more of a scholarly academic version.
He don't want to say it. He's saying it in a roundabout way that it's, but he don't want to say it straight up. He don't want to keep the buck with it. He don't want to hurt y'all feeling.
It says, therefore, do not let anyone condemn you in matters of food and drink or observing festivals, new moons, or Sabbath. These are only a shadow of what is to come, but the substance belongs to Christ. There's the not right there that you're looking for.
Stop right there.
Yeah, I want to.
Now, again, I'm asking, what translation does it say? Do not let anybody judge you for not doing it. Not
what
doing it.
We just read that.
Hold on. Is it saying not do it or don't let nobody judge you for doing it?
It says, therefore, do not let anyone condemn you. What does that mean right there?
Don't let nobody judge you. In matters of
food, drink, and or observing festivals, new moons, and Sabbaths.
Stop right there. Show me in that verse or another translation where it's saying, do not let anyone judge you for not doing it.
He's saying the word observe. He's saying he's speaking like people that do it, like Sabbath keepers, Seventh-day Adventists. He's like Paul is speaking to them, saying, don't let nobody be mad at you because you're not doing it for observing it. Not observing.
Yeah, I'm saying don't let nobody judge you for doing it.
So
that's correct. That's correct. Yeah, you understand?
Right. Yeah. So,
Graham, why are you shaking your head? I'm trying to explain what he understands. I don't want to be taking. I want him to talk for himself because they act like I'm taking your words. They act like I'm doing what I want to do.
Yeah. So for example, the NLT, the Contemporary English Version, let's see here. Let's see if I can get another one. I'm trying to get ones that specifically say the word not, even though all of them are saying the same message, but you're looking for the specific word not to be there. At least right now on my screen, I have the NLT and the contemporary Bibles that actually have the word not there. But when you read, even in the King James Version, if you start at chapter 1 and read it to chapter 2, the matter at hand is that the believers there were not being condemned. Nowhere in the Bible is any believer condemned. None of the people who were trying to do feast days and stuff like that, they weren't the ones getting thrown out of places and condemned. Like they weren't the ones being judged.
They weren't the ones.
It was the people who weren't doing it. So this was the matter in this epistle he's dealing with. Don't let no one judge you for in matters of food or drink, which the Jews were prone to do since they had the distinctions of foods and drinks, or in matters of new moon ceremonies, which is key for their calendars, for feast day observances, which were required by the law, for not being circumcised, for example, and for not observing Sabbaths, because they had multitudes of Sabbaths, whether it was the Sabbath for the feast days, Sabbath weekly wise, Sabbath land wise, Sabbath, proclaimed Sabbaths, or whatever cases. So they had many of these things, and so the Gentile believers that were coming in were not obligated to do those things, but they were being judged for not doing them. And so the apostle was dealing with that because many of them were starting to become Judaized. So when you read the whole chapter, that's why some translations in the more modern language, or whatever cases, just put not there for you. So basically
there's no translation that's gonna say what you said.
No, it is translation that says what I said. But
where's it right here? New Living right here. Right. So New Living Translation. So don't let anyone judge you, condemn you for what you eat or drink, or for not celebrating certain holy days or new moon ceremonies or Sabbaths.
And the reason for that
rules are. Go ahead.
Okay, are we able to pull that up in Greek?
In Greek, Greek read around. Kobe says it's not even in the Greek. I don't know what you're looking for over there. I know you read Greek. Somebody said also read Romans. Somebody said also read Romans 14 because Romans 14 help clear it up too. The word "not" is right there. Boy, y'all something else.
Nah, hey, I'm just trying to make sure because sometimes you
He
get
want to make.
insert
All he
words.
want to do is make sure. He said he want to make sure.
Yeah, sometimes you get insert words.
Wait, Paul was
Yeah,
writing
so
to the nations.
yeah, so it's there to help with you understand because the when you read the whole epistle,
Go
bro.
ahead, y'all. Go ahead.
Yeah, when you read the whole epistle, the apostle is dealing with those who were not doing these things being judged, and that's a constant theme throughout the New Testament. For not being circumcised, for not observing certain Jewish rituals, they were constantly being judged and condemned by the zealous Jews. And so this is what he was dealing with. This is what Galatians is about. This is what Colossians is about. This is what all of Romans 14 is about. That when he talked about how the weaker in faith was condemning those who had strong in faith to eat anything. And as a result of that, the strong in faith was despising the weaker ones. So, and so he was dealing with that matter there. So this has been a constant theme, even to modern era, in the churches. And so that's what he's dealing with there. So we're not obligated to these things because why he says for these rules, like a Sabbath day observance or feast days or new moon or drink laws, food distinctions, those rules were mere or only shadows, dark shadows of the reality yet to come, and Christ himself is that reality. And so when you cling to Christ, you have the reality, and you no longer need the schoolmaster or the shadow. And so that's the point that he's making. That's why he said, don't let nobody judge you because you have Christ. Christ is the reality of what those shadows were about. So don't let nobody judge you. For example, you made the statement about the commandment said, remember Sabbath day. What do they do? Every believer, even though you don't observe a 7-day Sabbath at the end of the week, every believer that's in Christ remembers the Sabbath, for Christ is the one who calls you to enter that rest. And that Sabbath you're remembering is not Moses' Sabbath day. This is what the apostle was talking about in Hebrews 4. So this is talking about the Sabbath you read about in Genesis, that only God rested. And that day when he hallowed it, the apostle said he reserved that only for believers. So this is why in your Bible, you have a mention of the Sabbath day in Genesis where God rests, and then there's no other mention of anybody observing a Sabbath day. The topic ain't even brought up until Moses comes along, when God tells them to observe a Sabbath day that imitates God's Sabbath, that where he rested in the beginning. And so the apostles let us know by the Holy Spirit that Sabbath in Genesis, where God rested from all his work, he reserved that day for himself and all those who are in Christ. But Moses' Sabbath day, you could be an unbeliever. You can reject Jesus and do that day, but you can't reject Jesus and enter that true Sabbath. So that's how God takes his law, puts it in the hearts of those who believe by way of his spirit, and without having to observe a literal 7-day Sabbath day and argue with people about time keepings and clocks, yet all those that believe are literally in that rest, literally in that day. So they entered it that day, or God's rest that we read about in Genesis. So this is how we fulfill the law without observing shadows, because we have the reality. It's the same.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate you. All right, Leo. Let's get back to some of this video stuff with this. Where's he at?
Okay.
Hey, y'all, I'm about to jump off. I'm about to get back in here with these kids, man. Hey, love y'all.
Okay, all right.
Appreciate
you, Sam. Jump on anytime. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. All right, Leo. Let me pull some of this. Where was I at now? All right, Leo.
You had the TikTok video up. You had the TikTok video.
Oh, yeah. Here we go, right here. Listen, Leo, tell me what are your thoughts? Let me call from where's my phone? Hold on, Jeremy. I'm gonna call from and try to get some rec right now.
Because I think a lot of times
where the realness at? She said they're saying, she's replying to this. If the Israelites are Caucasian, explain Jeremiah 14:2. She believed the Israelites are Europeans. Not Gary. I ain't looking for Gary. Curtis Lee in here, right? Somebody call Russell Higgins. You hit Russell Higgins, Jack, right here. Where's Sister Sherry at? Thank you. Fair use. I thought your phone wasn't working, sis. Fair use. Listen to this right here. Get this rec right here.
with like systematic theology, a concept makes sense when it's, put over multiple books. So Jeremiah.
Yeah, that was messing up, Brian. Oh, we still on live, I see, but seems like Berean connection messing up. Wish I could share my screen. Yeah, I agree, Kobe. I see what you're saying. Because even the loud night, it doesn't showcase the knot there. Oh, there it is. Yeah, thank you, Brian. So,
Leo, you gotta go. I think I might be shutting down. I might be shutting
right.
down. Thank you. Read that right there. I might have to shut it down.
All right, cool. The misunderstanding of 3 days and 3 nights stem from the false Julian and here we go, Gregorian calendars and the misunderstanding of the start of the day. In the Hebrew, there are 4 night watches. Oh God, we're going down the calendar road again. Okay, Bruce. Well, if that's what it is, Bruce, you've presented it many times over here, and we still don't agree. And we actually see some contradictory evidence, even when you bring up Hillel, because I got it. I'll bring it up right now. Where you talk about Hillel and you go to the Jewish Encyclopedia, you bring up the Jewish Encyclopedia mention of Hillel all the time. And then when we go to the direct mention, it does not say he was forced. And that's where the big issue comes up. So I'm about to look it up. I'm pulling it up right now. Give me a second. And that's where I think the issue is because you keep running to that same quote from the Jewish Encyclopedia that Hillel was forced to then change the calendar. And that's the beef. Because when I go to it now, let's pull up the actual mention right here. And then I'll look for Hillel. No, not this mention. Is it this one? Yeah, here it is. So Bruce, this is the quote you bring up all the time for Hillel, that you say, okay, this proves they forced him to I'm going directly to the source in the Jewish Encyclopedia. See, it's on the screen. I'm about to make it bigger so everybody see. So this is post Talmudic period. This is from the calendar history portion within the Jewish Encyclopedia. This is what Bruce goes to all the time to talk about Hillel and what he was forced to do. And speaking to, the issues with the calendar, Hillel was forced to change certain things. We're going to go directly to the mention right here. So it says in the post-Talmudic period, let's start here. The persecutions under Constantinus finally decided the patriarch Hillel II to publish rules for the computation of the calendar. Didn't say he was forced. It said the persecutions under Constantinus finally decided the patriarch Hillel II to publish the rules for computation of the calendar. Not saying he was forced to. There are persecutions that are happening here to which Constantine, that's where Hillel needed to make a refined calendar alteration to improve so everyone could have a consistent calendar to go by. Now, if we go to the direct mention that Bruce brings up, is this unselfish promulgation of the calendar, though it destroyed the hold of the patriarchs on the scattered Judeans, fixed the celebration of the Jewish feast upon the same day everywhere. Later Jewish writers agree that the calendar was fixed by Hillel II. They say fixed, not forced. You said this, Bruce. You're mentioning, that's your main quote. You go to Hillel saying that's where the calendar got messed up at. We understand where your presupposition is. You believe even
Bruce
with your
saying that no. Bruce saying that he didn't this time. You said he mentioned Hillel before because you see what he look. Read what he's saying right here. Read this. Look at the screen. He said
I'm reading right here. How am I gaslighting? That's his presupposition. Is the reason that the calendars were messed up is because of Hillel II. That's the root cause to the issue. Hillel messed it up. And his source is the Jewish Encyclopedia. That's where he's going. That's literally where he's going. Like, if you can say all this other stuff, what is the primary source that you use? And this is not even a primary source talking about the Jewish Encyclopedia, but this is the main source that you have to affirm that there was a forced change to the calendar.
You can't say you didn't say that back in the days to us, Bruce. You can't say you didn't bring that up. You cannot say that. He's saying he trying to say he didn't say it this time, but he can't say he did not say that.
And
He
that's
was
when
the
we
first
go to
one
the source itself.
introduce the Hillel argument with the Bruce. He can't say that. Now let me see what they say now. But these people funny to me. But go ahead.
He changed his position if he's changing it now. So it's on record. If that's where Bruce does not agree with anymore, that the Hillel II changed the calendar.
Did
okay,
you
then we have
you introduce to us, Bruce? I want those words come. Did Bruce introduce to wait? Oh, all right. I think the other brother left. Go ahead. I want to hear. I'm gonna see what he say, because these folk will get to switching this stuff up. Did you introduce to us in your presentation, Bruce, and then another time from work you read from the phone and brought up Hillel with the changing of the? Did you say that? Yes or no? Type of 1 is yes. Type of 2. He talking to you. But when the ignorant folks start, Jesus, I need this. Read,
but
Leo.
I'm on the 3 days and 3 nights and start the day of the day. Okay, but well, that's the problem though, because even your super chat, I'm gonna read. I can read it right here. You said the misunderstanding. You said, Leo, the misunderstanding of the 3 days and 3 nights stem from the false Julian and Gregorian calendars. I'm gonna stop right there. Where are you getting that they're false?
And just not different.
Correct.
False and different. Go ahead. You deal with him. Bruce, y'all friend. I'm telling you right now, it's hard.
And the misunderstanding of the start of the day. And then you go with in the Hebrew Bible, there are 4 night watches. And that's when you start going to, okay, let's go to the original. And that's where you're saying that the Julian and the Gregorian are false. But how do we get to those false calendars if we really went by the true Hebrew calendar? And that's why I say the true presupposition you have is Hillel fixed that and changed it. We have to go back to the original.
Do me a favor. Somebody help me find that video where Bruce did his presentation and put it in that back chat. We got to go through that and get the timestamp right now. What's the name of that? Let me see if I can. Go ahead, y'all. I got to step away 5 minutes. Your screen is up. Go ahead. We go. I'm gonna put stop to this right now.
Yeah, this is bad. And if you want, you can hold on. I might have to switch to my browser, so it'll be easier.
These folk could get to switching this thing up. Now watch this. Matter of fact, hold on, Alton. Even asked the goalpost move. Watch this, because these folks, I'm telling y'all.
Oh God.
No, just wait. Now watch this. Watch this, everybody, and we'll see. Watch this and we'll see. I'm gonna just be quiet. Matter of fact, let me pull out my phone to record this nonsense, because he finna dance and break dance and spin on his head and act like he ain't said nothing, and they're gonna all say amen. They're gonna all say amen. There it is, Bruce.
The link is up, Bruce.
Dude, why you gonna amp him? That's a dang. Brian Harris, don't laugh. We gonna amp him. He gonna amp him. Come on, Bruce. Watch how he switch it up. I did not say. I did. Oh, all right. Leo looking right now. Matter of fact, that's how
I got it right here.
Glory to God.
I got it right here. This is the whole presentation right here.
This is how you got to get these folk. Come on, Bruce. Let me hold on. Give me my phone. Let me call him. Let me call his house right now and tell him bad words. Because he gonna get up here and I guarantee it's gonna be something different. Because he forgot. These folk be forgetting.
Whole presentation right here.
Whole presentation right there. There he is, yellow man. Go ahead. Then got the nerve to tell my Covia convert. Show your face. You look like a whole convert.
All right.
We can hear you.
Okay. Well, hey, Leo. Hey, man, yes, the topic is the 3 days and 3 nights. And the topic was what I was responding to. Hillel II and what you just read is a totally different topic. I'm talking about the reason why we have misunderstanding in the 3 days and 3 nights is regarding, well, hold on, let me stop right there. Praise the Most High Yah and the Son Yeshua HaMashiach. Hallelujah. Okay. So Leo, you switched the subject about Hillel, and I'm not talking about Hillel. Okay. So here's the thing, man. I'm making reference to the topic was when that young man had just left. I'm making reference to the 3 days and 3 nights. There's a confusion because people are talking about a day. Is it a full day? And the truth of the matter is, I agree with Abu in the sense that it doesn't have to be a full 24-hour period, because look, if I'm born, like I said, if I'm born May 5th at 5 p.m., you know, I'm still born on that day. It's just simple as that. So if Jesus was crucified on that day, during the day hours, it was still 3 days and 3 nights. It's still, you can't get away from the day. It don't have to be a full 24-hour period. That's the point. So I agree. Now, getting back to what I posted, what I said about Hillel, I don't disagree with that, and I got other documentation that said he was forced, but I don't have it right here right now. But listen, Leo, I was not talking about Hillel. You tried to gaslight me and try to make me look foolish by bringing up Hillel, and I'm on the 3 days and 3 nights and the start of the day. It's clear in my super chat. So I don't appreciate you doing that. You can comment. Wait a minute, brother. I'm almost done. All I'm saying is you can comment, or what you want to say, your presupposition. I'm not trying to bring a presupposition. I'm speaking of the 3 days. I said the misunderstanding of the 3 days stem from the Julian and the Gregorian calendar, because I believe they're false, because I believe in the Hebrew calendar now, and the misunderstanding of the start of the day, and the in the Hebrew Bible about the 4 night watches, and Areb is the evening in Hebrew, and Shakar and Bokar is the morning or dawn, according to Strong's. So if you don't understand when the start of the day is, then you're gonna have, like the person, like you all was saying, or someone said, I'm not saying it's you, but someone said, well, what was he raised in the evening? No, that's Areb. That's in the evening. He rose in the morning, which is Shakar or Bokar. So the start of the day is in the morning. The start of the day is in the morning, except for on some of the feast days, when he commanded us to start the feast days in the evening. But it's in Genesis 1 and 5, Genesis 19, Jonah 4 and 7, John 8 and 2, Mark 1, 3 and 5, Matthew 28 and 1, Mark 16, Luke 24, John 20, Matthew 14, all Matthew 14 is talking about the fourth watch. But if you don't understand the night watches and how the Hebrew used the night watches to understand, then you're understand. But all I'm asking you, man, is don't bring up some presupposition. What I'm talking about, I'm talking about the 3 days and 3 nights. In all due respect,
maybe you got to break down what you mean when you say presupposition, Leo, because maybe I don't know. People be noticing some other stuff. Maybe there could be a little confusion right there. You hear this, Leo? I hope I'm top. Yeah. Y'all hear me? Okay, go ahead. I'm mute myself.
Yeah. So you're making, like, in your super chat, you're saying that they're false, the Gregorian and Julian calendar, but that calendar, that's your presupposition, that your conclusion is based off of something you haven't proven to be correct.
Well, you believe ahead of time.
Correct. So like your presupposition is that they're wrong, but you haven't proven that they're wrong.
Well,
and then even within that presupposition, you already just stated, Bruce, that you believe in the Hebrew calendar, but then the Hebrew calendar that we believe in, which I said your presupposition is, the Hillel messed that up. So you believe in a whole other Hebrew calendar that nobody else holds to. Just think about that.
Well, why you keep saying nobody? It's thousands of people that believe what I believe. You just in a box, and you're just in a box, and the people that you associate with don't believe in it. But it's thousands of people across thousands and thousands of people across the globe that believe that. Now, even on that picture right there that's circling, that's circling right now.
Yeah,
you see that? That's the Hebrew calendar, and I'm sorry, not the Hebrew calendar. That's the Julian calendar. Okay, and it was A through H. But look, I really don't want to get in that because
why, Bruce? Why not?
Because number one, we will move from what the topic is to the Hebrew. That's a totally different thing. So I wasn't
But
bringing
Bruce is
up
connected.
that.
It's connected.
No,
though.
you're
just
bringing
said-
up Hillel. I'm not. Listen, brother.
But
Come
you-
on,
Bruce-
don't do
but
that
Bruce-
to me.
Bru-
I'm
but
not
Bruce-
bringing up, and you can't be talking about presupposition because there's a presupposition for every topic and to prove in everything. I'm not bringing up a presupposition. You can't do that. I'm merely trying to say the problem is the calendars and the understanding and the use of the calendar, which I believe they're false. Because if you're a Hebrew, if you're a Christian,
that's a presupposition.
Okay,
that's a presupposition.
But why are you keep bringing up? But listen, man. Why are you talking about a presupposition? I clearly stated in the super chat that the confusion around the 3 days and 3 nights is because the false, and I stick to that, Julian calendar. Yes, I did bring up Hillel II, and I think I can prove that. You got your sources, and I have sources, but I don't have them right now. But the point is, for this topic right here, this topic right here, we're talking about the 3 days and 3 nights, and then the topic went for, well, what day? When did he rise? You know? And I said the reason why you don't have that understanding because you don't understand the Hebrew calendar and you don't understand the 4 night watches, which is associated to that. But at no time did I bring up Hillel in this particular super chat. So you're trying to gaslight me, man. I don't appreciate that.
But Bruce, the reason I brought up Hillel because like you just broke down, you believe.
No. You try to make mockery from me. Oh, we've been through this again. Oh, here we go. This calendar. See, you try to gaslight me. You try to make me look foolish. And you know, and you did that, so don't even try it. So all I'm saying is, man, the reason why we have misunderstanding of the 3 days and 3 nights is because of the calendar and the 4 night watches as it relates to what time of day the day started and how Messiah Christ rose from the dead. He did not rise from the dead in the evening; it was in the morning. And when the scripture said he has already risen, what before the daylight is because the different night watches. It starts at dawn, the morning, Shakar, Bakar. And you know, and I can give you all those scriptures, but just all I'm saying is, man, don't gaslight me and try to make mockery. Oh, here we go, the calendar. Oh, and I didn't even bring up Hillel II. See, that's what you and a lot of others do instead of trying to listen and trying to glean and say, well, let me go back and see what he's talking about. Okay. And it's not fair for me or other people listening because the start of the day is Shakar and Bakar in the Hebrew, which in Strong's, it'll tell you that it's in the dawn, towards the dawn or the morning hours. He rose in the morning, early in the morning in the 4th watch before the sun rose, and it's considered a day. So that's all I'm saying, man. Just don't gaslight me and try to disrespect me like that because I'm not talking about Hillel. Go ahead, Leo.
You done? Making sure you done. Anything else? Okay, cool. So the reason I said there was a presupposition is because you already have the conclusion that the Gregorian and the Julian calendars are false. And then you believe in the Hebrew calendar. But that's where my issue, and that's why I brought up Hillel, is you use to challenge what many will believe the Hebrew calendar is today was forced to change because Hillel was forced under the Roman Empire to change these things. He was forced to. So because of that, you adhere to the true, like I would say, quote, true Hebrew calendar that you were presenting to everyone else. So then that's where I brought up Hillel, is because in your framework on why the Gregorian and why the Julian calendars are wrong, you hold to a Hebrew calendar that you have concluded is correct because Hillel changed the one that we all talk to and speak of. That's the issue. And that's kind of why I brought it up. That's why I brought up Hillel.
So, but if we were talking about the Hillel,
is there a connection?
It was not just. Yeah, but I'm not denying that I stick to that because it's true. But here's the thing. All I'm saying is my super chat was regarding the 3 days and 3 nights, which is the topic was. You want to bring up Hillel and my presupposition to gaslight me and make me look foolish, or to make me look as if I don't now. And you're going to say only you believe in. Do you know how many thousand people around the world believe that the, as far as believers, that the Julian calendar and the Gregorian calendar are false? And you just say it's just me. It's thousands and thousands of people. So no, so it's not just Brother Bruce. It's thousands of people around the globe that believe that. And all I'm saying is this: if we want to understand the resurrection and the 3 days and 3 nights, we have to eat the whole world. We have to take into account the 4 night watches. We have to have the understanding of the word for the words for the start of the day during that time, or in Scripture in Genesis, talking about in the morning, which is Bukar, and Jonah, Shakar, and even in the New Testament, at the dawn, in Mark 1 and 3, morning while still dark. Matthew 28 and 1, towards dawn. This is all talking about towards dawn, and it's still dark, the 4th watch. That's why we don't have understanding, because we don't go further. We just look at it on a surface level instead of looking into other things. So don't you just dismiss something. Oh, that's Bruce, so I'm gonna gaslight him and make him look foolish and start laughing and making mockery of me. That's all I'm saying, man. That's not fair, and it's just not. You know, just like you played Obu's thing, you know, and I didn't say, oh, because it's Abu, I'm gonna laugh, ha ha ha, it's Abu. No, Abu brought forth a video, and he narrated, and it makes sense in some points, and I agree with him, because you know, at some point, particularly, that he may not be talking about, the scripture may not be talking about a 24-hour day, like, well, he had to be in there 24 hours. No, because if he rose, if he died, if he was crucified from the 6th to the 9th hour, and he was put in the grave, that's still that same day. So he was still in the grave a day, and then the next day, and then first fruit, 3 days. Now here's the issue though. When was the first day of the week? Was it Sunday according to the Gregorian calendar, or the first day of the week according to the Hebrew calendar? That's the issue. That's why we are bumping heads. That's why there's confusion. Is it the first day of the week, which is Sunday according to the Gregorian calendar, which was changed, or was the first day of the week according to the Hebrew calendar? Do you understand what I'm saying?
What day was the first day of the week? I just come on the phone from Ella Green. What day was the first day of the week according to the Hebrew calendar? The Gregorian. I'm a little lost. In Genesis, why are we bringing that up? I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No. I brought up Genesis in there to show the words Bukar and Shakar. Okay. Those are the Hebrew days talking about. In the Bukar is morning. Shakar is in Jonah. Shakar is morning or during the day. So what was your last question,
Bruce, hold on a minute. What he's saying, Kobe, they talk somebody, because y'all don't be looking, y'all don't be looking at the screen. Berea T and Leo, doesn't Ken Johnson believe in that calendar like Bruce? He may mention, I don't know if he follow it now, but he mentioned it. We're not saying that Bruce, the calendar is make-believe. Do they follow and practice it now? Bruce said a lot of people follow and practice it right now.
He hasn't proven that.
He said the
but
people
then also,
study. But wait, I hung up on him.
No, I'm here.
Oh, you right there.
Let me go look at. Let me go see something. I might have to call Elder back. Let me go see something. Go ahead, keep going, y'all.
So
I gotta take the headphones off.
Man, I forgot my train of thought. You know I'm old. If I don't get it out, it's gone. I had to. What was
hey
I
Bruce, I'm looking
about?
I'm looking at this slide right here. So it's your first point. It says the last universally binding decision of the Great Sanhedrin appeared in 358 CE when the Hebrew calendar was abandoned. You have a link here to Wikipedia, and I'm trying to find this direct quote. You found this in
Since
Wikipedia, right?
it's there's a lot of things, but I don't, Brother Leo, I don't just use Hillel II for the changing of the calendar. He was just one of the instruments used, because you can look through what Constantine said. You can look at some of the councils and so forth, as far as making Sunday the first day of the week. And what I'm trying to get you to understand, so the first day of the week, is it according to Sunday, which is the first day of the week, Gregorian, or is the first day of the week, which is the Feast of First Fruit, which is called the first day of the week, which is after April. Well, I'm just going to put, after the high Sabbath, which was the 16th day, the first day of the week. It doesn't mean, it doesn't have to. See, here's the.
Go ahead, Bruce. Go ahead, Bruce.
So do you understand what I'm saying? So if we don't have the understanding, it's just like going back to understanding cultures at the times. If the Gregorian calendar is saying the first day of the week is Sunday, but the scripture says the first day of the week was after the Sabbath, which it does. The first day of the week was the 16th, which was the first fruit. And I can bring up other scriptures too. I just don't have it with me because I'm not on my computer. So that's all I'm saying is, don't toss what I'm saying. The first day of the week was the 16th day of first fruit. It was not describing the first day of the week as indicated or as given in the Gregorian calendar. So you have to look at the 4 night watches, and you have to understand what the day of the week is. So even the people who have previously, I used to think the same way you did. So what I'm saying is, it's a more in-depth study than just looking at it on the surface. The first day of the week was always the first day after New Moon Day or after a Sabbath. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now, if you don't believe that, then that's a different story. But on the Hebrew calendar, the first day of the week was after the New Moon Day, those who take it from the first day of the month. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, so Ryan Harris has a question for you. He says, ask Bruce, would he agree that whoever created the calendar would have to go off of the first day of the week, second day, and so on? Can we see a pattern with the calendars? You hear what he's asking, Bruce?
Say that again.
He says, ask Bruce, would he agree that whoever created the calendar would have to go off of the first day, second day, and so on? So like the different days of the week. Can we see a pattern with the calendars?
That's kind of hard. That's kind of hard to give an answer, because depending on what vantage point or what your belief is. Some people don't believe that the first day of the month, which is New Moon Day, is that. So in my belief, and a lot of others believes the first day after, for instance, I'll give you April 1st. Let's just, as an example, April 1st was New Moon Day, right? I'm just using that as an example. New Moon Day was back in biblical times was considered like it was observed like a Sabbath. So the second day was actually considered the first day of the week. So you got the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, 7 days, which would be the 8th. And then from the 8th, it will be 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, which was be the high Sabbath. And then the 16th will be the first day of the week after the Sabbath. So if you don't have...
Go ahead, because the only thing, Elder Green just called me, the only thing that scared me is if even a lot of Israelites scratching their head with Bruce. It ain't just Christians that Israelites even scratching their head with some of what you're saying.
Yeah, because because a lot of people don't have a lot of Israelites do understand and believe what I believe and see the calendar, because everybody is still going on after the Julian calendar. Look, during the time of Jesus' day, for the purposes of commerce, trading in the Roman Empire, they used the Julian calendar. But when it came down to the Lord's feast days and Sabbath, they used the Hebrew calendar. So they were working with two calendars. They used the Julian calendar because they were living under the Roman Empire, trade, spending money, and doing all that thing. But when it came down to the feast days and the Sabbath, they used the
When
Hebrew
for their
calendar.
religious feast days, so you're
And see,
saying they
Tony,
got
see,
confused. You're
say
saying
that again.
you're making it sound like they got confused and Israelites started using the Julian calendar even for the holy days. That's where the confusion came in.
No, they didn't. They.
Go ahead.
I understand. It's my belief, and I believe
There you
it
go.
wasn't. My belief, and I believe the Word of God attests to that. They did the Julian calendar because it was the Julian calendar was A through H. And when you had that screen up, I showed you the Julian calendar. Now the Hebrews didn't go by that. There was no Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. In the Julian calendar during the time when Jesus walked to earth, the Julian calendar was 8 days, was not 7 days, and it was right there, A through H. So for the purposes of commerce, trading, and living in the Roman Empire, they used the Julian calendar. But when it came down to their feast days, their Sabbath days, they're in understanding Torah, they use the calendar and clock of Yahuwah. Because you got to remember, it was prophesied that they would attempt to change times and days and years and everything, and this
Daniel
started it.
You gonna play it? You got something there, Leo? That Bruce is talking. You
We
gonna
can
play?
play. Yeah, I'm playing right here. Here we go. Get ready for it. This is literally what
Now,
Bruce is saying.
Now,
So
you quiet. This is you.
This is you, Bruce. Nobody else talking. It's you.
Gregory, and so on and so on. Continuing. All right.
Great.
Talmudic and the post-Talmudic. So y'all know anything to do with the Talmud is not biblical. It's traditions by those Pharisees that the Most High Yah blasted when he was talking about them during his walk. Okay, so the post-Talmudic, the first rested purely on observation of the moon, of the sun and the moon, and the second observer of reckoning. The third entirely on reckoning. All right, I'm moving on. So Sunday did not exist on the 8th day week of the early Julian calendar. I spoke earlier that during the time of Christ, they were using the Julian calendar, which tells us, me, you, that they used two calendars because they kept the feast days. They had the Julian calendar, which was the 8 day a week calendar. What's that? Okay. And then they had Yahuwah's calendar. Yes, it's about Constantine because Constantine rolls in from the Julian calendar. You just got to be patient, sister. See, that's people don't want to listen. Everything I'm taking it from a slow position and moving in to show my point. It's from the calendar, the new moons, and why it was changed, how it was changed, who changed it. So you got to be patient, All right. There you go. Okay. So, and that 8 day, this is the calendar under Julius Caesar. It did not go in horizontal or blocks 1 through 31. This is how the Julian calendar was, A through H. It started at A, went through H. That's the Julian calendar. Then it was modified by Pope Gregory and so on and so on. Continuing. All right.
Excuse me, Bruce, real quick. Shalom, brother. Before you jump onto Julian calendar, I just want to ask a quick question. If you don't mind, I don't want to mess up your flow.
All right, you're messing up my flow, but go ahead. I'm doing this because you're a good brother.
So, in terms of like prophecy in the Old Testament, right? And with the coming of Christ, who used the luminaries to figure out when he would come?
Who used the luminaries?
Yeah,
I would say the godly priests and so forth. Even some of the people outside of Israelite knew, just like the three wise men. I mean, I'm sorry, the three shepherd men that came, because they knew everybody went by the moon. That's why they knew the Christ was coming. Okay, and they used the calendar. Because everybody, I can pull up several sources just by Googling it and say all ancient times they used the lunar calendar for time.
Yeah, and which on
now, Pete, Bruce, I want to be genuine here. You see how you just said I can just pull up sources just from Googling it that they use these specific calendars. Now you're going to go on and show a lot of sources. Now I'm not assuming that's what you've been doing through this presentation, but you did say you can prove it just by Googling it. Mind you that.
Yeah, but in reference to that, they went by a lunar for the moon. That's what the ancient people they went by in order for it to understand it. Times and days and years, they went on a lunar. Now, the issue is some people use just the moon. Some people use the moon and the sun, and then there were those who used the sun, moon, and the stars, as stated in Genesis 1:14 through 16. All right, continue.
on that. I'm with you on that. But no, but in terms of scripture, we see what Simon in the temple had a God told him he would see the Messiah, and of Asher was a prophetess, and God spoke to her. John the Baptist was a spirit. Elizabeth was a spirit, and the angel. So was John the Baptist's father. Joseph was
chain of tradition supplanted the older priestly tradition. You can read it in Abbott 101. Phariseeism shaped the character of Jews and the life of thoughts of the Jews. Jewish Encyclopedia, 1901. Louis Finkelstein, The Pharisees, A Social Background of Faith, wrote this: Phariseeism became Talmudism, but the spirit of the ancient Pharisees survived unaltered. When the Jews studied the Talmud, he is actually repeating the argument used in the Palestinian Academy. The spirit of the Pharisees' doctrine have remained quick and vital, and that's way back in 19 something. Okay. All right. The last,
Now, Bruce, I want you to hear this part right here. This is I just went to this source, by the way. I got it on Wiki. I just want you to hear what you're just going to say on this part about the last universally binding decision.
Universally binding decision of the Great Sanhedrin appeared in 358 CE when the Hebrew calendar was abandoned. Note, and look at the references. These are all Jewish and some German authors and so forth. But no, the rabbinical Jews today are one and the same as Pharisees during the life.
Now, you just said these are different sources for this claim. Now, I'm going to ask you, how did you get that? Because I'm on the same page. This is the direct quote that you use, Bruce. Universally binding. There is no footnote to this claim. There is no footnote to this claim. Not trying to put you on the spot, but just mind you, when you referenced that in that presentation, you had sources there, but there's none for this specific claim. You know how Wikipedia is. There's footnotes associated with claims, but there is none for that one you just quoted.
Okay. So what's your question again? I'm serious. What's your question?
How did you connect this source right here, where it says the last universally binding decision? I'm not sure if you remember putting this in here, but the last universally binding decision of the Great Sanhedrin appeared in 358 CE when the Hebrew calendar was abandoned. You referenced the Wikipedia Sanhedrin as the source, and then you listed all these other books. I'm trying to see, where did you get all these other books from?
Okay. As I stated earlier, and I have to look at my entire presentation, but here's the thing. I quoted Finkelstein, and I believe it was several others who who pretty much said the same thing. So if there's other sources right there, but as far as that particular sources right now, I really can't even see it right now, even with my glasses on. But it is what it is. I stand by that presentation, because I believe Hillel II, but this was not the premise of my super chat. My premise of the super chat was the 3 days and 3 nights. And I was trying to say because of the false Julian and Gregorian calendar, because they usurp Yeshua's calendar, which makes it false. And so the reason why we have a misunderstanding of the 3 days and 3 nights, because we're using a Gregorian calendar that says Sunday, but there was no Sunday during the time of Jesus. When he got crucified, they used a Julian calendar, and on that Julian calendar was A through H. So it behooves us. It behooves us to study the calendars back then, so we can know when is the first day of the week, when a day started, and what the Hebrews back then, what and when did they observe that, and what was considered the first day of the week, because it couldn't have been Sunday. Sunday wasn't even existed. It couldn't have been Sunday because it was A through H. Now, and what I tried to convey in that presentation, that Constantine and some of the church councils, they changed the first day of the week and the Sabbath to Saturday and Sunday. So that's all I'm saying. But that it was not about Hillel when I put it in my super chat. That's a totally different subject that we can wrestle with on another day. But all I'm saying is that's the reason why we have confusion. And if you don't tackle every aspect of history and what the Hebrew culture was and what they did, and then we'll be lacking in understanding on how we can determine the first day of the week, the start of a day, the 4 night watches, and so forth. That's all.
That's fine. And this, like the next couple slides, I remember this now. You kind of get into the Julian calendar, what Constantine did to change it, and the issues with it. So you actually talk about it here. So we can get to this part now.
We see today comes from Christianity. Oh, y'all ain't gonna like that, but that's truth right there. But look at what he said about Constantine. This is one of the problems the Seventh-day Adventists and other people make. He's using a shaft as an excellent source, quoting Constantine. In 321, Constantine declared that Sunday would be the observant of the Roman day of rest. He's the ruler. He ain't ruling the church, but he's telling Rome, the people that work out in the country, y'all don't be plowing nothing in the field. He didn't mention, and nowhere can we find in no primary sources that Constantine is changing the Shabbat from Saturday to Sunday. He being the boss of the Roman Empire, he told the Romans, you country folk, not in the city, the 7-Eleven in the city can stay open, but you country folk don't work on the first day of the week. He called it a day of rest, but nowhere in no primary sources has he ever connected it with changing the Shabbat, like some of our friends would say. Go ahead, brother. I'm good. All right. I want to make sure we put that out. He, as a Roman, not forcing Christianity, he told the Roman Empire. He told the Roman Empire. Come on, Yolanda, we got to get it right. He told the Roman Empire. He was the president of the United States. He said, you country folk don't open your business on Sundays. He never connected it with the Shabbat. He never connected it with the Bible, according to Shaft and history and primary and major secondary sources. Come on, brother. We going good. Go ahead. They were waiting for.
All right. And another one. At the Council of Nicaea, the last thread was.
Now, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Now, we have to park here. Is that true, or Covey, did he want to separate? Leo, did he want to separate from the Jews?
I'll say he wanted to separate from the Jews. I would agree with that.
So you agree that he wanted, oh, there's a little mother right there. He wanted to separate from the Jews, so he wanted a distinct day, so no one was worshiping on what we would call Sunday before Constantine?
No, I wouldn't say that. There were those that were celebrating, but there were issues because people are either going to both, or the issue is people are actually considering we need to adhere to both. But
It was a
because of that,
problem. It was a problem with
correct.
people. It was a problem with believers doing both, going to church Saturday and Sunday. Or it wasn't a
Mixing
problem
and
until after the temple was destroyed, because they were going, they went daily. I hear a lot of Christians say, well, the Israelites kept going to the temple because Paul and them went to evangelize as their custom was, opening and legending that Christ must needs suffer and that this Jesus was the Christ. And so a time went on, you're saying by the 2nd, 3rd century, that the belief in Sabbath gathering for New Testament Messianic believers had fell off.
I believe so, yes.
Well,
And you can see that through different church fathers, that the mentions of those keeping those days, there were specific groups that were doing it, sects, so to speak. But yet the main line, like churches that Paul was associated with that speak it to you, see
And that
Church
was
of
the
Corinth,
most popular of
Ephesus.
them. Those, they were
Right.
not doing it.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
well, let me
And
let me say that I
Constantine just
believe.
wanted to make a universal practice, like, hey, this is what the church is doing. We got folks
Well,
out here still doing this. We're just making an established practice for what we should be doing as a universal order.
Listen what's being said,
But
because this is where the major beef is with what Mace is saying, what the Seventh-day Adventists saying, the Hebrew roots are saying, and go ahead. What Bruce finna twist up?
oh, no, I'm not twisting anything, because when I quoted that, he changed it, and it is what it is. But it was not just for foreign people, and this is why I say that, because he wrote, and I quoted his own words as recorded by historians. He says, let us have nothing to do with these odious people," referring to the Jews, and their Sabbath days and their new moons, and also Christ has shown us a different way. So he changed the way how the Jews observe the first day of the week and the Sabbath, because he went from Saturday to Sunday, and he says, and it was about the Jews and how the Jews observe those days, because he said, and if you go back, Leo, and go back where I quoted that source. So it was for the entire Roman Empire, because he's the one at Nicaea that did this, and he said, let us have nothing to do with this odious people, talking about the Israelites, the Jews.
I want Leo to read this right here to Bruce.
Okay. Jacob Emmanuel, I think if you keep Sabbath, you should do it on Saturday and go to church on Sunday. Because, yeah.
Listen here. Read it. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I messed up. Listen to this.
Yeah, he said, I think you should keep Sabbath. I think if you keep Sabbath, you should do it on Saturday and go to church on Sunday. Because if you go to church on Sabbath, you already broke the Sabbath when you started your car by kindling a fire.
I want to see what Bruce got to say to that.
I think you should keep the Sabbath, and you should do it on Saturday and then go to church on Sunday. Because if you go to church on the Sabbath, you already broke the Sabbath
by starting your engine up. If you trying to drive on Sunday, on Shabbat, talking about you keeping Sabbath and you're kindling a fire. So if you're going to stay home, and if you're going to go worship on Sunday.
Well,
unless you're like the Jews and you can walk a certain distance to a synagogue.
Well, the Julian and the Gregorian calendar is a fixed calendar. And what am I saying? So you got 30 days or 31 days. So from the 1st to the 7th day, it's always on a Saturday. It's fixed. And what I presented in that presentation is that the days of Yahuwah, it floats. So I don't believe the Sabbath day is on Saturday. It could be on a Tuesday or Wednesday. It depends on when the day of the 7th day comes. Now, if the new moon came, which is the first day of Abib, if it
Yeah, I'm gonna have
came
to call
on,
Elder Green on this.
if it came on, the 10th of April, which is a Tuesday, then it won't be on a Saturday, a Sabbath. So the Gregorian calendar is a fixed calendar, which goes against Yahuwah because it's fixed, and that's how we are misunderstanding the how to calculate when is the Sabbath. Because I don't believe that every single Saturday is the Sabbath, because it floats Hebrew calendar. It's just not a fixed day.
You see what Abu just said? He said the days of Yah float. The Sabbath could be on any day. That's Bruce endorsing a lunar Sabbath.
Yes.
Do you see an issue with that? Do you see an issue with that?
No, because if Abu is saying, based on, now me and Elder Green, we may differ on that, and he may say this, but he has his belief. I believe.
Oh, y'all definitely on that.
Yeah. And I still respect him, but I just don't believe.
I just sent you the link, Abu. I just put the link out there for you, Abu.
I just don't believe that the first the first day of the month is on the 15th or the 16th, because it's a conjunction moon phase, and then that sliver moon comes the day after. I believe, and it's in its waning phase, and so forth. So yeah, we just have a difference in it. Like I said, I didn't really want to get into the calendar thing because it's just so many tentacles that we will have to dissect. But all I'm trying to say is the reason why we have misunderstanding of the 3 days and 3 nights is because of the calendar, is because our understanding of the first day of the week and the start of the day. And that's all I was saying. But I was not bringing up Hillel II, because that's another tentacle. That's speaking of the changing, or a person's belief that the calendar was changed, or who changed it and why it was changed. So that's a totally different thing. Even though you may claim it a presupposition, but no, it's a totally different thing for us understanding the 3 days and 3 nights. And as Jonah says.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, Abu.
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, everybody can hear you.
Okay, so I'm glad Bruce clarified that. So this whole lunar Sabbath doctrine, what it holds is that, as Bruce just articulated a second ago, is that the Sabbath could fall on any day of the week. Like he said, it could be Saturday this month. Each Saturday could be the Sabbath this month, and then next month it could be each Sunday, and then the month after that it could be each Monday or something like that, right? So here's the issue, though. On a lunar Sabbath doctrine, the Sabbath falls on the 1st, the 8th, the 15th, the 22nd, and the 29th days of every month. So the Passover would necessarily be a Sabbath on that view. Now, here's the thing. That would raise the question, what Sabbath was being referred to? Because honestly, this starts to break down the whole 3 days and 3 nights polemic. Because the thing is, if Christ was put into the ground just before the Sabbath, what would that be referring to, in the gospel then? It would presumably be referring to just before Passover or a separate Sabbath. Because Passover and the Sabbath would always conjoin if the Sabbath is always the 15th day of the month. Would it not?
You talking to me, Abu?
Yeah, I'm asking you. So when it says that Christ was buried just before the Sabbath, on a lunar Sabbatarian view, the Passover and the Passover is always a Sabbath every single year, right? Because the Sabbath always falls on the 15th of the month, correct?
My view is that the 14th is considered a Sabbath, but here's the difference. The 15th is a high Sabbath. So, and the reason why you have the 15th, okay, you just stated that according to the people who believe in a lunar view, it is the 8th, 15th, 22nd, and 29th, correct? Yep. So in order for the Sabbath to be on the 8th and the 9th, then the Hebrews did not count New Moon Day as the first day. They considered the second, and I'm just giving you an example, just bear with me. They considered the second day the second day as the first day of the week. So Moon Day was celebrated, and I gave those sources in this presentation. I gave the sources that New Moon Day was celebrated like a Sabbath, so they didn't count that the first day of the week. They counted the second day as the first day of the week. Thus, you would get the Sabbath on the 8th, and then 7 more days it will be the 15th. But the 14th, the 14th is considered a Sabbath along with the 15th, and just like, and not only that, first fruit is considered a Sabbath. But I will have to bring that up now.
All right. So just to be clear, so the second day of the month is the Sabbath?
No, the second day. No. Okay. So I'm just use this as examples for clarification. We'll just say April 1st, and I'm just using this as an example. Right, April 1st is New Moon Day. Okay. You got me? Mm-hmm. For April 1st is New Moon Day. In biblical times, they observed New Moon Day like a Sabbath. Okay. And they counted New Moon, and they worshiped. It was a worship day. So they actually counted the second day as the first day of the week, which starts. So you got the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 7th, 6th, 7th, 8th, which leads you to the 8th day, which is the first Sabbath. And then the second Sabbath of the month will be the 15th, which will be the high Sabbath. And then from there, another 7 day will be the 22nd. And then another 7 day will be the 29th. But if you don't take into account the New Moon Day as observed, and that's why and the reason why I say the second day was considered the first day of the week, if you go to the 15th, right? So if you go to the 15th, brother Boo.
Yeah, I understand. I have videos on this.
Right. So if you go to the 15th, which is a high Sabbath, the scripture call the first fruit the first day of the week.
I got you.
Not because it was Sunday, but because it fell after the Sabbath.
Right, I got it. So just to be clear, so just as the 8th, the 15th of any month, the 22nd, the 29th are Sabbaths, then so too the 2nd, the 16th, the 23rd, those would be the first day of the week. Now, here's the question. When it talks about Christ going in just before the Sabbath, your position is that he went into the tomb just before the start of the 15th, correct?
Well, yeah, because here's the thing.
Right, so let's just clear this up. So the 15th is the Sabbath that Christ went into just before the start of, right? But then for him to rise on the first day, wouldn't that mean that he rose on the 16th?
Yeah, he rose on the 16th.
So then doesn't that demolish the literal 3 days and 3 nights argument if he went in just before the start of the 15th and rose on the 16th?
Okay, so if he went in on the 14th, mm-hmm. right?
Yeah.
And if he went in on the 14th, mm-hmm. In other words, you don't have to have a full 24-hour day. Mm. Okay. So mm-hmm. it depends. So here's the argument, and as it relates to theological understanding. Some folks believe that he was put in the grave on the 14th towards the evening before the start of the 15th. Then there are some who believe that he was put in the grave on the 15th. Mm-hmm. But you believe the scripture says
15th, right?
Right. But some believe that he was in the grave on the 15th based on the scriptures saying that it started in the evening. Mm-hmm. So, and that's the conundrum. But I say, Brother Boo, it's because we don't understand the start of the day. The start of the day is in the morning, except for the commands on the feast days, where it says Passover will be in the evening, Tabernacle will be in the evening. But during the week after that, I believe the start of the day, for like when Jesus rose from the dead, the day that he rose from the dead, he rose on the fourth, at the end of the fourth watch, which is dawn, Shakar Bakar, which is the morning. So people say, well, how did he, it wasn't sunlight yet, but and then he said he had already rose. He already rose because the day was considered at Shakar Bakar at the dawn. It started in the not Arab evening, but he rose Bakar during the early morning hours. And there's one scripture that says, where is that?
Just to be clear, you believe he went into the tomb just before the start of the 15th. It was at the end of the 14th, and he rose on the 16th. What I'm saying is, doesn't your view therefore contradict a requirement for a literal 3 days and 3 nights? If he went in just before the 15th and rose on the 16th, that seems like it's not even 2 full days and nights. You know, do the math on that one.
But see, if people, I understand what you're saying. But if people are saying that, if people are saying, it's just like I said earlier. If I'm born June 12th at 6 o'clock, I'm still born on that day. If something happens on this day, it doesn't mean, well, you didn't have the same 24-hour period. It doesn't mean he was still crucified on that day and he was put in the grave on that day. So it was still 3 days because he was still put in the grave on that day. And then you go into the 15th, which is the second day, and then the 16th.
But the point is, it's not a literal 3 days and 3 nights on your view. He went in at the very end of the 14th and he rose at the beginning of the 16th, correct?
I believe it's still considered a literal day just because it wasn't a full 12-hour day. I'm
just saying it's not literally 3 days and 3 nights. Like, that's the polemic against the mainstream Christian view. And now it seems your model is also adopts a view where it's not a literal 3 days and 3 nights.
24-hour period, correct?
Exactly.
Well,
breaks that.
Right. Okay. So yes, I don't believe for you to consider a day to be a full 24-hour period. If he was put in the grave, this is an example, Brother Berean. If he was put in the grave at 6 o'clock if he was put in the grave at 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock, it's still that same day. But doesn't mean he had to have a full 24-hour period. That's just my understanding. Mm-hmm. But it's still considered a day. And then you have the 15th, and then you have then you have first fruit. Hey, I got to get ready to go. So anyway, but my whole thing when I posted that super chat is our understanding of the start of the day, what was considered a morning in Hebrew, Bukar or Shakar in the Old Testament, and then what the apostles, his taught ones, said, and at the dawn. Okay, so he rose at the dawn, and then in Mark he said, while it was still dark in the morning, while it was still dark, he rose from the dead. So it's people think the morning is like when the sunrise, 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning, but no, the day starts at the dawn. So anyway,
dawn?
Yeah, the day starts at the dawn.
Saturday, Shabbat. The dawn of Saturday evening is really Sunday morning. It's the end of the Sabbath. What are you saying? Tell me what you're saying.
What I'm saying is when the scripture said people believe that it has to be like a bright sunny day. He rose up in the morning. What I'm saying, in the fourth watch, if you understand the first, second, third, and fourth watch that the Hebrews use in the fourth watch, like in Matthew 14:25, you talk about the fourth watch, and it says in the morning while it was still dark. So that's dawn.
Covey is asking, where did you learn that from? Where did you get that from?
It's in the Bible. The point about dawn, is that what he's asking?
Any part of the day, because Abu, I think Covey under the impression that you got that from the Talmud.
The Talmud? No, it's in John.
Talmud, but notice he's echoing it now. He's echoing.
No. Listen, what I'm saying, brother Abu.
Any part of a day is sufficient to satisfy the whole day.
Okay, hey, Abu, hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Okay, cool. Because I don't know my phone. I'm on my phone. It's hard to navigate. So John 8 said at the dawn. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mark 1:3-5 said in the morning while it was still dark. Matthew 28:1 talking about the different accounts. 28, and I'm not. Is it 28? Yeah, 28:1. It said towards the dawn.
Right.
Okay.
I'm with that.
All right, which lines up with the morning in the Old Testament, Bokar and Shakar, because Genesis 19 said in the morning, which is Shakar. And then you have also Matthew 14 and 25 is talking about the fourth watch, which brings forth the dawn. And then you look at Mark 16, 1 through 2, you look at Luke 24 and 1, you look at John 20. So I'm not using the Talmud, I'm using scripture.
No, I don't think you were consciously using the Talmud. What I was saying is that earlier in this discussion, there was talk about this whole requirement that Christ had to be in the tomb for literally 3 days and 3 nights. So in response to that, they presented a video I made, which showed how the Palestinian Jewish Talmud, or Talmud Yerushalmi, showed how ancient Jews in ancient Palestine understood these phrases, and it used this concept of how like any small part of this day would be sufficient to fulfill the whole day. And so what I was noting and Covey was noting is that there is a certain irony, and now that your lunar Sabbath position has been clarified, you yourself hold to a model where Christ was not in the tomb for a literal 3 days and 3 nights. And the way you got around that was to say, well, just a part of the day was sufficient to fulfill the whole of it. So even if he was only in there for the tiny bit of the end of the 14th and a little bit of the beginning of the 16th, that's sufficient to satisfy the whole thing. So what we were noting was that perhaps ironically, you wound up echoing that ancient Talmudic position.
I don't have any problem with that, because some things in the Talmud are true, but a lot of it is disgusting, especially when they talk about, Jesus and calling him a pig and all this other stuff. Does that mean everything in the Talmud, everything in the Quran is not demonic? A lot of it is truth. So, and I'm just using that example. So yeah, so just like your presentation or your video was said, it's a part, it's still considered the day. I think what we been presented by Christianity is that it has to be a full 24-hour day to be considered a day, and I just don't believe that.
No, you think
that was the polemic against the mainstream Christians?
You think that argument comes from Christianity? It got to be a full 24-hour day.
No, I'm saying most. No. I'm saying most Christians believe that it had to be a 24-hour day. For instance,
how can it be when most Christians don't push it back to Wednesday like Ryan Harris just did? Most Christians say it was Friday to Sunday, early Sunday morning. And the main argument against Orthodox Christianity from Sabbath keeping and others is that it's a 24-hour period. The math don't math. Don't put that on Christians.
No, but I mean that view came from a lot of Christians. So here's the thing: how can then people say, in light of the fact that they use the lunar solar calendar and it fluctuate? I think we're using a fixed calendar to determine it was on Friday, and that came from the church. Friday through Sunday, that came from the church. Well, it could have easily been he could have been crucified. The 14th could have landed on the 14th of Abib. I almost said Nisan. Nisan was given that month after the Babylonian captivity. But anyway, the month of Abib could have easily been at that time. It could have been it could have landed, the 14th could have landed on a Tuesday or a Monday. But the main thing is, Brother Berean, it was 3 days and 3 nights. But the church started this Friday through Sunday to make it line up with the Catholic Church and Constantine, that Sunday is the worship of the day of the resurrection. So anyway, I gotta go. I can probably
have a great day.
Jump back on and listen. Hey, you can agree to disagree. Just take in consideration what I'm saying and look into it. But a lot of people all over the world believe the same thing. It's just not me. I mean, Brother Leo. And he probably didn't mean it maliciously, but it's just not Bruce's theology. This is a lot of people believe that. Even some Hebrew Israelite groups that I'm not affiliated in, I don't agree with everything they say. They believe the same thing. So it's just not me. And there's a lot of Christians who believe that. So I'm not just on my island by myself. There's a lot of people believe that. But I got to
believe.
God bless. Have a great day.
Abu, you want to say something and getting out of here before I shift to this other thing? Because that That right there.
Yeah, I'm glad you let me on. I myself would have to go in 15 minutes anyway. But yeah, I'm glad I was able to get on and show that, because I'm familiar with the lunar Sabbatarian doctrine, and I'm familiar how it breaks down other polemics, how it undermines other polemics, because I saw that more than a decade ago, 15 years ago, or more than 15 years ago with GMS. They used to use that polemic against mainstream Christians about, the Bible says 3 days and 3 nights. It has to be a literal 3 days and 3 nights. And then they adopted a lunar Sabbath doctrine, which wound up contradicting that. So I wanted to jump on and make that clear. The lunar Sabbath doctrine breaks in half that whole polemic that, it has to be 3 days and 3 nights. And so I wanted to make that clear. It's also ironic that, many Israelites will say that the Sabbath is not on Sunday. The Sabbath is not on Sunday. The Sabbath is not that any Christians have been saying that. Very few say that, but nonetheless, that's a polemic. Like, oh, the Christians think the Sabbath's on Sunday. But then when you get these lunar Sabbatarian Israelites like Bruce, like GMS, they wind up turning it around and saying, in certain months, the Sabbath is on Sunday, and so everything reverses in on itself. And so being familiar with the lunar Sabbatarian doctrine, I felt that a lot of people in the chat might not have been catching what Bruce was saying. So I wanted to jump in and clarify that. The one other thing I'll say is Phineas, there's a person with a screen name Phineas Yasha Allah.
Yeah.
He hit on a point that I've been touching on for more than 15 years, which is that the Bible talks about what they call Shavuot, or Pentecost in the New Testament, falling 7 weeks or 49 days or 7 Sabbaths after after Passover.
Correct.
That's impossible on a lunar Sabbatarian framework.
Correct. That's excellent point that he brought. Excellent. I saw it. Mm-hmm. Excellent point.
Yep. So just want to make sure that's clear. People keep that lunar Sabbath doctrine in mind, because it shakes up a lot of these other polemics. All right. On that note, I'll have.
All right. Appreciate it. And then Leo, you can say what you want. Jed, the producer, asked a good question. He said all this arguing about this calendar and all this carrying on. Is Bruce keeping any of this? Is Bruce keeping any of this? Now back to what we were saying about Colossians. What did he say? What did he say? But fair use. Listen to this lady right here. She believes that the Israelites were Caucasians, that the Jews were Caucasians, and there's other Israelites in here arguing, and they're using the passages like Jeremiah 14:2, Job 30:30, and listen to what she has to say concerning that. Black Jew, white Jew, and the Sabbath. That's where we are right now.
Because I think a lot of times with like systematic theology, a concept makes sense when it's, put over multiple books. So Jeremiah 14:2 is talking about the city of Jerusalem and the inhabitants of Judah, right? So let's start there. So Jeremiah 14, the word of the Lord that came to Jeremiah concerning the dearth. The topic is the dearth.
Jeremiah 14:2, where Brother Lee at? Where Russell Higgins at? Type of one if you do believe that explains to us that Judah's black. Judah mourneth and is black unto the ground. Remember, for the last 8 years, we've been saying if your doctrine only works in the King James Bible, it's a very good chance your doctrine's not correct. A lot of people, because their doctrine only works in the King James Bible, they're King James only. So the white man try to give you the ESV, the CSV, and those other Bibles, because that's part of conspiracy. They want to hide who we are. They know who we are, so they got to change the words from the King James Bible. So they're King James only. A lot of camps are King James only. Fair use.
Right. And if you don't know what a dearth is, it's a famine. It's a misfortunate time. It's not good to have no food and no water. It is very sad. Judah is mourning because of the dearth. The topic is the dearth. Judah mourneth, and the gates thereof languish. They are black unto the ground. Well, what's black? The gates are black. The gates have been burned to the city. That means that it's easy to enter. Right? It has nothing to do with skin tone.
Leo, are you there?
It has nothing to do with skin tone. You want me to explain Jeremiah 14:2? Here it goes.
Do me
and
a
the
favor.
cry of Jerusalem is gone
Jeremiah
up,
14
and their nobles have sent their little.
Let's read that in the ESV, the CSV, and some other versions, because Nathaniel, a lot of people, I'm talking about big camps. This is very, very popular to say Judah mourneth and is black unto the ground. I can prove to you that Judah is black. I am black but calmly. Songs 101:5. Job 30:30. My skin is black up, and so many other passages. So maybe we can look at Jeremiah 14 in the ESV, the CSV, RSV, or something else. Because this is to the point it's embarrassing right now. But nobody is saying, because we say that don't mean that, nobody coming here talking about we're arguing for a blue-eyed, blonde-haired Jesus. We're not doing that. We're just saying that passage is not describing what physical Judah looks like. Somebody else went in the comment section. They said, well, you doing all of that breaking down and that context, why don't you go break down Acts 13:1? Because it's at Simeon or Simon, who was called Niger. And people use that to mean that all of the church of Antioch were Israelites and all of the church of Antioch were black people. We've been over this over and over again. That was King Solomon talking? Or you mean that wasn't King Solomon talking? Let's look at a couple of versions. Go ahead, Leo. I'll mute myself.
So what verses you look at? Jeremiah 14:1, right?
2, 3. Yeah, 2 and 3.
2 and 3. So all right. So we got the ESV right here. We got the CSB, KJV, and then NASB. So 2 and 3. So let's read the ESV. All right, let me make it a little bigger for everybody. Let's do this. I'm trying to make my screen better so everybody can see it. Okay, so let's read. Judah mourneth, and her gates languish. Her people lament on the ground, and cry of Jerusalem goes up. That's ESV. Her nobles send their servants for water, and they come to Samaritans. They find no water. They return with their vessels empty. They are ashamed and confounded and cover their heads. All right, that's ESV. So it just says Judah mourneth and her gates languish. No mention of black in the ESV. CSB, Judah mourneth, her city gates languish. Her people are on the ground in mourning. Jerusalem's cry rises up.
And remember, mourning was connected with blackness and sackcloth and ashes. But we'll keep going, because this could be the white man trying to hide something. That's the conspiracy. They're trying to hide it, and the Bible is plain that Judah's black, and these are the top 3 or 4 scriptures that's always used when we hear Israelites in America speak and attempt to prove.
Then we can go to Judah mourneth, and this is KJV, and I just got the 1900 one with the Apocrypha, but it really doesn't change much here. Judah mourneth, and the gates thereof languish. They are black unto the ground. And the
And
cry
that's what Nathaniel read. Who is the they? The gates or Judah, the people? The blackness described the gates, or the people are black people in skin? Why would it talk about mourning than to go to the description of the ethnic people and what they look like describing them? But let's keep going.
So this is NASB. It says, Judah mourns and her gates languish. They sit on the ground in mourning, and the cry of Jerusalem has ascended. So there's 3 different versions right there. And these are some of the most used ones as well. And only one here.
Phineas Israel. He ain't trying to lift up a European Jesus.
Wow.
He said, I lean to the gates are black. And it seemed like a good bit of other translators that's what they lean to also. Go ahead. You want to read one last one, or we'll jump back to the video and see what her next verse is?
Oh, we can bring up one more. Let's bring up the New King James. I know some people like New King James. We read it at Pastor Mike Church.
It looks like the gates are on. Yes, it does look like that. Yes.
All right, New King James. So it says, Judah mourns and her gates languish. They mourn for the land, and the cry of Jerusalem has gone up. So this is actually more different. It's different than the KJV. It doesn't mention black at all.
The word black's not even in there at all. Yes, Covey, maybe. Covey may, yeah. He said, yeah. Come on, Covey. I hate when people do this, but it's not a joke. I laugh, but what's the difference between a verb and an adjective? And might as well throw a noun in there too. Bring up the Tanakh for this guy so we can figure something out. Yeah,
Oh,
Finney is
God.
different. He is Israel, but he's different. That's how I'm gonna have to go with Ella Green. Everybody, we can't put them all like red letter them. We can't put everybody on the same level just because they say in Israel. We just can't we can't do it. There's some people that they gonna see this thing for what it is. I tell you that is beautiful truth, boy. I felt like coming through that phone and choking that sister last night. She wanted to try to clean up the strip spot. I'm like, boy, I'm good. I'm good. This religion ain't got me like that. But go ahead. What's the difference, Covey, being he brought it up? All right. A verb is an action word. Adjective describes a noun. A noun is a person, place, or thing. Some people would be like, I know grown people, 100 grown people not in here, haven't explained that to know. Maybe sometime this is what has to be done. All right, let me share this right here. You
let me read the Tanakh real quick. So
yeah, I forgot before they say.
It says Judah is mourning. It says Judah is mourning. Her sediments languish. Men are bowed to the ground. And the outcry of Jerusalem rises. No mention of black in the Tanakh there.
All right, you heard that? All right, let me go back to the sister and see what she's gonna do with the rest of these passages here. Just listen to this. Let's just hear her out.
Little ones to the waters, they came to the pits and found no water. They returned with their vessels empty. They were ashamed and confounded and covered their heads. This is a chapter on mourning, right? Judah mourneth because there's a dearth. Famine is one of the curses of being disobedient to God. And let's do a word study on black. It has nothing to do with skin. It's kadar, and has everything to do with a black smoke, right? It has to do with burning a gate. It has to do with being destitute of light, incapable of reflecting.
Connection with the gate,
There's no
like
hope
Phineas
here.
said.
The color of soot or coal, so like ashes, right? This is having to do nothing with skin tone and everything to do with a status, and the status is famine and mourning. So it's having to do with the gates are burned to the ground and they're ashed because of it. That's all that has to do with. Now, again, because there's a weird thing going on where people don't understand how to read in context, we're just going to do a word study on black and see how often that word.
She said it's a weird thing because she got a lot of Israelites in her conversation. They ain't playing with her. She likes getting talking about Israel was white, and you know, she might be like Timothy 10 with Dura Europa, and those are light-skinned pictures, and folk feel some type of way for real. She said there's something going on with reading in context. She ain't gonna say it like, I'm gonna use the R word. I'm like, you folk running around here, they act like they ain't got no sense. The short bus, and all that stuff. And it is mean because you can't be mean and you can't bully people. You can't be mean to people. We're living in a world where we're trying to respect everybody. Now y'all run around here talking about fat back. You can't do none of that no more. We can't use the N-word and small helmet and short bus. And we gotta be respectful and be nice to people, everybody. Fair use.
Is used in relation to some kind of catastrophic, unfortunate, depressing event, because it happens a lot in the word. Okay, so we just type in black, and this one in Leviticus has to do with figuring out about leprosy, right? So the plague of the skull has to do with leprosy, and if there's no black hair in it, right, that's how you know or don't know. Same thing in Leviticus 13. Black with clouds and wind and a great rain just means there's a storm coming, right? That just has to do with the colors of the pavement. Okay, here we go. Job 30:30. My skin is black upon me and my bones are burned with heat. What he's saying here is, of course, that and we can go there to read it in context, but what he's saying here is he's suffering. This is suffering, right? He's suffering, and it's Job 30. So we know just from looking at this one line, we're going to go there though, because I don't like to take things too much out of context. Job 30, he's very much suffering by this point in his book. So his skin is black upon me and his bones are burned with heat has nothing to do with his actual skin tone and everything to do about his current status. And you'll find topically, it's the same thing. Job 30 Now they are younger. Now they that are younger than me have in me derision, right? People are mocking him, whose fathers I would have disdained have set the dogs with my flock. People that I would have never dealt with are in charge of my flock. Yeah, whereto might the strength of their hands profit me, in whom old age has perished, right? He's older and he's perishing. This is a mourning. He's mourning. For want and famine, they were solitary, fleeing into the wilderness in former time, desolate and waste, right? What we're seeing here is, again, a very lamentation-based argument. They abhor me, right? They flee from me. So he's talking about this entire chapter. It's going to keep continuing. Terrors are turned upon me. They pursue my soul. He is perishing, right? He is lamenting. My soul is poured out upon me. The days of affliction have taken hold upon me. My bones are pierced in me. What he's talking about is how miserable he is. So when we get to my skin is black upon me, he's talking about how miserable he is. It's not having to do with the fact that his skin tone is black. It has to do with the fact that he isn't suffering. My harp has turned to mourning, right? It's this.
Okay, go to that now and let's read that. You see that, Son Powers? You agree with that? I think he said she was being sarcastic. No, the sons of fools mock him. Now they teach people into these people. Maybe that's a side conversation. Son Power, Job 30:30. Leo, you have Job 30:30?
Yep, there you go.
First,
right there.
read
So
it in King James Bible, Job 30:30.
All right, I'm reading from
Nathaniel and Nathaniel, everybody, ISUPK, I hear them use this. GMS, they use this to prove that Judah is black, that Israel is black. They'll go to Job. Go ahead.
King James Version, it says, my skin is black upon me, and my bones are burned with heat. That's King James Version. Now let's go to New King James. It says, my skin grows black and falls from me. My bones burn with fever. So your skin is actually growing black and it falls from me. So your skin actually falls from
black. My skin been black since I came out the womb. And it ain't falling from me. But we'll see the passages that they use to prove blackness. Keep going.
Let's go to this Tanakh version. It's the JPS Tanakh version. It says, my
excellent
skin.
point. And the mere fact that they said Job was, no, them folk don't want Job to be Edomite. Job was a black Israelite. The commentators lied. Go ahead, Leo.
So it says, this is JPS Tanakh version. It says, my skin is black and falleth from me.
Rotten off. Dead and rotten off.
And my bones are burnt with heat. So that's the Tanakh version. It's even though it speaks of my skin is black, it says it's fallen from me. Not
speaking of decaying, some deteriorating.
Correct. All right, CSB, it says, my skin blackens and flakes off, and my bones burn with fever.
All sounds mourning, all sounds like sickness, all sounds like decay. It don't sound like I'm black and I'm proud. It don't sound like they're saying that at all. If anybody see anything different, please help us. Help the slow people. Well, there's nobody really slow, but we're here to help each other. Okay, you want to read one more?
Yeah, I got one more. ESV.
Thank you.
Yeah, ESV says, my skin turns black. My skin turns black and falls from me, and my bones burn with heat. Like you said, rotting off is speaking to not the current state, but their skin actually becomes black and actually speaks to a condition that has happened.
Well, Son Power, you saying yes, a condition of oppression? What the, oh man, I can't even do nothing with these people.
A condition of oppression? Oh, okay. Let's do this real quick. I like the somebody mentioned it earlier. So let's go to Septuagint. So this is Septuagint. It says, this is the Lexham English Septuagint. So this is the English version based off the Sweat translation. And man, my skin has been darkened greatly, and my bones from burning heat.
So and we can see from the context that Job was sick. The whole beginning of Job, Satan said, God, he just ain't gonna curse you because you protect him. But if you take your hand of protection, Father God, help us. Strength,
And I'm
Lord,
not,
and your wisdom. Thank
and
you,
we're not
God.
hiding nothing. We're looking at all the translations right here. We're
And we
using a
got
Tanakh
to,
version.
because we don't want anybody, because so many people feel it's a conspiracy. Others, a few feel it's reading comprehension, but Eurocentric Christianity got y'all reading it the wrong way.
Where the Israelites at? I don't see nobody talking really outside of red letter.
No, Phineas talking. No, Phineas, like he said, Phineas. I'm seeing him talking.
Well, Phineas
Red
agree.
letter talking.
Phineas
I've seen
agree.
Israel talking, but the Israel talking. And there was regular ones that rocks with us anyway.
Where
They
God's
don't
son
speak.
in them
And
at?
Phineas used to have a runner camp, half camp, lead camp.
Okay, there we go. Phineas. Where God's son in them at though? Where God's son, Russell Higgins? Where they at?
You said, yo, I hate you ignorant like Al said. Al like, yo, these folk getting ignorant, and their ignorance is increasing, they getting bold. We looking for certain people. Oh, my stomach hurting. Fair use. All right, let's go back to her. Let's just keep going. Now remember, we ain't no blue-eyed Santa and blue-eyed, we not doing that, but we just seeing what the sister's saying. Let's just hear out.
This idea that all of his joy has turned to sadness, which is the same concept in Jeremiah 14. They are in mourning. They are in famine. They are without. I went mourning, right? Like, this is what we're seeing. Destruction. So a lot of times when we see this reference of blackness, it has nothing to do with skin tone and everything to do with an emotional state. But let's continue on. Okay, Proverbs 7 is just talking about the black of night. We already know. I've talked about Song 1, I am black but calmly, look not upon me because I'm black. This again has to do with status of being out in the sun and being poor. This, I am black but calmly, what this means is just because I am darkened in my skin tone because of all the work I've done, I'm still pretty. I'm still attractive. Calmly is to be attractive, right? And so it's looked at as a bad thing and in a becoming manner, right? I'm still calmly. I'm still becoming. I'm still attractive. So blackness has nothing even here to do too much with skin tone, natural skin tone, but everything to do with a state of being. The sun has looked upon me because she's been out in the fields working. And she's saying, I know it's not good that I'm dark skinned because I'm poor and I'm working out in the fields, but I'm still attractive, so don't judge me on it. And this is just the black hair. This again having to do with.
Okay, Leo, you got that in Song of Song?
Yeah, let's bring that up now. Let's bring it up now.
1 and 5. Let's just see. Curtis Lee, talk to us. What's going on here? What do you think?
Let's go 1 and 5. Let's go. All right. We have it right here.
Sabbath class. We got to bring something back. I don't care if it ain't Sunday school. I don't care if we call it Wednesday night class, Shabbat class. We got to do something. She said that was a lot. Curtis Lee said that was a lot. Let me put a link out there. Basic grammar class doctrine. Lord. When you want to believe something.
Yep,
Go
so
ahead.
KJV.
We may need to take our time because I see who was that? Somebody else said, Macchial said, now, all right, read that. Let's take our time. What we gonna read it from the Jewish what?
He said, now there will be a major difference with the songs of
at 1 and
Solomon.
5 in the Jewish and what? Tell us what version you want us to pull up. We got to look at this together. Nobody hide nothing. Who ain't cutting no checks over here? Nobody hide. We all want to examine it. What Kobe said. If that's talking 1 to 5, he's on that. Yep, he's on that other stuff. And let him kiss me with the kisses of the mouth. But most Israelites that I meet say that's Solomon talking, and Solomon saying he's black. Matter of fact, let me get out. Let me get somebody. I think I got some clips. Somebody can send me some clips of that. Nathaniel is saying it. I can prove Solomon was black. The Israelites are black, and they go to that passage. But it's somebody saying, "Let me kiss me with the kisses of his mouth." Boy, I don't want that to be Solomon. Not that I don't want Solomon to be black that bad that I'm going to make him into the LGBT community. I'm not going to do it. Go ahead, Leo.
All right, so KJV says, I am black but calmly, O ye daughters of Jerusalem, as the tents of Kedar and as the curtains of Solomon.
Somebody
Now,
said the
this is
tents of Kedar. They sent me a whole long article. They said if you read it, the tents of Kedar were black.
Jesus.
I said, brother, I don't care. That's the problem, because you don't want to see. Because I don't understand how the tents of Kedar really being black means that Solomon was black. I don't see the connection. But go ahead.
Let's go to the JPS Tanakh. It says, I am black, but calmly, O ye daughters of Jerusalem, as the tents of Kedar, as the curtains of Solomon. So those two are almost identical.
He's saying, Macchial's saying that the rabbis have translated that to mean that Solomon talking about God. So you connect that with Daniel, that God is a black man on the throne, Macchial. Berean TV, that part is poetic, and Solomon talking about God. So you're saying that it is Solomon talking? The rabbis are saying it is Solomon talking? Let him kiss me, and he means let God kiss him? I want to park here. I don't want to go nowhere. Because they're always saying that we work, we Freemasons, we Illuminati, we Eurocentric Christianity, we the Jesuits, the Black Pope, whatever it is we want to say what you're saying, man. Let me put the link out here so Mac, y'all could jump up on here and show us exactly what he's saying, because nobody words could be, this is in the presence of 100 people. So nobody words can, what do you mean? What's going on here?
You see what Bruce said?
I didn't want to know more nonsense Bruce talking about.
It's interesting. So like right here, so Septuagint, English Septuagint says, and I am black and beautiful, daughters of Israel, like the tents of Kedar and the leather curtains of Solomon. Now you see with the leather, I know a lot of people default goes to black leather. So I thought that was interesting there. But then if you go to CSB, it says daughters of
saying it is their faces, Father.
Yeah, this is wild. This is
Paul
wild.
Red Sea, Kobe, look at this.
Let's go to it real quick.
We got a part right here. Bruce saying it is their faces.
We'll come
their
back to
vestige is blacker than coal. They are not known in the streets. Their skin cleaveth to their bones. It is withereth. It is become like stack. Vintage means face appearance. Lamentation. So it is saying that they have black faces. Type of one, Bruce. I don't want to believe that this, but
let's go to I'm right here. KJV. Their vestige is blacker than coal. They are not known in the streets. Their skin cleaveth to their bones, and it is withered and has become like a stick. Now, JPS Tanakh. So Tanakh is pretty much the exact same. So both of those are the same, except the shriveled part. Let's go to the Lexham English Septuagint. It says their
faces are black. That's what Bruce is saying. In light of Job and everything else we just read. Yep, that's what's happening here. Y'all
so
see
ESV agrees with him to a degree.
Why
ESV,
am I
but
at Bruce interpretation.
ESV says now their face is blacker than a shoot. They are not recognized in the streets. Hold up.
That mean they look like me?
Different. And they look different too.
Thank you. And then it connects with what the white girl was saying in the TikTok, because it all have to do with Job and Lamb. And he said, Phineas ain't even an Israelite. Phineas lying to me. Phineas said even the book Lamentation, what the word lamentation mean to laminate? What does the word even mean? It means mourning. It's connected with mourning. He said, what does Father God in the blood, in the name of
y'all see verse 7. They said read verse 7. I'm gonna read in KJV. Her Nazarites were purer than snow. They were whiter than milk. They were more ruddy in body than rubies. Their polishing was of sapphire. Now this seems like very poetic language and descriptive meanings here.
Leo want to challenge you. I might as well go to the portal in Denmark and see the people jumping up and down and waving in the camera. Let's go to the portal in Denmark. The guy's rapping. Let's go to the guy, 8 million views. Let's go to the guy spinning around. He put a hammock on the bus. I hope that was Chicago and not New York. He was on the bus. He put a hammock, and the bus driver said, "I'm not driving," and he started spinning the hammock around. Sad part is they serious. What in the God's green earth?
This is bad. They're saying that this the
Yo,
princes were white.
yo, hold on. J-Way, what's good?
What's going on, Beran?
You want to say something on there?
Yeah, this is Mac y'all on the screen. You know, they had to go through another thing because
Yeah.
What's up, Mac y'all?
What's going on?
What's
What's going on? What's going on, Leo? So the reason why I said this was going to be a little bit different because in the King James
I remember
version,
you emailed me a few months back or a few weeks back about this, but I'll be right back. But go ahead, keep going.
All right. So in the King James version, it says, "I am black but comely, don't look upon me because the sun has darkened my skin." But when you go on the Tanakh version, it's a little bit different. Now they say, "Though I am black with sin, I am comely with virtue." Now, when you read in the commentary where they have it, they're saying that this is actually Solomon speaking, but he's speaking as a woman because he's talking about the love of God. So listen, when he says, "Let him kiss me with the kisses of his mouth," and I'm just doing that verbatim, it's talking about God's love towards Solomon, not that it's a woman. And I can bring that to you guys whenever, but I have it in the book, so I could just like copy it and like take a picture and send it to you.
What book are you talking about? What book?
So
are you
this isn't a
talking
Tanakh.
about?
It has a Tanakh with commentary with different sages and rabbis with their commentary. So
okay,
it's on the right side, it's in Hebrew, which I can't read. The left side is in English, and then it has the commentary below it.
Okay, so let's do this real quick. I have one. So let's see if I can pull it up real quick. Hold on one second. I should be just populating. Sorry, I hate going in it this way. Yeah, so I'll pull up the Tanakh now. Search, there we go. And all dang it, there we go. So you saying it's a commentary that says this?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go back. Actually, I'll do it this way. Sorry. Taking all day. All right, Tanakh, you said, and it's for. Do you know the name of it? Because I have Tanakh, the Holy Scriptures, Jewish Publication Society. What's the name?
I got a couple of different versions, but the one I'm reading out of right now is the Stone Edition. So, like when it says verse 1, it says Israel addresses God as a woman addressing her beloved husband and compares her to sheep as she contends that the exile is too difficult to her. And I can't read that right there.
You read it on your cell phone?
And becoming to him. So that's one of the commentary. So it breaks it down verse by verse.
Okay. So let's do this. So I have the Complete Jewish Study Bible up, and it has some commentary on a few of this. So it doesn't have it specifically on this verse though. So that's interesting. So let's do this. I'll just highlight this study real quick. Passage guide. So we're gonna try to see if I have anything specific on this one. Just want to just give more context to see if there's one. All right, so I have one here. It speaks to, this is the JPS Bible commentary for the Tanakh version, and this is saying for verses 5 and 6. It says this unit has two parts. It's under confession and a query. Opens with a woman addressing the daughters of Jerusalem, telling them that she is dark but comely, like the tents and pavilions. She bids them not to despise her for this, since she is sunburnt from long hours in the vineyard. The imagery thus shifts to her present condition and appearance, self-conscious or her vestige. That's what Bruce was talking about. She blames her brothers and exclaims that she is not yet tended her own vineyard. And then it jumps to verse 6. So it's saying it's a woman, though, in this commentary. JPS is a Jewish Publishing Society.
Yeah, but get the Stone edition, and there's one other edition that they have. I can't recall it right off the top, but I'll get it for you. They both also, and it's coming from 4 different sources. They're all saying that it's speaking about Solomon or Israel.
Wait, this is Solomon talking.
Correct.
And these are commentaries saying this.
Yes.
This is the Stone edition.
Correct.
Oh, so this is commentary. This is not even the words of the Lord of the living God in the Bible.
No, this is sages and rabbis commenting on the verses. So they break down each verse.
Bruce, don't come up. Bruce, what do you want? Bruce,
do you have any
talking? What you gonna come on here for? To tell us about Lamentation?
Do you have any do they list any names of the rabbis that are listed there?
Let me go in the front of the book. Hold on.
While he doing that, what you want, Bruce?
I want Leo to bring up the Hebrew word for visage.
So Leo, it's the Art Scroll series, and they said that.
Oh, gotcha.
Rabbi, couple of different rabbis, Rabbi Nassam Sherman, Rabbi Yaakov Blender, Rabbi Avi Gold, Rabbi Meir Zakowicz. So there's quite a few different ones.
Oh, that's the Revelation 2 and 9 and 3 and 9 people. Them ain't y'all. Kobe said, why is he reading that edition made by the people, by the people y'all consider fake?
I always read different sources, Kobe, so that doesn't matter because I got to get context of what I'm reading. So I read multiple.
Even from the synagogue.
Of course. I would not read it, what they have to say. The beef for me is in one verse in the King James Version, it says, don't look upon me because the sun that's darkened my skin. But they're saying that that's not the sun. They're saying it's sin. So it's a big difference there.
Go ahead, Bruce. Whilst he doing that, you read the Talmud too? Kobe asking. You talking to you, Jay Way?
Yeah, I have.
He said he got the Talmud too. Well.
And I also have the Zohar too.
The book of well.
Yeah, I got the Zohar. I bought that also.
So you want the Shekinah? You like the glory, the Shekinah? You think? So you believe in the divine feminine, the Holy Spirit too?
I just bought the book, friend. Honestly, I believe in all of it. I just, when I want information on something, I go buy the book.
Oh man, my hands are full. Go ahead, Bruce.
Hey, I want Leo to bring up the Lamentations 8 and look up the word visage in the Hebrew.
Hey, yo,
and
you see how they do us? Bruce said he want Leo to look up. Leo, you got to do it because you'll be hiding it. This would be proof you work for them folk. So visage means that their faces are black. Bruce, have you been listening?
Well, yeah, that's their faces are black. Visage means face, appearance. So I want Leo to bring that up.
Okay, go ahead, Leo. I mute myself. What's good with you, Curtis Lee? Then I guess you behind them.
I got it. What translation you want? I got 5
Well,
translations.
go to the #1 translation in the world of King James, then you can go to the other. But I want you to bring what I want you to bring up is the meaning of the word in Hebrew and in Greek as far as face and face or appearance, because that's what visage means. If you would, please.
Okay. It says KJV, their visage is blacker than a coal. They are not known in the streets. Their skin cleaveth to their bones. It is withered. It has become like a stick. So you want us to look up that word visage?
Yeah, and look it up in the Hebrew, look it up in the Greek. And give me all the definitions that they list.
Why all?
You're gonna pick the one you like.
Range.
No. I just want it for everybody to see, because what we're saying, we're not just want to be the visage people or the black people. It's just that's what the Bible says. If visage is their appearance,
is that describing what they really look, or the state that they were going in sackcloth and ashes and bones deteriorating? Is that a description of healthy Israel, or is Job, is Lamentation, is all of the states of mourning? Judah mourneth and is black unto the ground. Is that speaking to mourning? and connected with blackness. Yeah, this is Terrence Jones. Y'all get this why people mock me. And Bruce, dead serious.
Dead serious.
Yeah, but I just contend visage is describing their appearance, their face, black.
What?
So I'm looking here. I'm trying to get to the word. So you said black. So let's go to. Let me do this. So I'm trying to get to that Greek word there. I mean Hebrew word. That's what you want. So let's do this.
Yeah, I want a Hebrew word, and I want what they say about the appearance. It doesn't say the face or appearance, because if they're talking about face or appearance, then we're just not running off at the mouth. Lamentations say describing the Israelites are black. But continue. Go ahead and look.
Okay, so let's do this. And then go to power lookup real quick. Sorry. So I have the interlinear here. Oh no, I can't do it for this version. Let's do this. NSB, same one. Lamentations 4:8. And then appearance interlinear.
And I want to hear if Curtis Lee thinks that these passages mean Israelites are black people based on all the passages we've been reading.
Copy. Let's go here. Sorry,
because
I'm
it's
trying
been
to
right
get
in the Bible, and this is what the church has been. The churches haven't been teaching you all this. The pastors haven't been teaching. I thank God they haven't been.
I'm gonna have to get Colby on here because Colby more he could bring it up like that. You too slow. But go ahead, bro.
You think Colby gonna come on here and deal?
No, I think
So
Colby
what you
will bring
want?
it up faster because he's struggling.
So I got it right here. So I'm using different translations. So what you saying? So you said you want the first one? So you're saying you want let's get the context of it. So you're talking Lamentations. So this one is talking about their aspect or their vestige. Where so it's talking specifically of instead of I mean, I don't know if you like this definition. It's speaking of the appearance of a man, of a woman, the form. It's not really super
Appearance.
specific on
If somebody say what
appearance, form, appearance and form.
Just give him something that he'll fish with anything. Just throw some words out there.
Appearance and form. Appearance and form. And then also here, and it's saying of a so specifically where you're looking for, it says a form. So form.
Appearance
Form
means if their visage was black, they're talking about their appearance. So but there's other. I wish I was at home so I could bring it up where it says face, appearance.
But it's I mean, you're going with a bunch of different definitions. Like that's where you're gonna try to go to, like, because like right here, I'm looking at the this lexicon is saying form, appearance, handsome, resembling. You just went for a bunch. You want the semantic range to where you can just find one that you like.
Read verse 7. Met said. Freddie Jackson said, "No, I mean Israelites are white people. Boy, y'all a mess. I know."
Yeah, like I said, like
y'all not even ashamed. Y'all not even ashamed. Folk listening to y'all.
Bruce, we just read verse 7 earlier, and you know what verse 7 says, right? The one right before that.
Yeah, I read that, but
here the Israelites go. These Israelites we looking for. Burger Time said, "Read them all. Quit stalling."
No,
it says her. It's a female, like it's saying here in the lexicon, saying a form of a woman. That's what it's speaking to. And I'm
no. It says their visage were blacker there. Like just talking about people.
But I'm reading verse 7. I'm reading verse 7 specifically because it gives more context. Her concentrated ones were purer than white. Now, if you want, I can go to a better version that you may like, the Tanakh. If you want to, I can.
Rewind. Selected purer than white. What was it saying?
Yeah, so let's go to the Tanakh real quick. I know y'all like this one. So verse 7, it says, her princes were purer than white.
Oh, Father.
They were whiter than milk. They were more ruddy in body than rubies. Their polishing was of sapphire. Now to Bruce's verse 8, their vestige is blacker than coal.
So what does white and black mean here?
That's not talking about the appearance of the skin. That's talking about something else. What I'm trying to get you. Listen what I'm saying. Now you know whiter than snow. Ain't nobody white, not even white people ain't whiter than snow. You
So
know,
you
white people are not whiter than snow, so they're not talking about that.
White, Father God, in the name of
So
Jesus.
what I'm saying is, only thing I'm saying is visage
white
means
describes purity, but black, what? So if white is describing purity, God's son, why can't black describe destruction or mourning? Using your logic, God's son.
Okay, what I'm saying is visage clearly means face or appearance. But
it doesn't say clearly. It doesn't clearly in the definition. It says
appearance. Form. Appearance don't mean clearly. That's what he's talking about.
But you asked me to go to the Hebrew, and it says
yeah. But I find it interesting that you're struggling to bring up, you know, the Septuagint, the Hebrew definitions. When I'm at home, I can just pull it up and it says face and appearance.
But what do you mean?
He don't really want to do it because he's stalling because he don't want the truth to come out?
Yes.
No, he literally asked me to go to the Hebrew. I went to the Hebrew to find it. You're saying looking for a Septuagint definition. How do you find a Septuagint definition?
Listen, right, because sometimes in the Septuagint, they have the equivalent of...
Oh, you mean translation. You mean translation, not definition.
Okay. Translation.
The translation says it says their appearance was dark beyond a shoot.
Okay.
Right there.
And even if you look at ruddy, like I told everybody before, ruddy means dark. If you look at a ruddy jewel, it's black. It's not white as snow.
But why are you skipping to that where it says their skin had been stiffened up their bones? What is happening because of their skin? Why is their skin being shriveled up? It's speaking of the condition of their skin. Not necessarily, they've been black this whole time. No, it's actually an appearance that actually has happened because something has occurred, even prophetic, within poetic language, speaking to their condition changing. But then, like you said, that's why they said look to verse 7, because it said the princes, in one specific translation, saying that they were purer than white.
Right. So if they were purer than white. All I'm saying is, listen, common sense know any white folks when the sun beaming down there in Africa, you know they would not be blacker than coal. So they're talking about the appearance of their skin. They're talking about their face. They're talking about their legs. That's what they are. And even when the sun beaming down on them, no matter what, a white person's appearance or face would not be blacker than coal. But scripture shows that. I'm bringing up this scripture to show you.
We're not arguing for white people. That girl
believes
that. We believe there's people that look like Bin Laden. We believe that this has nothing to do with color at all. The people aren't describing them. And none of these passages that we're reading, they're all lamentation. Job, the book of Lamentation, they're all grieving.
Yes, but visage means the appearance, blacker than coal, just like the Hebrew, because they couldn't distinguish them from Egyptians, so they were.
Bruce, I have
they
the
were black.
definitions up here, right here. I have all the lexicons I have in my actual setup right now. It says the BDB for appearance. It says outline, form. Now for the Greek it says form, a beautiful form, beautiful. For the DBL Hebrew, it says appearance. That's one. Now you're saying the NASB dictionary says outline, form. Another one says figure, appearance. You asked me to go through all of them, so I'm going through. This is what you want to do. But the one of most, at least the most, I would say, like the highest regard and respect is the BDB that I have. It says outline or form. Now the Greek translation of Septuagint says appearance. But yet that's where you're focusing on solely. Even context, it gives more credence to other people's appearances through poetic language, and is actually utilizing other terms to speak to their countenance in terms of what they are appearing and the effect that is happening to them. Not necessarily, they black. This is showing that they black.
Read that, yes. Read that right there. Read that right there. We got to get on to Brother Cursley. I don't know how much time he got.
He says, Abu says, if Bruce isn't going to explain the transition from milk and snow to coal in a consistent way, I honestly don't see a point. I agree with that.
Verse 7, that milky part.
It's right there. It literally says, and I can go to another translation that Bruce Bible. Let's go to the Tanakh version. You can see it easier. It says, her princes were purer than white.
This is a mess.
They were whiter than milk.
Purer than, and that's what white Anglo-Saxon, white Jews use that. White British Israelism used that. Go ahead, most excellent. I don't know whether we put the microphone or not. I'm going to ask you. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, I'm driving, but Abu just brought out a great point. The transition in the text is obvious. So if we're not going to interpret that text as more of like metaphorical, they were white and pure as snow, but now they're dark
That
as snow.
verse is metaphorical. Verse 7 is, but verse 8 isn't. How does that happen?
Well, maybe what's happening is that, you know, people talk about they were black and turned white. Maybe before the Babylonian destruction, they were white, and then that oppression that they were talking about earlier, the oppression caused them to turn black. And so then when they go into Europe and they're not being oppressed, they just turn back white to their original color. Maybe that's what's happened.
That might be.
Hey, Matt, I know you don't believe that, man. Yeah,
Well, if
that's why.
you want me to take the passage literally, Bruce, I mean, I would be forced to that conclusion because the passage says they were white as snow.
All I'm saying is, when it says visage, it's the appearance was black and cold, and their skin was ruddy. Ruddy means dark brown or black. It's telling you what they're talking about. And so when you take into account all the other scriptures that's talking about black and black, this one is to me, this one seals it when he's talking about their visage, their appearance, their face were blacker than coal, and their skin was ruddy, and ruddy means black. I know people want to change ruddy to be olive skin or like some Arab person, you know, but no, I'm sorry. Visage means black. Visage means what blacker than coal, like the Egyptian. They couldn't understand. They couldn't distinguish, even Paul, they couldn't distinguish him, calling him an Egyptian. They called Moses, they thought he was an Egyptian because they had the same color. Their visage was black as coal.
What is
okay? That's all I wanted to bring out. Okay,
Thank
because
you, brother. Appreciate you, brother. Come on, brother Lee, you there? You're unmuted, but I don't hear you.
Yeah, your mute's not connected.
All right, let me finish playing this sister. Watch. He may have to go out and come back in. How much time you have, Leo?
I gotta go get my kid about 10 minutes.
Okay.
Being hurt, right? So for this shall the earth mourn and the heavens above be black. Mourning and blackness go hand in hand in the Bible, and it has nothing to do with skin tone, right? When it's called, when the word black shows up, it has nothing to do with skin tone. For the hurt of the daughter of my people, am I hurt? I am black. Astonishment hath taken hold on me, right? It's not skin tone. So the people who are trying to argue because it says I am black, it's the same equivalent of when someone says I'm blue right now. It's like I'm sad, I'm blue, or I'm green with envy. We use color symbolism to describe emotional states. That's all that is happening in Jeremiah 14 verse 2. And honestly, what happens in a lot of the Bible. I just showed you Jeremiah 4 and Jeremiah 8. And I'm going to keep showing you because I would like at least someone to get it, even if you don't. But my larger point is you're putting skin tone, racial blackness in a text where that's not what's being talked about. What's being talked about when it said I am black is that I am in a state of mourning because of some bad thing that has happened, right? Now, I am not equating being black to being bad. So please don't misquote me because that's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is this is not about being black. It has nothing to do with being black. So if the Israelites are Caucasians, has no relevance to Jeremiah 14 verse 2 is my larger point. The blackness there is not in relation to melanin or like skin tone blackness. So it also has nothing to do with skin tone whiteness. It's irrelevant. This argument, this point is absolutely erroneous, has nothing to do with anything. You're misreading the context completely. I'm going to keep going to show you what I mean. Again, Judah mourneth, the gates thereof languish. We already talked about that. That's Jeremiah 14. But again, pay attention. Our skin was black like an oven because of the terrible famine. This is because of mourning. It's not saying anything about skin tone. And so basically, then we get into some of the war-based stuff. In Zechariah, Matthew, it has to do with, well, so this has to do with war, right? And this has to do with war, the black horse. And then this has to do with mourning. Black is sackcloth of hair. Sackcloth has to do with mourning. So again, there. And then with Matthew, neither shall they swear by their head, because thou can't make one hair white or black, has to do with being, it has to do with the ability to create. So that's not having to do with the case study from the Old Testament. But other than that, Lamentations, Jeremiah, Song, Job, they are talking about mourning, a mourning state. And that's why they say I am black. It is not a racial discussion. So please stop.
Any scholar will tell you that right there. No scholar worth their weight. You got plenty of Israelites in here not even saying, nah, this ain't that. Come on, Lee. And then where Israel Grace go to? Israel Grace said she's reaching, but he going to Acts 13 in the church of and Simeon, Simon, who was Niger, what's his name, who was Niger, to prove that all
Simeon.
Israelites are black from Acts 13, 1 and 2. Certain prophets and teachers in the church of Antioch to prove all Israel is black. The majority of scriptures that Nathaniel and them used, Judah mourneth, Job 30:30, Jeremiah 14:2. That ain't nothing. Go ahead, Brother Lee. And then we'll shut it down. We'll pick it back up later on. But she didn't gave them that work. And I'm not even lifting up a European Jesus. But in this context, all that mourning and blackness don't have to do nothing to do with the color of Judah. I promise y'all, that other dude on his channel is arguing better in his book. If you're going to trace blackness and skin color, you're going to run through Genesis and do it differently. There's a way to do it, but this ain't that. This is pure silliness. Go ahead, brother.
Grace and peace. Now I was going to just speak on as far as the sickness and mourning and all that stuff. What I was going to say was, I'm not into the skin color, all that stuff. I'm beyond that. But I will say this: we do know the original Israelite was brown people, whether whether they're black or white, whatever, right? But when you go to the mourning and sickness and stuff like that, I have experienced people in my family was once light skinned, and because they got sick, right? Whether it was cancer
and stuff, get dark. They become dark with all the chemo and everything.
Yeah, chemo and all that. It turned their skin dark. Right, they was darker than they originally was, right, and they don't look the same because of the stuff they're going through, how their body is changing on them, right. So when you look at Job, I can see that in my family, right, all the sickness that he's going through, right. As far as Psalms, that was a black woman, I believe. Well, I'm not black, but
you mean the Song of Solomon?
Yeah, Song of Solomon. I mean, that's one, the Song of Solomon.
So is it proper for Nathaniel to say that that's Solomon talking and call himself a black man when Nathaniel does? I have Nathaniel on video preaching on the corner himself.
Well,
and he tell them return to that scripture. Is that I am black but comely? Is that Solomon talking, or is that a girl talking about Solomon?
I think it's a woman. I'm not qualified to answer that. I think it's a woman myself, but I think it was a melanated woman who's speaking of herself. But it hurts me because when people is coming out and say, well, some of us is Jewish and stuff. I just seen a video the other day where a man got arrested because he said he was a Jew. It was a black guy in UK, right? He said, I'm a Jew. He got arrested. And I don't get, people say, well, we know it's black Jew, but when somebody say it, now it's anti-Semitic. Now it's something wrong, right?
There's never something wrong. Jews been terrorized all over the planet. Black Jews, white Jews been terrorized. The church said that they was poisoned. Europe, they said it was poison in the wells. They was murdering them. Jews of every color.
Yeah, no,
they get murdered. They did the white Jews trying to sterilize the black ones.
Listen,
I don't understand. It ain't just black Jews being terrorized.
No, I'm not
terrorized or killed.
It's I know that. I think Jews is all color and all melanin, right? But I think what the problem is, like, when you hear people what she was saying, when you hear people like Kobe be broad brushed a whole lot, and that's, I mean, totally disrespectful, right? And he don't want nobody broad brush him, but
Kobe a Jew, how he be broad brush? He a Jew.
What I'm saying is this. Listen what I'm saying. Like, he make comments like this. Well, we know by scientific papers the Jews was J markers. Man, you don't know that. That's somebody's opinion. That's somebody's hypothesis. That's what they going with right now, but that don't mean it's true, right? So you can have that opinion, but when he come out and just be totally disrespectful to people like he the smartest person in the world, dude, you lack wisdom. Be humble. People will listen to you more. We know you smart. We know you intelligent. We're not taking that away from you. But when you attack people all the time because you super smart, man, you know that drives people away from you, right? But what I'm saying is, I think more people is more on the defense now, because when they say, man, maybe I am this, maybe because I can look into this. Don't nobody say nothing about, like the video I sent you the other day, right?
Which one? I got so many videos. I know you sent me some with your family from before. Which one? He said, you got to understand, black people haven't been terrorized according to this channel. That's what make me block people.
No. I'm not.
I'm not talking about you. I'm reading something else. I'm doing block. Just let him ride. He moving in ignorance right now. This channel don't say black people ain't been terrorized. No, I gotta block him. I can't let this go. Eric don't feel right. Let me get him out of here.
Leo, like Leo, he's very smart. Dunim is very smart, most excellent, very smart. I love them brothers. How they come. Kobe, very smart, right? But I just think because sometimes we are so blinded, and because what the camps done in recent times, when anybody bring up anything, our brains shut down. I try to be unbiased on both sides, right? I try my best to be unbiased. That's why I listen people out. Some things I say, okay, I believe that. Sometimes I say, no, I don't go with that, right? But as far as the sickness, I believe that I ain't never seen, if that's not a metaphor, I ain't never seen a white person. I'm not saying they was white. I'm just saying if people say they was white, I've never seen a white person turn black when they was sickness or they going through mourning. It could be a metaphor, but they talk about is really physical appearance. I never saw it. I have saw black people. I have saw light-skinned black people turn very dark because of their illness, and that's the only thing I wanted to say.
So currently, if you were to see a white person turn black, what would that do for your narrative?
Well, I don't have a narrative. I'm just speaking.
No, you say you've never seen that. So if you do see that, then what changes?
Nothing. I mean, like I say, I think Jews come in all shape and forms. It wouldn't change nothing. If they came out today and said Jesus was white, okay. It don't move.
No, I didn't say Jesus was white. Why? Because brother, you jump to Jesus white. I'm saying if you have a white person who does turn black from the disease or sickness, what would that change? And you say there's no narrative, but you jump to saying that. Well, I'm not saying Jesus is white. Why you jump to that? We'll just focus on that single point about are there white people who turn black from sickness or disease?
Oh, okay. So because I don't want to get misconstrued like I'm fighting for a certain color, a certain race. I'm just saying that I don't care. I don't try to fight for that, right? Because at the end of the day, we're all going to have to be accountable for our sin, whether we are real Jews or Gentiles, however. So I don't really get into that fight. The only reason why I speak on it is because it's so many people trying to tear down without really saying, okay, maybe when rabbis say, yeah, it's a possibility, right? We would say, no, it's not a possibility most time, right? We say, oh, it's black Jews, but just not the Negro. Oh, if it is the Negro, it's only a small percentage, right? And I don't know how can we come up with any percentage, because we don't even know. Okay, this is my stance. I'm gonna just tell you where this is my opinion, my stance, what I see, right? I can be 100% wrong. I think, again, I said it before, the mixed multitude is JT, maybe R, and E. The reason why I say that is wherever E markers is mostly J markers. I mean, it's mostly E marker and J markers always around each other. During periods of time, so when E marker got mostly ran off, right? But if you go into Africa, right, you see J markers, you see E1B1B, E1B1B, I mean A, and other E markers. You see R markers all together, right? Some small number, you see the D marker in Nigeria, right? So my opinion is one of them is bloodline and the other is Israel because they took up the covenant. They get the same blessings, same curses, right? And anybody that come afterwards to want to be part of that covenant, they get the same blessings too. And if they get into that covenant, they get the same curses. That's my stance.
Yeah, but courtesy with population size, you see, you don't see some. We read a source that said the Jews in Portugal and Spain, the Sephardic Jews can't show who they go back to. They can't show they go back to Jacob, right? None of them. So we have to go with how people identify. Population size for Jews in West Africa, how big are they?
It all depends, who do you think is a Jew, right?
They have groups that identify themselves, the Dahomey Jews, the Igbo Jews. Not all Igbo claim to be Jews.
I mean,
the population sizes are smaller than the greater populace. But there's a narrative that said the entire tribe are Jews. But they're a group that identify, but they're folks, no, I'm not a Jew.
Right.
There are those that claim to be, but it's not the entirety of the tribe.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
You want to pull your screen up, Dunamis, or you driving?
I want to pull my screen up. I want to show Bruce in scripture real quick.
Right. Hey, let me say one thing. I got to get back to work. But
no, you got it. Go ahead. Take your time, bro.
Okay, Dunamis, I agree with you on this sense, but let's use common sense right here, right? If Jews was ran out, just say the ones that got away, right? And they was hiding their identity, because I read some stuff on Mali, but I'm not gonna get on that right now. But they was hiding their identity because they were scared to be prosecuted. Just say the ones that got away and was hiding among these other groups of people, right? And they weren't claiming that because they didn't want to get prosecuted and they didn't want to be killed, right? And during the generation, more and more they got farther away from it, more they got into other religion, other what I want to say, into other stuff. I'm just using that because I lost my train of thought, right? Just like right now, we in America, right? This say some of us is Israel, right? I'm not saying all of us is Israel, but this say some. We don't have the slightest idea because we was not taught that. We was ripped from that, right? Some people say, well, people knew, okay, fine, but most people didn't know, right? Just like Brother Berean said, well, I knew about Hebrew Israelites for the longest. I knew about the black preachers talk about black stuff in the Bible, stuff like that. It where I'm from, man, that's rare. I can't name one church in where I'm from that was speaking on certain things, but that it could be many of the things that we overlook and reason why people have not touched on these things, right? Like, I don't know, man. I just
like what? No. Speak on it. Like what exactly? You got to be. You like what?
Okay, so let's go by let's speak on Spain and Portugal, right? Now let's say they was attacking, black Jews and white Jews, right? Spanish Jews, right? And some of the Jews turned on the other Jews, but the other Jews,
white ones like Covey turned on the black ones like
because them black ones too, because we got bad people in every race. So I can't just say what's the white Jews changing. It could have been the black Jews changing too. You see right now, people say like they super hard, but soon they get in that interrogation room, they telling them they whole
when they own black, their own people.
They own people, the people they grew up with. So it ain't nothing new under the sun.
So
right?
So while there's anti-Semitism going on in Iberia, they said we really want to get rid of them black Jews, but y'all white Jews are cool.
Yeah, so I think with that, I think it was more the white ones probably trying to save their own life and didn't want no parts of it. They got pressured. And some of the black ones did the same thing to save their own life. It was, probably start working with them people to round up the other ones, and some of the other ones escaped into North Africa, farther down South Africa, and they was hiding. Said, no, we're not them people. No, we're not them people, right? It could be numerous things. So we always say everything is concrete, everything cut and slice. We can't say that because we don't know what happened in history for real. We just all trying to figure it out. So when Black people trying to figure their identity, what get me upset at is first thing when somebody brings something out and somebody that's intelligent like a Zion Lex or somebody, right, brings something out, we can't use him. You know, other people, they say, well, you don't know Hebrew. What Hebrew got to do with the topic, right? We behind hundreds of years of figuring this out, right? So it seems like instead of helping us, not this panel right here, right, but instead of helping people try to figure it out, we steady fighting. And I see it on all levels. I see this on the top level, on the bottom level. When it comes to Black folks, we are trying to tear our heads off. And I just don't understand it. I just don't get it. It's frustrating.
So in West, going with your narrative, right? How do we know that the Black Jews in West Africa, after being betrayed by the white Jews, then sell the Black Africans into slavery to save themselves?
And they stayed over there?
Yeah.
Say that again. You broke up.
How do we know that the Black Jews, go with your narrative, the Black Jews that were betrayed by the white Jews didn't sell out the Black Africans to save themselves?
Oh, they could have did all that. I'm not disagreeing with none of that.
So that means, and then with that, there were no Jews that came on the slave trade.
No, but they're going back to the curses. Remember the whole fight we had about the curses? First, and they said that's one of the signs.
So, but if one of the signs is your brother will have an ought against you, are we saying the white Jews are brothers having an ought against the Black Jews, and that the white Jews part of the curses as well?
I think some of the white Jews went through the curses right now. I think some of them is suffering in it right now. It don't say how, when, and how it's gonna happen. I think, whether they white, Hispanic, or Asian, whatever. I think all of us, if we are Israel, is suffering some of these curses. The ones, and some of them reaping some blessings. I'm not in God's mind how He works, so I don't even try to figure that out. I let God do what He do. Right, I just try my best to take care of my part, right? But I would just say this. Listen, man, I love you, brothers. I learned a lot from y'all, right? I just wish y'all would really help each other get through this, because we don't want to be condemned for condemning our brothers, right? I know I don't. I would not fight with none of y'all. If y'all say something bad to me, man, all right, cool, fine. I'm not gonna argue with you, right? Because I know I know we fighting against principality and spirits, right? That's trying to divide us, trying to get us to hate each other, right? This don't got nothing to do with salvation, because most people that's on this panel believe in Jesus Christ, right? But some people in this panel are just trying to figure it out. Even though with Bruce, I agree, Bruce, maybe 20% of the time, but he's still my brother, right? But we so busy trying to tear each other down, and this is a Christian channel. Okay, we can tear down the information and say, okay, brother, I found this is where you wrong at, right? And have other sources, not just one source or two sources. The brother say, okay, I got 10 sources right here, right? We bring up one source and say, my source is right, your source is wrong with your 10 sources, but I got one or two sources. Just like the other day, somebody, I think it was Leo, brought up pictures of Jews and stuff like that, right? Look, European and stuff like that. I'm like, brother, this other source, they show them that they brown, they Black. So is we can't just go with our narrative. We're gonna stick on truth. Let's speak on truth, right? Wherever it lead us to, that's what it is. That's how I feel. I'm sorry for holding up y'all too long.
No, I appreciate you. I appreciate you, brother. Go ahead, do. Or you want me to play this thing first? No matter what, I'm taking the laptop outside with me. Go ahead.
All right, now you can play it first, Brian, but I just want to show Bruce some, Brian, we always talk about Acts 13, right?
Yes.
Acts 13 comes after Acts 10, right?
Correct.
In Acts 10, who's brought into the fold?
The Gentiles, we believe, Cornelius' house, family, and friends.
The Gentiles, right?
Yeah.
What's the time difference between Acts 10 and Acts 13?
A few years.
A few years.
So by the time the 15th chapter came up, there were a good bit of Gentiles. People were just coming in the kingdom.
So when Acts 13, Antioch is predominantly a what church?
Gentile.
So why they run to a prominently Gentile church after the Gentiles are let in, talking about Simeon the Black? Brian, we talked about Negro as a common name in the Roman Empire.
Yes.
Is it possible that Simeon the Black?
No, they can't have none of it. They can't have none of it.
Because
a good bit of the people that were there that were leaders, like Paul and Barnabas, because the Israelites were saved first, so a good bit of the elders were Israelites. So that make the congregation Israelites, and that make all of them. That would have to be the description of everybody.
Right? Okay. Well, Brian, in Acts 6 becomes before Acts 10, right?
Yeah, Cornelius was of the Italian band.
Yeah, and so now Acts 6 would have to be Jews, right? Israelites, right?
Correct.
All right. Now here go Bruce in this chapter. This is where they're picking the deacons. And they were pleased the whole multitude. They chose Stephen, a man full of faith and the Holy Ghost, and Philip, Phosphorus, and Nicanor, Timon, Parmenas, and Nicholas, a proselyte of Antioch. That's Bruce right there, the convert. Go ahead, Bruce.
You better shut your mouth. You better leave Bruce alone.
Oh, but where's he a proselyte of? Of Antioch.
Antioch, that's right there. The word's right there.
Wow. So, I believe, is it possible, Brian?
Look at Bruce. You got Bruce going there. Don't make Bruce. Oh,
Bruce said, hold on.
Don't make Bruce click that. Don't do what. And then you come to aggravate certain people, it seems like.
I just want Bruce to explain his blackness, if it's amongst Israel, amongst the Gentiles, or he just one of them converts trying to slide in. Trying to steal.
You already know, no matter what, Bruce is not a convert. Covey a convert. That's where the whole fight started. That Covey don't want to be a convert, but Bruce know for sure he original. And he ain't a convert or nothing. Nobody in Africa. Matter of fact, yeah, let me ask Bruce. Anybody in Africa was converts, Bruce? Anybody dark skinned? Or all dark skinned people are not converts? Let me play some of this before they out there. They better be doing something. They better be doing something for me. No, I ain't gonna get to that yet. Let me jump to this right here. Listen to this, Bruce. Listen to this right here, Bruce. Fair use. Let me see if this volume up. A belief does not mean I hate a group of people. Listen to this, Bruce. She believed the 12 tribes are European. Israelites are Europeans.
Okay, so this is just a PSA because I'm noticing something really weird in my comments, and I just want to make the point that just because I believe one thing, i.e., I think that the 12 tribes are Caucasian, does not automatically infer that I hate anybody else. And this is a weird thing that keeps happening. Like, please stop telling me I hate people. I don't. Okay? Like, I got a lot of people in my comments trying to tell me how I feel about, like, a group of people. And it's like, what is wrong with you? Like, no, I don't feel that way at all. It's bizarre. Now, I want this channel to be about biblical concepts, one of which, of course, is the 12 tribes. And a subsect of that is what color they might be. Now, I will just put it here so that we're all aware. I don't actually care what color anybody is, because this is a spiritual war right now. Yeshua Messiah already died so that we could all come close to God. Okay.
So why she believe? Hold on. Listen, what I mean is there a video site that explains what Berean TV about the racial identity of Jews? No, there's not. No, sirree, Bob. You won't find one. I got Jewish brothers and sisters of many, what some would call ethnic backgrounds. Some converts, some believe that they're original. No, I don't have nothing specific on anything. I don't believe the 12 tribes chart. Don't come over here with that garbage. I don't know if you want a Dante Adrians. Don't come over here with that garbage. Nothing to see over here. Fair use. Shout out to Dr. Brown. Shout out to the rabbis.
Skin color is about the least.
Shout out to my peeps on 47th Street.
Body is very unimportant.
Shout out to everybody made mind of these medical
now, again,
my mama
retired note. This is
40
a personal
years.
Note.
God
not
bless
a biblical.
them Jews.
This is just me and what I'm
seeing
and my own apprehensions of being labeled in ways that are just not fact. Right? So there's a false equivalency happening where people think, well, if she believes the 12 tribes are white, then she must automatically hate some other race of people. That's not true. Okay, that's the falsehood. That's a lie. That's a straight up lie. I can tell you it's a lie because I'm the source and I know myself and I don't hate anybody. And there's just a lot of like weird negativity coming in on that. And I don't want it. Like, that's not what we're here for. We are here for the Bible, for the truth, for the word. And unfortunately, the Bible says woefully little on race.
The Bible says woefully little on race. The Bible says through one blood. But I'll bring something else up too, because people, we got to let the people talk in. We got to let them talk. But let's finish it out.
It really does, right? Like, it really says woefully little. And I think a lot of people try to like read a lot into when the language of black and white are there. And it's like, yeah, that's not even what they're talking about. It says woefully little on race. In fact, I wish it said more, because then we wouldn't have erroneous, stupid arguments that I think are both erroneous and stupid. I don't care. I don't care. Okay, I got bigger things to worry about, i.e. the Antichrist is coming and most people aren't aware, i.e. the rapture is coming and not coming and people think it is, right? The rapture is a lie. People don't like that, you know? And so...
But she believes that the European... Let me just go.
On the order of importance for end time prophecy, skin color ain't up there. I don't give a shit. Okay. Fact of the matter is, I don't care. But again, this is what people don't understand. How can you have a belief and not have a care? It's not hard, right? Like, it's not that difficult. Like, I believe, based on what I've studied, that the 12 tribes are white, but I do not care anyway. I have zero care if they are or not, because we'll find out when Yeshua comes back. So
she believed from what she studied. The Bible don't speak that much on race, but she believed from what she studied that the 12 tribes are white. Could it be some Herbert Armstrong? Oh, some Herbert Armstrong up in there. Some lore about Jeremiah and his secretary and the princess going to Europe and living in Europe.
These questions are going to get answered. So I don't worry too much about it. They'll get answered. What I do worry about is people taking the mark of the beast because I didn't do my job to explain it well. Yeah, that's a problem. You know, what I do worry about is me being held accountable for things that I coulda, shoulda, woulda said, and I didn't say them because I don't even want to show up to my TikTok because it's ridiculous. And I don't even want to have these nonsensical conversations. Like, what the hell? But I will show up.
No, real quick.
For those of you who actually have eyes to hear it. Eyes to see.
Find that video. Did Dr. Michael Brown say the Jews were black? Or is this a blatant lie? Did Dr. Brown say the Jews were black? I'll bring up where he said that they were boxed where they were neither white nor black. You know, the original Jews were not white. Show me where Dr. Brown said the Jews were black. It's people like this.
Now,
where did show me, somebody give me that video right now where Dr. Brown said the Jews were black. Go ahead, Dunamis.
No, and real quick, on this channel, when we talk about black success, what we talk about more, black success or black trauma, and the things that have been done over the past 400 years and so?
Mostly what we ride is trauma.
So I'm lying.
Specializing trauma. Now he's saying what color is boxwood? Automatically he's making boxwood. Father God, I can't make this up.
Yeah. Yeah. And so now I'm gonna just line some videos up for. So now because they're supposed to talk about how with the horror industry is based on a lot of black trauma, but do we want to? Let's be honest. Would we like to see a Cosby Show revived, or more that speaks to the trauma that black people go through? But and it's just a side question out of nowhere. Just putting things together. Can we pull Lamentations 4:7 for pre-Babylonian, especially the color of Israel? And so it's kind of like, do we put ourselves into a cycle? Let me. I got to be lined up. We talking about something.
Good, you got that, yo. Whatever your screen is up. Good, your screen.
Yeah. Let me break down. Fair use. Fair use.
Last week, headstones were toppled at a Jewish cemetery in St. Louis, Missouri. Police are investigating a slew of bomb threats targeting Jewish community centers all across the country today.
I was just ice skating in New York City. Two Israel hater anti-Semites, pro-Hamas. They both just said free Palestine.
You came over to me on the ice in Bryant Park and harassed me with free Palestine.
I said free Palestine. I gave you a fist bump, and you don't want to.
Jews will not replace us! Jews will not replace us!
No! They want our people dead! They want us killed!
And so part of it,
They want us dead!
So that girl's tears are for sure real, as is her fear. But if you look more closely at the signs that she's interpreting to be a call for the death of her people, you'll see that they have nothing to do with the eradication of Jews. But she genuinely believes that the pro-Palestinian protesters are anti-Semitic. And there are many people like her who believe that anyone who stands up for the rights of Palestinians, the rights of Palestinians to self-determination, is being anti-Semitic. Even Jews who are standing up for Palestinians are accused of being anti-Semitic.
I'm called anti-Semitic because I'm against Israel's treatment of Palestinians. But those shut down debate. And whether it be comedy or discussion or anything else, if we don't have the wherewithal to meet each other with what's reality, then how do we move forward?
And like John Stewart says, projecting anti-Semitism onto the Palestinian cause is a refusal to look at reality. And it's a refusal to investigate why are people in support of Palestine. It's like pretending that all those people who are asking for a ceasefire, who are asking for the bombing to stop, for food and aid to reach Palestinians, these are all just simply bigots who hate Jews. There was actually a group of Jewish students who took shelter in a library in New York.
This video shows a group of Jewish students standing in the Cooper Union Library as other students chant "Free Palestine" outside locked doors and hold up signs outside the glass.
It was tense. People were nervous. People were nervous.
Cry me a river. Oh, cry me a river.
Sorry, I couldn't help but get sassy over there. But jokes aside, the fear that these young Jewish students are experiencing is actually very real. Their nervous system is hyper-vigilant as it looks out for threats against them as Jewish people.
Whether it's true or not isn't the issue. That's the feeling in that community. And if you don't understand that that's where it's coming from, then you can't deal with it. And if the point of all this is then to heal people, the only way to heal a wound is to open it up.
And as painful as it is to open that wound, we need to do it. We need to look at why someone's nervous system would be so shocked that they see anti-Semitism where it isn't. So if we are to open that wound, is this the unresolved trauma of the Holocaust being passed down from generation to generation?
Now, I'm going to pause it right here. I always support the converts. You know what I'm saying? Bloodline, but the converts get knocked down a lot. So I'm going to put, doing the Bible says, the visage is black and ruddy. Ruddy black. So it's black and black to the skin. Lamentations 4 and 8. In addition, Israel created Hamas. It's all a scam, false flag. Hamas is of Israel. Well, Bruce, can I ask you this, brother? So I'm gonna wait. Because as we're talking about real and imagined trauma, right? With anti-Semitism, from what y'all have seen for the comment section, right? Is it more real, more imagined? There's real anti-Semitism. right? But is it more real, more imagined? Especially when you see what the Israelites want to talk about. What the Israelites going to say. Is anti-Semitism more real, more imagined? Oh. Don't be amiss. If they hate Jews, quite a lot of imagination play. It's imagined for some, real for others. Rephrase the question. With a lot of anti-Semitism, we've seen the news and the media, right? They have the HR 6090 bill going out. Does that stem from more real anti-Semitism or more imagined anti-Semitism? A lot of it's imagined. Have you seen the skits on TikTok? Y'all seen skits on TikTok? Okay. I'm going to pause this right here. Right? Let me see if I can get... And then you notice how he goes to the Holocaust, right? I'm going to play this video right here to juxtapose.
We haven't addressed.
Hold on. Let me
address the trauma from 400 years.
Slavery. Can you imagine the depression?
And the pouring on of indescribable hate,
Hold on.
So I begin to get silenced and I stop talking. I begin to withdraw, and that's not me at all.
Over the last few months, Darnisha Weary of Edmonds started noticing a shift in her personality. Even as she seemed busy and driven, protesting for racial justice, opening up a new business, a coffee shop, she realized she was living a muted version of herself. She was suffering from racism.
I was experiencing some serious racism, overt racism in the workplace. I received some pretty nasty emails with monkeys in them. I was called some pretty nasty names.
Weary worked at a white nonprofit where racist emails intensified. It was too much to bear.
I ended up having a cardiac episode and had to be rushed to the hospital. They thought I was having a heart attack. I went through all these tests, right? And then it came down to it was stress related. It was stress caused. It was caused by stress. And I didn't realize that this pandemic and this racial uprising was affecting me in such a way.
What Darnisha Weary is talking about is racial trauma. It's even got a scientific name, race-based traumatic stress, RBTS. According to Mental Health America, it's a mental and emotional injury caused by encounters with racial bias, ethnic discrimination, racism, and hate crimes.
It's unique in the fact that with racial trauma, it's constantly happening. It's ongoing. Whereas with PTSD, typically it's a singular event.
Ashley McGirt is a mental health therapist who specializes in racial trauma, a concept scientists have studied for more than 20 years, but is now gaining more attention.
We know that it exists by the way that Black and brown bodies respond. Currently, Black and brown bodies are experiencing chronic stress-related illnesses at disproportionate rates. We are dying at disproportionate rates, and we can attribute that a lot to racism because, we have more strokes, high blood pressure, chronic heart failure, a lot of these things that are attributed to stress.
Experts say.
Okay, as we're going through this, we're going to take it slow. Is the issue with hypertension, I think high blood pressure is the same, high cholesterol, stress. Texas chick, yo, Texas chick, chill. When she say brown, I would say in this instance, it's more so there's an intersection between because they're Black Jews, but more so just ADOS. Not talking about because she's Israel, that kind of stuff. More so just being black, but so for instance, let's not put black on being Israel, just being black in general. But now, a lot of stuff is economic. Shanjiko, break that down, bro. What do you mean by a lot of disease stuff is economic? So is this high cholesterol, high blood pressure, the stress, strokes, right? Is that from racism solely, or is there other factors that are going on? Are there preventative factors that we can do to deal with those things? And I thought it was all obesity. Who knew it was racism causing heart attack? Gia, chill. We're going to get somewhere. You don't put that last comment. All right, let's hear it. There are a lot of factors that contribute, right? But I just want to, as we're talking about anti-Semitism, real and imagined, right? All the elements, trauma. I guess real and imagined. Is there a real threat or is it an imagined threat? With racism, is there a real threat or are they imagined threats? Can we get to that? In racism, are they imagined threats? Like with anti-Semitism? Bruce?
Hey, Dumas. How you doing?
What's going on, my brother from Antioch?
So your question is anti-Semitism a real threat?
Real or is it, Bruce? There's you do agree there is real anti-Semitism?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, well, what about the trauma? What about the trauma of the Palestinians since the 1948? See, here's the thing, Donomus, and bear with me. I'm gonna be short. Israel. In 1987, Hamas was created because of the first Palestinian Intifada. And what they did because of the Yasser Arafat, and they wanted to undermine Yasser Arafat. So they tried to divide the PLO. So Sheikh Yassin was more secular and trying to divide the secular against the religious. And they funded schools, clubs, mosques, and so on. And even Arafat said that Hamas was created by Israel. Yitzhak Rabin, who's a prime minister himself, said it was a failure Arab. And another general, Yitzhak Segev, said he helped finance the movement for Hamas. So that was a miscalculation on them. So they created the trauma that now they're regretting because they wanted to undermine Yasser Arafat, from the Palestinian Liberation Organization. And even Colonel David Hackman, who was in the military affairs in Gaza, who worked for the State Department in the 1980s, said Israel's sin was to support Yassin. It was all done by Israel. They created a lot of it. But why did they do it? Because they kept committing trauma on the Palestinians. And so what we see now as a result, Hamas was created by Israel, and they try to undermine them, and they have their agents on there. So even David Long of the State Department under Ronald Reagan said that he thought Israel was playing with fire when they created it. And now that monster came to fruition. That monster turned into fanatics, but Israel created, and I venture to say they still have some implanted spies inside Hamas that started that October 7th thing because they wanted that Gaza Strip and Rafah for the sake of getting that oil in Gaza. So yeah, the trauma is from Israel and the Palestinians, but one cannot deny that Israel started this because they wanted to cause so much trauma on the Palestinians. Palestinians are receiving a lot more trauma at this point than what the current Israelis are.
No, okay, so Bruce, let me ask you this question, right? I hear what you're saying with that, right? So, man, bro, this a lot. So with Israel building the walls, right, between Palestine and whatnot, Gaza, West Strip, was that reasonable to deal with the threat of certain Palestinians?
Going back when? From the initial statehood?
Yeah.
In 1948?
Yeah.
Well, Israel have the right to protect themselves, but at the same time, we have to understand the history of this whole thing, and we have to understand that when the United Nations gave them statehood, it was under the guise of a two-state solution, which Israel never really wanted. They said it in writing for the sake of, landing their feet and getting their feet in Israel to trot upon the land. But ever since they got maps. They have maps showing where was the Palestinian, their land, and Israel, their land, when they first came into existence in 1948, and it has shrunk. They're just pushing them out and pushing them out and pushing them out and taking that because they want the Palestinians totally out. And like I said, in 1987, when they created Hamas under the first Palestinian Intifada, under the PLO, trying to divide the Palestinian Liberation Organization under Yasser Arafat and bringing in Sheikh Yassin, who was totally, that's their fault, but they knew what they were doing. Wicked.
So Bruce, when a black person gets pulled over by a police officer, what trauma does that do? Is it more real or imagined?
For African Americans.
So remember, you're an officer. If I get pulled over by Bruce, should I be in fear for my life as African American?
Well, here's the thing: the history of this country, going back to the slave catchers and where the police came from, and the hatred and the killings and the murders that police officers had visited on particularly black people, but some other melanated people like Latinos and Asians, they have had some trouble, but nothing compares how. Look, just the last couple of weeks, how they shot that Air Force guy. He come to the door and that guy blasts him 7 times. Bam, 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 bam. Because they those police officers don't have a respect, don't believe we are human, and they have no respect for the black man. And it is justified, and there is trauma, and it's a legitimate cause for us to be afraid, because I experienced it, my neighbors and my family experienced, and countless people across the United States. So the trauma is real, and the murdering and the killing as well for these wicked racists, and some of those black officers who have became into the police force, that they think it's okay just because they got the blue or the brown on.
So let me just play this video real quick, right? I want to know your thoughts on this. Fair use. And Sanko praise, I got a video lined up. So we watch that next. Because I was talking about white Jews, black Jews. Just want to call real or imagined. Real or imagined. Anti-Semitism, racism, real or imagined.
Home of basketball star LeBron James was vandalized overnight. Now, police say it was a hate crime. KCON9's Dave Lopez live in Brentwood. He's got new details on that investigation. Dave, what's going on?
Well, Sandra, we're on Rockingham Drive. If that sounds familiar, that's where OJ lived. But we're in the South Rockingham. North Rockingham is where OJ lived, across Sunset. But behind me is the I guess you would call it the summer home of LeBron James. Very few people even knew that he had a home here. He paid $20 million for this a few years ago. It's just under 10,000 square feet. And what you're looking at is the gate to the entryway. And that is the gate that we are told that was vandalized, if you will. It was spray painted with the N-word. We are told that it was quite large and it almost went the extension of the gate. The man who was in charge of keeping security here for Mr. LeBron James painted over it before police even got here before 7 o'clock this morning, but he took a picture. So police arrived, there was no damage whatsoever, and he said, here's the photo of what I painted over. And that will probably become part of a public record, but not until tomorrow. We can just tell you, because of what the police told us, that it is the N-word, and because of that, it is a hate crime. LeBron James is currently up in Oakland right now, getting ready for Game 1 of the NBA Finals against the Warriors. He is going to be addressing the media, I'm told, later this afternoon. You're taking looks and shots of his home. As I said, 10,000 square feet. The neighbors here, who did not want to be bothered much, but a few of them did stop and gave me their opinion of what happened here.
I've just heard a lot of, increase in crime and car break-ins and home invasions and horrible stuff like that. So, yeah.
But nothing
like this. No, it's concerning. It's not okay at all.
And I'm shocked. It's terrible that something like that happened in this neighborhood. It's, a really nice neighborhood with a lot of lovely people. So I'm really sorry to hear that something that appalling happened right here.
So again, there's a full investigation by the LAPD, and as you're looking at some file tape of LeBron James, one of the true NBA stars, anything that happens to LeBron, anything he touches or gets involved with certainly makes headline news. And when a racial slur is sprayed on where he lives, that becomes quite something that people are going to be talking about. Back to the live shot here. Interesting, this is right beyond the gate. There's a basketball hoop. LeBron has a 14-year-old son. That hoop, I took a look at it, and having played and coached basketball for a number of years, it's not 10 feet, probably 8 feet at best. So it's interesting that no one here who I talked to has ever seen LeBron here, except for one gentleman who just came up and said, yeah, I've seen him at the store, but not very often. So the property manager is here. There is an actual work crew inside the house, draperies and other things and painters. We're trying to get someone to give us a little more information. They are not being very cooperative. In fact, I asked one of the men, are you with the property manager? And he goes, maybe, maybe not. So that's the attitude they're having here. Again, the N-word sprayed on the entryway to the $20 million home that LeBron James calls his summer place. Back to you.
As I sit here on the eve of, on the eve
Bruce.
Yes, sir.
$20 million home, Brentwood, one of the widest of neighborhoods, right?
Uh-huh.
So, did they ever catch that guy who spray painted the N-word on LeBron James' gate?
I'm not sure.
Was that a real or imagined threat? It was really painted, but
Are you asking me, is that a hate crime?
it's a hate crime, right? But is it real or imagined? If we talk about anti-Semitism, real and imagined, is there real and imagined racism? To where is there a threat on someone's life?
Well,
and we can refine, we can change the definition, but Bruce, I'm trying to see.
well, yeah. Well, if LeBron James feel that it's a threat, because we know through history, before people lash out, they always, spray painted or marked certain people's property or homes, and they first started with the racial epithets, and then they come with the threat. So if he feels threatened, then it's a threat.
Okay, so if someone spray paints a swastika on a Jewish home, right? Is that the same level?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's real anti-Semitism.
Well, for a Jewish person, that we all, even though we're not Jewish, we know that swastika represent white supremacy and Hitler and the Nazi Party and the destruction of the modern day Jews. So yeah, Yeah, to me, yeah, because you're not going to put nigger on a gate, or you're not going to put a swastika on a Jewish gate without having some hate in your heart, and you know it's painful, you know it's hurtful, and you're going to do it anyway. So that's hate.
Okay, so if people use Adolf Hitler as a source to say Jews are fake, is that a real anti-Semitism, or is that imagined?
If
Folks run to Adolf Hitler.
If they do what with Adolf Hitler?
Use them as a source to say that folks are fake. They're not real Jews. Is that real anti-Semitism, or is it imagined?
Well, I just think that if a person believe that the source that they're using, and if it's Hitler's words, then it's just a part of history. If it can be validated that Hitler actually said those things, then it's not hate because you quoted what Hitler said. You're just quoting it, unless you're using it for that context to bring hate and pain. But if, for instance, if you and I come in here, or Leo come on here and say, hey man, Hitler didn't believe, based on this source, that they were the real Jews. That don't mean Leo hate the Jews. He's just quoting a source that says that Hitler said this.
Okay, and they call him.
See, what the Zionists want to do? They want an open definition of anti-Semitism. In other words, anything you say, even if it's true and if it's a fact of history, that's anti-Semitism. Everything's anti-Semitism.
I'm with you, Bruce. Now with this, is on the so-called black side, is there imagined racism? And I want to be careful how I say it, because something could be, because the brothers come on the protest for Palestine, right? But all the things that are imagined is not really racism, but folks take it on as that.
I mean, come on.
I'm just
now.
trying to I'm just trying to juxtapose real anti-Semitism as HR 69 is coming out. How do we deal with these things? What's real? What's imagined? What do we do?
Well, it depends on how it's used, the context, how it's used, and the purpose of how it's used. Because there is some some fake anti-Semitic allegations. There's some fake anti-black allegations. Because a person says certain things. It depends on the context, the purpose, and certain things. But we can, as intelligent human beings, we can pretty much discern whether or not it's anti-Semitic. But you can't say everything that goes on, or every historical source that's brought up, just because we're quoting sources from that's anti-Semitic, or you question some data, you question some statistics that's anti-Semitic. You're just questioning whether or not it's true.
So, Bruce, if we were to say that black neighborhoods have a high percentage of crime, of murder, is that real racism or imagined racism to say that's a racist statement to say?
Well, depending on the context of how they're using it. If they're using it to say, well, there's black community, there's a lot of crime. If they're saying in the black community, the fatherless, there's no fathers in the home, then that's a statement of fact. But if they're using it to say that we are useless people and we don't have any morals or values, or we're less moral or less moral than any other people group, then that's racist. For instance, I give you. All right, so
go ahead, Bruce. I just want to are 1948ers more immoral than anyone else in the world?
Are they more immoral?
Yes.
I wouldn't say the 1948 people are more but some of their actions make them immoral. But I don't think they're no more immoral than any other people group, because sin is sin.
I'm with you. I go ahead, finish it. You're just saying I'm pulling something out.
So, for instance, like in the Holocaust, majority of the world say that it was 6 million Jews killed during the Holocaust, correct? Now, if a scholar or a person studying it says the numbers don't add up for 6 million to be killed based on the data of certain data that's in the what's the every 10 years, the census. Okay, if the census data say, hey, we don't see a deletion of 6 million people based on the data, based on the census, that 6 million were killed. I'm not saying that it is or is not, but I'm just giving an example. If the claim that 6 million were killed, but the data and the census from around the world doesn't show a decrease in 6 million Jews being deleted, then a person is questioning the data. That don't mean they're anti-Semitic. They're asking whether or not the data is true. Do you understand what I'm saying? And I'm not saying whether 6 million were deleted or put in the gas chamber or not. But all I'm saying, if a person comes with data saying, or sources saying that there's no record of 6 million folks being deleted from the earth or in the Holocaust, that doesn't mean they're anti-Semitic. They're just bringing out sources that show different, or data that show there has not been a decrease in the number of 6 million people, because the census from around the world doesn't show a decrease of that many people. It could be 2 million, 3 million, 1 million, but it doesn't show 6 million. So does that make them anti-Semitic? No, they're just showing facts that show differently. But if you say, oh, that's anti-Semitic, no, that ain't anti-Semitic. It's just that people have a different view based on certain sources that number may or may not be correct. I don't think that's anti-Semitic.
I'm with you, bro. Let me play this real quick, and then we'll hear your thoughts.
To stop, because I got statistics right here which will prove me right. In New York City alone, okay, blacks are 23%. They make up 75, right, of the population. 75% of all shootings, 70% of all robberies, and 60% of all violent crimes. All right, the whites only 3%. Now that is why there were more blacks in jail than there are whites. But that's okay. And now let me just finish here, and then go. All right. So we look at that statistic. All right. They turn it around. The racial demagogues out there turn it around that the blacks are being picked on.
Guys, how are you still on national TV and just said that black people are prone to criminality? I want to be able to respond to that. Okay.
Well, they are.
But you think black people are prone to criminality?
The statistics here show.
You don't mean to say that. I'm gonna give you a chance to correct me. You don't mean that black people are prone to criminality.
What does this say?
I don't know what that says, but I know.
The chief can back me up because he's coming out.
He's not going to stay on national TV and say black people are prone to criminality.
I am telling you, 75% of all shootings are blacks.
I'm hoping you just don't know.
75% of shootings. What you're doing is you're interpreting something else I'm saying. Your narrative. That's what you do.
I'm just trying to talk.
Mark, hold on one second.
I think you just don't know prone.
Points I'd like to make. First of all, I'm not going to say we're prone to blacks, prone to crime, because I don't believe it, and it's not true. That's the first.
It's not true. It's racist.
The second thing, I have a slight difference.
It is not racist.
To say that black people are prone to criminality.
That's not what I said.
No, that is what you said.
Yeah, that's racist.
Bruce, he brought stats. You're bringing stats.
No, he brought stats based on who's in the prison, but he's not taking in the account of how they got there, how they became that. That don't mean they're prone to that, but yet and still they're not bringing up the stats of the white crimes, because they're not being used or posted. For instance, from the ADL want to say the Jews are the most persecuted people or group of people or people group that is being targeted, when the stats clearly show that it's black folks are more targeted and assaulted than any other people group in the United States. So no, his statement was racist to say that we, just because the numbers are like that, but he's not taking in any account. He's not taking into account of the social constructs that cause criminality within the black community, the being put on drug, not putting in any jobs, the white flight, all these different stimuli that causes crime that it's not that the white community doesn't face. So it's a racist statement, and it's an ignorant statement.
Okay, we're gonna get back into that. We might have to come back to real versus imagine another time, because we gotta deal with, because the brother was running his video about real imagine anti-Semitism going towards the Holocaust. When folks bring up mass incarceration, well, I'm not saying mass, when they bring up the slavery brews, right? We got to come back to this. We got to come back to this. But fair use. Let's get back to white Jew, black Jews. Fair use. Bruce, it is real. Are the Jews in the 1948? Are they settlers, colonizers?
Well, yeah, they colonized it because they're not the people of the land, and they were given that land by the United Nations as a result of Great Britain, United States, and the United Nations governing body to give them that land based on a promise through the Balfour Agreement to get the United States to come into the World War I and World War II. That's a fact. It wasn't some God miracle that brought them back and Israel became a nation in one day. That's a lie. It was an agreement through the Balfour Agreement, and it was through Great Britain in the letter to Lord Rothschild. It's even in the letter.
So now, Bruce, so if people are getting land from government moves, displacing people, that's wrong altogether, right? And eventually land should be returned back to the original occupants, right? Like when 1948, people getting land to government moves, right? Moves of the policy, displacing people, eventually that land should be returned back to the original occupants, right?
Well, I don't, that's really out of my I won't opine on that because, I believe they're colonizers. I believe they're settlers because of how it was given to them. And then once it was given to them, Brother Dunamis, they kept pushing the Palestinian further and taking more land and not adhering to the two-state solution. So everything they have done since they've been there, they just been pushing the Palestinians out, putting trauma, murder, and killing them. And so initially the Palestinians, all they had was rocks, and that's the only thing they can fight a military. And then they, came other factions. Then you had the PLO, and then you have Hamas.
But so, those people who came after 1948, after the land has been settled, right? Are they wrong to do so?
Well, if you're a person of Jewish descent, the modern day Jewish descent, and you are being told that by a government that this is your homeland, then people from all around the world, Ashkenazi Jews and white Ashkenazi Jews and white Sephardic Jews believe that's the homeland, then they're naturally going to believe it. That's the nature of humans.
I'm with you, Bruce. Now, let me let this play. We got to see what's going on. Palestine is ours alone.
We're here at GW University in Washington, D.C., and there's some encampments that are protesting against Israel. They were taught that the only way to be pro the Palestinian people is by being against Israel. So let's have some conversations and discussions and see what they truly have to say. Yalla, let's go. I'm wearing a talit and a Magen David.
That's a fake kofia, brother.
This is a talit.
What is that?
You know, just because you don't know about Jewish culture doesn't mean you have to say it's your culture. I'm not attacking you. You shouldn't be attacking me. You willing to have a conversation?
Things with people like you.
What is people like me? Jews that are strong, that are proud of who they are?
I'm a Jew. I'm proud of mine.
Yeah? Are you for the right for Jews to be able to live in the land of Israel?
Absolutely not.
I'm not talking about the way the state is structured. I'm saying the right for Jews to be able to live in the land. The first thing you said is absolutely not. So how are you going to claim that you're a strong Jew, proud of who you are?
Because Judaism is a religion. We did not spawn from Israel. My genetic ancestry comes from Poland and Russia. It does not come from.
Actually, if you check your DNA, it's Ashkenazi DNA is Jewish Middle Eastern DNA found in Europe, right? And you're saying
that's not what 23andMe said.
that if you look into the description, European Jewish DNA means Middle Eastern DNA that's found in Europe, which is why the Cohen DNA, you know what a Cohen is, of course, right? Poland, in Zimbabwe, and Yemen all descend from one male ancestor, because it's not an ideology that crossed over borders. It's an ancient civilization that was smashed and forced out. And you said that Judaism is a religion. If you don't believe in Hashem and the Torah, you're still a Jew, correct? Right? If you don't believe in Jesus, you're not a Christian. If you don't believe in Muhammad, you're not a Muslim, because a religion is just a belief system in one thing that anyone can become if they accept it. And Judaism is a portable suitcase of an ancient civilization.
So just because we all came from Africa doesn't mean that we all have right to claim over the land of Africa.
Right, but that argument you wouldn't give to Maori in New Zealand or an Aboriginal Australia, saying that because we descend from Africa or bacteria in the ocean, you wouldn't discredit people's connection to a land.
But we moved. We were
kicked out.
Thousands of years ago.
We were kicked out, and there was always a people there, and they should have a right.
Palestinian Jews.
What does that even mean?
The Palestinian.
If they were kicked out, does that mean that, right, Bruce? Just like how Ghana said $8 should return. So the Jews were kicked out. Shouldn't they return to the land?
I believe, this is my belief in my studying, that in my course of study, that the current Jews in there, and those current Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews that's in there now, they did not put one toe in that land prior to it being given to them. Their ancestors came from Khazaria, they came from Germany, they came from Poland, they came from Ukraine. And when the Khazarian Empire was broke up, and then they scattered, and then they went into all these other European nations, and then over time they wanted a homeland. First, they wanted one of the countries in Africa. Then they said, no, that won't work. Well, let's just choose Palestine, because it's documented that they wanted one of the countries in Africa first, Middle Africa. So no, it's even Benjamin Freeman and Shlomo Sand and several other Jewish people. They don't believe that any Jew. But hold on. But wait a minute. Hold on. It's just they don't believe that Caucasian, Ashkenazi, Sephardic Jews or Ashkenazi or Sephardic Jews ever had a toe in Northeast Africa, or prior to I'm talking about in the masses of people. They weren't there. They didn't come from there. They came from Europe. That's another reason why we say that they're not the original people, and not only that, they don't fit the curses.
Okay, Bruce, let me let this play. And I got something for you, Bruce. I got a question for you.
Palestinian Jew is a Jewish person
who identifies as a Palestinian Jew, not one person.
Thousands and thousands of Palestinians that practice Judaism.
Which one? That doesn't exist.
Do Christians and Muslims have claim to that land as well?
No, because it's a collective that has a right to land, not a religion. And I'm making the argument that Judaism is not a religion. Right?
Then what is it?
It's an identity of an ancient civilization. A religion, in any religion, it's defined as a belief system in a God, deity, book, or a prophet. So if a Christian doesn't believe in Jesus, they're no longer a Christian. Muslim rejects the Quran, they're no longer a Muslim. A Buddhist doesn't identify with philosophy as Buddha, they're not a Buddhist. So it's an ideology that crosses over borders. You can have an Argentinian Christian, Nigerian Christian, Chinese Christian. They're not the same peoples. They just believe in the same belief system.
So I'm an American Jew.
Right, but you're a Jew because you descend from an ancient line of a civilization.
Because I believe in Adonai as God.
You believe in God?
Of course.
And would
I
you
believe in Adonai as God.
Right, but if a Jew doesn't believe in Hashem or in Adonai, would they still be a Jew?
Ethnically,
Right,
yes,
so it's more than
but
a religion,
ethnically,
right?
I am Polish.
No, ethnically you're not. Actually, while we were living displaced in Poland, you were always treated as someone that's not white and constantly killed. But what we see right now is a lot of people using Palestinian struggles, which I care deeply about, and using that to use it as ammunition against Israel. And saying the first thing you sold to me is that Jews don't come from that land.
Who is making the Palestinian struggle?
You can say Palestinians are making the Israeli struggle as well. I have people that I know that died from Palestinian hands. I'm not going to blame all Palestinians for
There's
that.
not an Israeli genocide going on, though. Systematic eradication of an entire people.
So how come the population has grown more than 8x?
It is a terrorist attack. One terrorist attack is not an attempt at a genocide.
Right, so we have to look at the intention.
Round up all Palestinians.
I'm not raising my voice with you, by the way.
I'm sorry.
For sure.
An attempt to round up all Palestinians into Rafah, say that it is a safe zone, and then invade Rafah is an attempt at a genocide.
Do you think that they want to invade Rafah just because there's Palestinians and they want to hurt them, or because there's still Hamas there and might be still hostages there? Do you think if Hamas gave back the hostages and put their weapons back, that they would want to kill Palestinians? The genocide has to do with the intention. For me, one Palestinian dead is one Palestinian dead too much. I don't want any Palestinians to die. So we're already on the same page. You don't have to be arguing me against the life of Palestinians. But we have to look at the intentions. Why is there the idea of wanting to go into Rafah? Because they believe they need to take out Hamas, which is legitimate after what Hamas has done. And they want to rescue their hostages, which is also legitimate. That's the intention. Now, the fact that we're in war, there's going to be deaths on both sides, which is why I do everything to prevent us being in war, because that's what war looks like. But the intention is what makes it a genocide. Every single time Palestinians have died has always been in the battle fire when Israel's shooting back at Hamas. Never Israel targeting Palestinians to kill Palestinians. And if that does exist, I condemn it. But that's not the situation.
Don't talk.
We're not platforming. We're having a legitimate conversation. Okay, so you're insulting.
We're not here for that.
Okay.
No, but you're here to have conversations about how to move forward in the future. It's not a circle because first of all, he's a brother of mine as a Jew, and he has a right to speak to another Jew. And these conversations are the only way that we can actually move forward, because there's no future without Jews or Palestinians in that land. So instead of speaking to all the other Westerners, which won't do anything in the land, it's the people who actually live there who can make a difference. I live in Israel. I live in Jerusalem. So I actually have the ability to influence people on that land. So you guys should be wanting to have conversations instead of speaking to everyone else and demonizing my people.
There is no future for Palestinians as long as there is a Jewish Israeli state
Do you think
occupies that land.
Do you think there could be a way that we both experience this country as ours, Israelis and Palestinians, without the removal of either and with the acceptance of both? That could potentially exist, right?
And Israelistine is necessitates
a way that I call it Israel and they call it Palestine, like Burma, Myanmar, right? There's two names for a country that happens sometimes in history. And I should be able to see a Palestinian considering it Palestine and not feeling it takes away from me, and a Palestinian seeing me considering it Israel, which historically was always called Israel, and not feeling that it takes away from them. We're currently positioned as if we're opposed to one another, but we don't have to be, is my point.
right. All we're saying is that the current Israeli regime has been an apartheid regime for its entire existence.
So can you explain to me how it's an apartheid? Because I just want to...
Because there are two systems.
Okay.
One for Israelis who benefit from all of the economic benefits, they get to participate in democracy, they get to vote, they get to live in lands unoccupied. It is, by definition, an apartheid regime.
An apartheid system is a system where you have one government, one country with different rights for different peoples. That's what existed in South Africa because of their color of their skin. In Israel, all Israelis, including 20% of its Arab/Palestinian population, have full equal rights. Then in the West Bank, Judea and Samaria, it's a separate piece of land under separate autonomy of the Palestinian Authority. And obviously those who are living there don't have rights into Israel, and those who are living in Israel don't have rights into there. Gaza is a separate territory under separate authority, which is Hamas. And obviously people that are living in Gaza don't have rights into Israel, and people in Israel don't have rights into Gaza. For me, I would like to see this one land being united for all. So it doesn't mean it's currently just the system that we have, but it's actually the opposite of an apartheid, because an apartheid would say it's one land and different rights for different peoples. Right now, we're talking about 3 separate territories with different jurisdictions with different populations. I can't go into Area A of the Palestinian Authority. I can't go into Gaza. So you're saying it's apartheid against me just because they can't go over here? Now, I think we should all be able to access the entire land.
The West Bank should be sovereign and all of the settlements in the West Bank should be rescinded.
What I'm saying is that from the river to the sea, Jews and Palestinians should be free on this land. And me living in Judea and Samaria, the West Bank, shouldn't be a problem the same way a Palestinian that is living here and wants to come back should be able to live wherever they want. So the idea of Jews being able to live in the West Bank is not a settlement, right? It's a Jew living there.
See, Bruce, he's just talking about he lives there, right? We have outsiders talking about what's going on. And he's talking about how Jews are being shut down, killed, that are being killed, bombed. What are your thoughts, Bruce?
I think he's being disingenuous. I really do, because if you look at, there's no freedom in Palestine for the Palestinian. It hasn't been. It's been nothing but like the other Jewish guy is saying, it's been like an apartheid state. They have, since 1948, have continued to treat them as subhuman.
Now, mind you, Bruce, he didn't come there in 1948. He came after the fact.
No. I'm talking about the 1948 people have continued since 1948, have continued all the way through. Even before this particular war that's going on now, they have mistreated the Palestinians. They have, and it's just a fact. Subhuman. They treated them as subhuman. They have not given them, even though you had a Palestinian Authority, but even that Palestinian Authority had very little rights in terms of a lot of areas, whether it be economic, political. They really don't have any rights. It's not equal, because there's always the constant attempt by the governing body, the Zionists, to take more land of the Palestinian. And you look at a map to show where the Palestinians were when it first started, and where they had moved the Palestinian people and continue to put settlements there, and they kept pushing them out of the West Bank and into Gaza. Now Rafah, they just continue. They want to push the Palestinian people. Look, we're not even talking about the military. They are killing civilians. They are killing elderly men, women, and children, and young men, women, and children. They don't even have water. They don't have even a 13-year-old female, all the way going up to in their latter years. They can't even properly take care of themselves for their menstrual, because they don't have stores, they don't have supplies. It's being blocked off, taken from them. The young women can't even take care of their own menstrual cycles, and that's just one area. They don't have food, they don't have heat, they don't have water. It's just like on and on and on. It's different. I don't have no problem with them wiping out Hamas, but you cannot do that to 2 million people.
So, Bruce, those who benefit from the settling are just as wrong. Those who benefit from it are just as wrong who did the initial settling, right?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Those who benefit from the settling, like Willie Rockman, he's benefiting from 1948. He's just as bad as the original settlers, right?
If you are one who are benefiting from illegally obtained land, and you're quiet, you're not standing up for justice, you're not trying to make it equal, you're not trying to give reparation, what you destroyed, you are just as guilty. And it's the same thing for the Bible. Why do you think the Lord is coming back to destroy these nations? Because they never paid the blacks. They took our land, took our children, castrated our men, fed our kids to alligators, experiment on us for science, and on and on and on. So in the Palestinian case, they're receiving like trauma, but not as severe as the Negro. But still, if people are benefiting from that and they're quiet and they're saying wipe them out, yeah, they're just as culpable.
Now, shout out to Rev C. Shalom, bro. Shalom. That's not why he's coming back, though.
That is why he's coming back. You don't know your Bible and you don't know history. You don't know the prophecies because he's coming back to destroy those nations for what they did to the apple of his eye, for enslaving them, for taking their daughters, not paying us. That's what the Bible says. You can go to Eurocentric Christianity belief system all you want, but that's what the Bible says.
All right, hold on one second, Bruce. I want to ask a question. Not what Bruce just said, but what he said earlier about those gaining from the settlement, those this and that, not speaking out, not seeking justice, right? Put a 1 if you agree with that. I see Russell Higgins saying yes. Big time. I don't know if the thumbs up if you agree with Bruce or something earlier. Put a 1 if you agree with what Bruce said about the settlement and the land, things of the sort. A few seconds behind. All right. I'm going to let this play as a catch up. If you agree with Bruce about the land and the settlement and all that kind of stuff.
Hey, what's the results? I can't see. Is it a lot of ones or the mostly twos?
It's coming up. It's 1-1. So 3. It's coming up. All right. So let me let this play a little bit, Bruce, and then we're gonna come back. We're gonna come back to that. All right.
If we're making the argument that we want Palestinians to live from the river to the sea, we should be making the same argument with the same energy that a Jew should be able to live from the river to the sea. And the fact that a Palestinian under the Palestinian Authority can't go into Israel, which for me is wrong, or a Palestinian living in Gaza can't go into the rest of the land, which to me is wrong, it's just as wrong as I can't go into there. So there's a separation depending on the jurisdiction you fall under different territory, different government, not one land, one government with different rights for different peoples. So it doesn't mean that what you're criticizing is just, it's unjust, and we need to talk about it. But when we use terms like apartheid, it's actually preventing us from understanding the complexities of what's going on and preventing us from correcting it. And that's my point. And also, when you speak to most Jews, I'm sure as a Jew, you've spoken to many Jews, the moment they hear apartheid, they shut off to you. Whereas if you were specific about Palestinians go through checkpoints, they don't have equal access to resources, they have to have an IDF soldier that controls them, that they feel fearful of because they have no representation towards that soldier. If you were specific about the problems that Palestinians actually go through, then Jews and Israelis would be like, wow, yeah, I can see how that affects people. I could see how that's wrong. But the moment you use apartheid, genocide, ethnic cleansing, colonization, settlements, which in reality is what the West did to the world. And what we see right now is the far left feels so guilty for the crimes of their ancestors that they're using Jews and Israel as a scapegoat to push those ideas like they've always done throughout history. The far right blames the Jews for being the left. The far left blames the Jews for being the right. The capitalist blames us for communism. The communist blames us for capitalism. The white supremacists were enemy number one. The black supremacists, the Farrakhan's, were enemy number one. We're literally seeing as the source of problem for all.
So it's almost like he's saying they're being persecuted from all sides all around the world.
No. Well, see, listen.
Break it down, Bruce.
Listen. He doesn't like the term apartheid being used. What people see, the action of the Zionists and the Israeli government is tantamount to what the apartheid government did to the people of South Africa. And he don't like it, but just because he didn't give specifics, but the people who know what's been happening to the Palestinian can name all those specifics, which is a apartheid type regime over the Palestinian people. He may not like it because it's offensive, but and at the same time it exposed truth. Now he's right, and it should be specifics because there are specifics, but the world knows. But and anytime you speak on there, oh, that's anti-Semitic.
I'm with you, Bruce. I'm with you.
It's always anti-Semitic. So you bring out some truth, and it's not true. Don't get me wrong. There are anti-Semitic people, and anti-Semitism is wrong. But everything that goes on is not. When you speak in truth, you're speaking facts, you're showing history. That's not anti-Semitic. That's just a part of true history. And a lot of them don't want to face it because they don't want to know. They don't want the world to see. And they're trying to hide their treachery and their genocide and their apartheid type government of what they're perpetrating on the Palestinian people.
Now I'm with you, Bruce. So, Bruce, right now I got a map of Michigan pulled up, right? Is Detroit on the wolf head or the crab claw? Bruce, you hear me? Is Detroit on the wolf head or the crab claw? Which one is Detroit on?
What are you talking about, the crab claw? What are you doing?
You got the bigger part, the crab claw. Then you got the wolf head.
No. It's the glove. That the lower part is the lower peninsula, which is the glove, and the upper peninsula is like a deer jumping over the glove. You see the deer with the antlers, and he's jumping over it. That's the UP. The upper
Okay. At the mitten. Yeah, let me careful. The Detroit people start jumping up. The thumb.
Yeah. All right. So the lower peninsula includes the glove with the thumb, and the upper peninsula is it's reminiscent of a deer jumping over the the glove or the lower peninsula.
Okay, I'm with you now, Bruce. Okay, and Detroit's on the glove, right?
At the bottom, Detroit's at the bottom of the below the thumb.
Okay, yeah, okay, I'm with you. Yeah, because I'm with you. Y'all have to be on the glove because y'all got style in Detroit. I'm with y'all. So now, Bruce. Now, for what you said earlier, the settlers and whatnot, right? Okay, here goes the Native territories in Michigan, right? This is a little blurry. We see got mapped out. Let me go to this map. And it's not just Michigan, but includes some other territories, right? So, Bruce, seeing that this land was settled by the Americans, right? Are you willing to take the first step and return your land to the Native people? You have 3 houses, right?
You know what? I don't.
Because you benefit.
I live here.
Settling, right?
I live here.
Right? Right.
As far as I'm concerned, if they would listen, this is my position. Hold on, I'm about to tell you.
Go ahead.
I'm about to tell you. I'm willing to get. I'm willing to give all this land back to the Native Americans. But first, since we built this country,
Hey,
I want.
Phil Fox. Call Phil Fox. Phil Fox got to hear this.
Well, listen. Since we built this country, and since we were not paid for what we built, and what the atrocities they put on our people, listen, we can give it all back to the Indians. Just give us our reparations and our passage over to where we came from, and I'm good.
Bruce, why
y'all can have the United States.
Why do you have to get
I'll give up my house or houses. I will give up my career. Just give me my well-due reparations. Give us passage over back to the homeland, and I'll be just fine.
Bruce, why do you have to get reparations first? Why can't you have the power right now? Phil Fox in the comment section. Give him your houses. Give him your territory. I don't want you to.
I'm talking about collectively as a people group. I ain't talking about me individually, because I can bust up right now. I can go live there right now and live well. I'm talking about my people. So it's not just, I don't speak on Bruce, me.
I'm talking about you have the power right now to give land back, start the movement to get the land back to the indigenous people. Why don't start the movement, Bruce? Get the land back, Bruce. Stop the settlement of America. Get the land back.
When the Most High Yah tell us to move, we gonna move, and He gonna provide passage. And at the same time, we want our reparations. You give us our reparations, our just due, then we out of here. And when the Most High tell us it's time for us to go for the regathering, then they can have this. Because remember what the scripture says over and over again: we are in the land of our enemies. That don't mean everybody in the land is the enemy, but we are in the land of our enemies.
So Bruce, y'all see the hypocrisy in these black power groups.
He said, "What now?"
Power right now.
Hold on,
right
y'all
now.
see the hypocrisy of these black power groups.
Give Phil Fox the house. Give Phil Fox the house.
Alton, what you don't believe, because you've been indoctrinated with your essential Christianity, is that the Bible says Israel will be in the land of their enemies, and there will be a perpetual hatred on us because we are in the land of our enemies. What you don't want to receive or believe is that we are in the land of our enemy. But like I said, everybody in here is not our enemy, but we're in the land of our enemy. All white people are not our enemy, but we're in the land of our enemy, and this government is our enemy.
How much have you spoken for indigenous people, Native Americans, to get their land back? How much have you spoken? Have you written for? Was you talking to Congress? And we're in the same box as Indians. Mac, y'all, there was a time that certain indigenous groups couldn't own land. So you have Indians marrying blacks so they can have land, have property. There's a lot of property that so-called blacks own. Are we willing to start the movement to give the land back to the indigenous people to start the wave to get reparations?
Well, see,
Bruce, are you tired of living off the settlement of the white European oppressors and want to get the land back? Start the movement, Bruce.
No. See, if you want to know the truth about it, those current Indians, they weren't here first anyway. We were here. You look at those black almanacs. Wait, Dunamis, because you talking about giving the land back. Wait, black folks were here before those Indians that's on reservations right now. Black folks are here. You can look at the almanacs, the big statues with the big lists from Africa and Africans. We were here before them anyway. Matter of fact, any land on this earth, black folks inhabited before any Caucasian or any other people. How about that? If you want to know the truth about history. So I'm not even in there to be talking about
almanacs. That's Van Sertima. That's Afrocentric nonsense. Many believe, but I'm gonna leave it alone. They black. Big old McHeads.
You think that's nonsense, Brother Brian?
No, that's original, man. Doctrine. I got to ride with some type of lie. Everybody lie here and there.
Man, we were here first, and then we were pushed out. We were killed. We were slaughtered, and that's just it. We were here first. Bring up Dunamis, bring up those pictures, those almanacs.
This is pure nonsense. This nonsense runs deep.
Bruce,
what Kobe say? Now the Americans take two. Oh, wait a minute. Now the Native Americans take two.
They
migrated.
Everybody think except y'all. That's
no, Kobe. They migrated, but black folks was here first. Black folks inhabited every part of this globe first because we are the original man. Yeah, before Columbus and everybody. Black folks are all over the world.
Bruce,
after the flood.
You see this? Sanko praise. A Ghanaian brother.
Hold on, I can't see. My glasses.
Ghana is welcoming African Americans back home. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting
sorry,
on? You must be African though, not Jewish.
Out there.
Phil Fox, what are you talking about? Prove what? History already proved it. I don't have to. Officer Bruce, the conspiracy. Who's it? No, I'm not giving up conspiracy. That's history.
Let me play the video. Let me play the video real quick, Bruce. It's short. I just want to see your thoughts. Now we're getting somewhere. I'm saying start the wave. Do unto others as you want others to do unto you. Fair use.
I'm already started because
we have to go back to the land. We have to go back to our own ways, our spirituality, and call it in. Call what we lost. Call it back.
For Native people, place, the physical geographical place, is what creates the language, creates the spiritual worldview, creates the people. If I come in and claim your land, I have your basic resource. And I have something even more important. I have your identity.
The land wants us back. It wants us to go out with our children and gather berries and be able to participate in the traditional customs, gathering acorns, gathering berries, drying them out for us to be able to survive through the fall and the winter. I feel deeply connected to that when I go out on the land. I am deeply hurting in the times that we're not able to do that.
No one alive today is responsible for what happened in the past. However, we are responsible for knowing what happened.
Dunamis. Hey, Dunamis.
Hold on, Bruce. I got one more short. But it was power. It's short. Let me just let this play. We're going to get
All
into
right,
it.
hurry up, because I can't remember things. I'm old. I'll be forgetting everything.
It said the land's tied to their identity, Bruce. So just like how you
Listen.
want your homeland back, why won't you allow these folks, the natives here, to have their homeland back?
Well, I'm gonna comment.
Go ahead,
First, I'll comment on that the last one you showed. See, the reason why a lot of Americans don't have no problem what's going on in Israel and Israel
like
pushing
you,
the
Americans
Palestinian. Wait. A lot of people don't have no problem with the Palestinians are suffering and what Israel is doing and pushing them out of their land and taking it and claiming it, because that's exactly what they did to America. They don't have no problem because they've done it themselves, and it was like the whoever would have the strongest army, so be it. So let me go back. In the Bible, after the flood, Ham had the first reign of world powers on the earth, going back to Nebuchadnezzar, going to Egypt, Nubia, and Ethiopia. The blacks, Hamites, had the first reign of power. Before the tectonic plates were broke up, people visited the lands. After the tectonic plates broke up, blacks were still sailing over to the Americas even after that. And then the other groups, the current Native Americans, they came over through the Bering Strait. But black folks have always been in that land because we had the first reign of power on the earth through those different groups I just named. That's just a fact. We had the first reign of power, and then we lost power, and then
So blacks were the first colonizers.
Listen, I'm saying.
Break it down, bro. I'm trying to understand. They're conquering the world and settling, right?
Listen, we were there first. Black folks were there first because number one. Wait a minute, Dunamis. Blacks after the flood, Hamites had the first reign of power on the earth through Nebuchadnezzar, Babylon, Egypt, ancient Nubia, and Ethiopia. All Cush, all had the first reign of power as far as world governments, and we as black folks, and I'm including us all in there, went across the globe because we had the first reign of power. Then after then after that, then we were sailing over there. That's why we came over there. That's why all that almanac statues over there show who was over there, who was in power. And then other groups like the current Native Americans, they later came and through the Bering Strait and other passages and on water, they came over to the Americas. And then for a long time, a lot of black folks didn't come on here in abundant numbers, but blacks was already over here. before the current Native Americans. That's just a fact. And that's what I believe. So we're not colonizers. You know, you could say in the modern sense, everybody's colonizing the Native Americans, but in truth, blacks had the first reign of power, and they were already over here and went to every facet, or not every facet, but every part of the lands on the globe. And so what I'm saying is the original Indians were black because we already came over here, and then they migrated over from Europe over there. Those stones and what they left behind all left the imprint of who was over there and who was in charge way long time ago. So that's my point. But no,
so black folks
Israel are colonizers in the fact that they were given that land by the United Nations, Great Britain, and the United States. Because the truth of the matter is, even the Palestinian is not indigenous to their land because they are of Turkish descent. The original people of Palestine were black, all Hamite folks and Hebrew Israelites. But the current Palestinian, they are of Turkish descent anyway. If you really want to know the truth.
So, Bruce, the Native Americans, what are they? Are they Hamites, Shemites? What are they?
It depends. It depends. Some are Hamites.
Okay.
Some are Hamites.
Okay. And so, Bruce, so with it, so black folks were the first empires of the world.
Yes, that's just a fact.
Ruling.
If you believe the Bible.
When they reigned and ruled, were they kind rulers, or were they like any other empire that was just oppressive?
They were at times kind, but for the most part, and then they had slaves, but nothing compared to the transatlantic slave trade and chattel slavery.
All right, hold on, Bruce. We got Phil Fox on here. Phil Fox, get ready, bro. We gonna get them keys back.
Yeah, we are.
What's going on? Grace and peace.
What's going on, fam? What's up? What's going on, Bruce?
What up?
How you doing?
I'm all right.
Making a lot of
now, Phil Fox. What I just explained, that's just what I believe in my research. Now, you may have other research.
No. We ain't gonna do what I believe. I need you to show and prove. You need to have some research because anybody can.
I had the research, so I wouldn't be speaking nothing but my own beliefs. I'm going by what I read in research because at this moment I don't bring it up. Doesn't mean what I'm saying is a lie. You know, even the Bible says who had the first reigns of power. If you can't reconcile that, then I don't know what else to say. But go ahead.
All right. Well, let me ask you some questions. All right. So, how long ago were these indigenous African Americans here?
We've been all over the globe.
No.
From the beginning.
Come on.
No. Because black folks were on the earth. Period. Ham, Shem, Japheth, all sons of Noah. And the first reigns of power as far as world government were black folks, Hamites, and they went across the globe and they explored. That's what I believe.
What you believe, right?
Yeah.
So back that up. there should be some evidence, right? There should be some evidence.
The evidence is the Bible.
So I mean, that's the thing is so folks always run. You want to run to the Bible as if the scripture itself it was made in a vacuum. You know why we believe the Bible? Because it's testable. We believe the Bible because it's accurate. We believe the Bible because everything in the scripture can be tested in the natural as well. Now, yes, I understand that it's a supernatural book, but just trying to hide behind it because you have absolutely no evidence and this is just your belief that's a non-starter.
Okay, well, go
So
ahead, brother Phil Fox. You can present what you want to, but I'm telling you what I've read in the past and what my research is, and yes, it can be tested, and the Bible can be tested to show that who had the first reigns of power, what
okay,
people group had the first reign of power, and who have sailed across the seas, across the salts, which is the ocean, across the pond. Black folks have been all over the place. We were here first, and does that mean mass number of people lived in the Americas or not? No, but there were black folks here,
hmm
and I'm saying as my research is that
so what's the source?
yeah,
What's one of your sources? What's one of your
well,
sources
that's what I'm saying.
that
I don't have any source. I don't have any source with me
Neither
at work. I
source
don't carry
we
around sources. It look like you at home that you have your sources readily available. I don't.
see?
But
That's
I'm
the
just telling
problem,
you
Bruce.
what I believe and what I read.
So that's the problem, though. See, that's the problem is that anybody can say anything, and then say,
Okay.
"Oh, I read it, and I know because I read it." I mean, you got to show and prove, Bruce. So
Okay.
I have here's my.
All right. Go ahead.
All right.
Go
So
ahead.
all right. So here's some proof. All right. There was a young boy, actually happens to be one of my relatives. You want to know how old my relative is? He's 12,000 years old from present. Found in what's now called the modern day Montana, and actually I'm out of order. Please excuse me, fam. Nidosha Mabe. My name is Defeats the Enemy, and I greet you in good tidings, my relatives. I am now coming from you from what is now known as the Detroit metro area, which is the lands of the Anishinaabe and the Potawatomi. That's what they call themselves, not the Chippewa or Ojibwe for the uninformed. And I am a member of the Mandan, Hidatsa, and Arikara tribes that are located in now modern western central North Dakota. So I come from the Low Cap clan, and I am a child of the Prairie Chicken clan. So these are how I am to greet myself properly, and and yeah. So this is
Hold on a second, Fox. Berean,
yes,
you're
sir.
in the backstage. You're not up. So you were I think you were talking earlier, but you're not in the front.
He can hear me. Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
You
Can y'all hear me? Me.
Yeah, you in the backstage.
All right, listen to this. Hold on a second. He's talking that they came before Columbus. He's talking about the Olmec heads, the Bering Strait, and that's regular conscious community talk. Everywhere they see someone that's dark skinned, that they were there first, and that's part of that connection right there. And that's the same thing they're doing with the Indians. I think there's a lot of conscious stuff that want to erase the history and say, oh, they weren't light-skinned like Mr. Phil Fox. They didn't come about. They recent in the earth. They're recent in American history. But the original Indians look like me. And it's all some of the same talk. Early Mesoamerica and all of that stuff. It's all some of the same talk. Go ahead, Brother Fox. You gonna let him pull up some slides, or Leo? I don't know.
Yeah, Leo got the book up, and then Phil Fox has his screen up. He's reading from.
He does. I don't know whichever one. That's what I came to click on. I'm not. I wasn't sure which one.
Phil Fox, you please.
Who was going first, him or Leo?
Phil Fox. Phil Fox was breaking down the age and that kind of stuff.
But
I got 12 minutes before 5 o'clock. So go ahead, Phil.
So real quick, Kadia, go. Is there hypocrisy? As Bruce is talking about land reclaimment, Phil Fox, is there hypocrisy to where he's not willing to? I'm being a little facetious, but at the same time, it is showing something. I believe that y'all should wait second, let black folks get reparations first, then y'all can do what y'all got to do. Go ahead, Phil Fox, you're muted. What if Phil Fox, you're muted?
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, so the land was taken first. Right. So during first contact, slavery didn't happen until after. So the discovery came prior. And yes, they were gobbling up slaves and doing whatnot. I agree with that. I mean, I'm not I'm not trying to do anything that actually, if anybody has seen any of my content, you know that I bang hard against the doctrine of discovery. And that's the discovery that you were referring to earlier, Bruce, that that the Europeans had weaponized. They weaponized Christ and the scriptures and the body, and there are some points that we have agreement on, Bruce, where you talk about Eurocentric Christianity and those types of things. So let's just set that on the table. And I do agree with some of your points, but the overarching banter that you like to use about things that you believe personally, that has no bearing on any conversation, because again, the scriptures, the Bible, these things are testable, and there's evidence. There is no evidence of a prior people that were here before my people. There is none. You can try to use use pseudoscience and these different arts and whatnot, but this is this is part of what I'm saying, and Kobe's already sort of getting to some of it. But I have this person here is my grandfather 8 times over. So I find it funny how people who some people can't even go back to their great granddaddy, but I know my grandfather 8 times over, and this is part of my family. This is my 2 times great grandmother down the line. I know who these people are. I heard about them. I heard stories. We had a robust system of adoption, right? These are just some slides that I threw together but this is my oldest relative that I know of, called Clovis Boy. And he was found in what's called modern day Montana now. And he is approximately 12,000. So there's difference in the age. But again, this is peer reviewed evidence. This was the article. This was out of the Science magazine. And I already know what you're going to do, Bruce. You're going to, well, that's Eurocentric stuff, and you're going to rely on the Euros. But this is peer reviewed. This is evidence. This is stuff that was found. And also it was under the watchful eye of the Crow people, of actually many people that were in Montana, because this boy is more than likely related to, and he also, not just more than likely, but he direct linked 80% of the indigenous people of North and South America. If you want to check my source, here it is, Science magazine right there. Go look the link up. Look up Clovis Boy. You can do the research. Here's where he was found. Go ahead.
Can you speak on adoption? And again, just what do you mean by that? Because that has to be explained. Also, that bloodline thing being Eurocentric.
Right. So the bloodline aspect is a Eurocentric understanding of how everything operates, because us as indigenous people understood and knew the importance of strength in numbers. So that's why many of these things aren't talked about. Many of the white Europeans try to use the whataboutism. They try to sorry, I was getting a call. They try to use the whataboutism with us. Well, how can you say that we were committing genocide when you were fighting with one another? No. We weren't just fighting with one another over land and greed. We were fighting for survival, for one. But the other thing is that many of us, and especially many in the Plains tribes, because what you Hebrew Israelites like to do is you guys like to use nothing but Eastern sources, first contact tribes. You guys know nothing about the mid Central Plains tribes and the Western tribes. You guys like to use all of those first contact tribes as your examples. Oh, look, you can tell this is how we know we got black people. This is how we know the tribes were black, blah, blah, blah. Well, little do you know that everything that you have as far as evidence for the Eastern tribes, that's because they adopted in the slaves. They absorbed the slaves. strength in numbers, remember? So this idea, and we didn't care if you were black or brown or white or whatever. You know, we absorbed these. This was the common cultural practice of almost every tribe, because we wanted to be able to be strong enough to withhold the attack of the other tribes. And we needed to protect our food, our rations, and our goods, and all of those things. So to just simply, think that, well, we know this because, and whatever tribe, none of that is relevant, because, and to me, that shows me that you are unlearned about these things, especially if you're trying to argue about DNA, because for us, DNA, and I know, Bruce, I already know, I've heard you long enough. I don't get down with DNA. All right. But still, there needs to be provable, because again, despite what you want to believe, none of these tribes speak of themselves as Semitic. None of these tribes have origin stories that are perfectly linked to Hebrew origins. Now, yes, is there remnant? Yes, because I do believe 1000% that we all came from one people. But to claim that the tribes people of these United States have replaced or have taken the place of, and whether you believe in the 12 tribes chart or not, this argumentation of replacement by the current indigenous people is absolutely and utterly false, and is not provable.
I don't have any problem with all what you just said. I really don't, because, but as far as DNA, I don't have no problem with the science itself, but how it's being used, as really, that's what I have a problem. So
you
just said, Brother Fox.
So you submit that everything that you said prior is false.
No, I don't.
About the
I stand on. Let me. Okay. Do you believe in the Bible, or you believe some portions of the Bible?
Yes, I believe.
Do you believe in the creation story? Do you believe in the Noah story?
Yeah.
Okay. So I believe so. Brother Brand always saying the original man. So, but there has to be original man, and the original man is the black man, and the original man. If Noah was on that ark and he had 3 sons, and those 3 sons were black, and those 3 sons, and from that all the nations of the earth was repopulated, then the fact
you're telling him the 3 sons were black.
They were originally, yes.
That what you're telling him. Okay.
Okay, hold on. And they were black. But something happened, but I'm not going to get in that, because if I use that, then it's going to be, you're going to make mockery of me, and you all going to call me foolish.
Bruce, I'll protect you. Go ahead, please.
So if you believe in the Bible narrative, and Noah had 3 sons, and those sons were black, and they repopulated the earth, and from the Bible narrative and the other books, that Ham had the first reign of power on earth in terms of world empires and so forth. I still contend, even though you can trace your heritage 8 grandfathers, I still say that the first people of world power were black, and they covered the globe. They went all over the globe. I still say that the blacks were the first travelers of unknown land. I still say that they came over to the Americas first. Did they come in mass numbers and set up civilizations? No. But the black man was the first man, and after the flood, the black man, which is Noah's sons, repopulated the earth, and they were black. Now you could say that's over 12,000 years. I don't believe that. I don't believe in the dating. I don't believe in some of the carbon dating. don't believe in that. That's just scientists, and you have people who believe in that same thing, and you could say they peer reviewed, but they're peer reviewed based on their peers and what they believe. So, and all I'm saying is, Brother Fox, is the first man alive was made. Adam was black, and then something happened. What the sons of God came to the daughters of men, and he flooded the earth. Noah and his 3 sons were black. Noah's sons, after they came out of it, the first world empires were Babylonia, Nimrod, and then Egypt, and not in that necessarily in that order. Then Ethiopia, then and all of those were black, and they covered the earth and they explored the earth. They were here first. Your people came and migrated later on and settled it. So you all have the right to the land because we didn't set up as civilizations there. The earth, I'm not taking away that your people.
I'm sorry. Let me cut you short for a minute. So you're telling him this. How, first of all, how do you know? Because he just gave you evidence. One, how do you know that Adam was black? And how do you know that right from there from the text? Because you asked him if he believed the Bible. I'm cutting in, but how do you know that? And then I'm gonna give it right back to. I want to get right back to Mr. Phil Fox. How do you know that?
Well, I believe by the scriptures, and you can't.
The Bible says so, because
yeah, exactly.
My reading of the Bible.
You can't listen. You can't get a Caucasian man and make a black man. Period. You can't. You can't get a Caucasian man or a red Indian and make a dark black man from two of no. But the dominant genes of black folks are the dominant genes. Period. Every person came from Adam and his seed came to Noah, and Noah's 3 sons were black. Other than that, you can't get, if they were all white or all Indian, you couldn't get a dark black man from your gene pool. I mean, God can do anything, don't get me wrong. But it's just, from what we know, all I'm saying is, Brother Fox, is that the first reign of power were black civilizations, and because of their paganism and their idolatry in the fullness of time, those civilizations were brought down. But during their reign, they traveled the globe, and the first people over here to the American were black folks, even before those because they knew the oceans, they knew the rivers, they knew the tide, and your folks, Brother Phil,
this is crazy.
Wait, hold on. And then your folks, Bruce, Brother Phil, migrated, and Bruce, you can go back so many years. But that's yeah, I'm not saying you all don't deserve the land, and what you said about the West and so forth, I agree with that. But the first people. Why are you always talking over me? I'm trying to.
I'll make sure. I'm trying to say. You're saying even before the Olmecs.
Yes, black folks were all over this earth. Anyway, I got to be in a meeting. I'm already late. But Brother Phil, this is what my studying and reading the Bible believe. It's only common sense.
Well, you know
we
what
did not listen. One last thing.
The 3 sons were white.
Hold on.
Prove me wrong.
No. You believe the 3 sons were white?
Yeah, prove me wrong. See how that works?
Oh, wait. Hold on. Before I go, I'm just gonna have to be late. You're saying the sons of Noah were white?
They were red Indians, like you said. That's a racial slur.
Hold on, wait. I'm confused. Are you saying?
Do you see how that
Noah,
works?
Ham?
I'm being facetious.
No. Okay,
how your argumentation works? Do you see how your argumentation works? Because anyone can say anything. Especially when all their
look at
sources are
science.
back home. Their sources are always. I'm sorry, I don't have no sources. I don't have nothing in front of me. I can make a bunch of claims. Everybody can make claims, but nobody wants to bring sources, Bruce. And when somebody does, it's always, I'm just pass that off. Okay. So you're good. Obviously, you're just going to believe what you want to believe.
No, you can't get. You can't come. You can't.
You can't just talk. You gotta let him talk, and you gotta prove it.
Prove it. I can prove it by what the Bible says, and all the other.
That's just your interpretation.
Every time we say we're not going to bring out our sources.
That has nothing to do with.
So two red people can't make a black person. Adam and Eve. What make you think from the Bible Adam and Eve's black? The Hebrew word? had damn brown dirt? What make you think that on the Nation of Islam and Rudolph Windsor and the 5%ers? What make you think that? Don't ride on my black power. What make
But
you
hey,
think?
I'm
Bruce,
just
don't
telling
go to
you.
Bruce. I'm asking, Father God, in the name of the Lord Jesus, don't let us. Bruce, I'm asking.
I only got a couple minutes
answer
too.
the
I got to get
question
off.
right
I got
now
a
in
meeting in
Jesus'
front of
name.
me.
Okay, I only got a couple of
We
minutes.
got a
I'm
couple.
going by the creation story. I'm going by
White
that
folk go by
the lighter gene pool can't make dark black folks who were Hamites and Shemites
What
and
are you basing that
Japhethites.
off of, Bruce? What are you basing that off of?
Show me a white man like
science.
Tchaikovsky
Oh,
can
now you
make
want to
a
rely on
dark black
science.
man. Show me a red Indian can make a dark black man.
Again, please
That
don't call me
cannot
that. That's a
happen.
racial slur, please.
Huh?
I said,
I
please do
didn't
not
mean
call
that.
me that. That's
No
a
offense
racial slur.
intended. No offense intended. I'm just talking. No offense intended. No, they can't. So every race came from the black man and woman. Period. Anyway, I got to
Based
go,
off
y'all.
of what?
Well, we agree to disagree. That's what I believe, and that's what happens. And I believe
Wow.
history tells you that. And the first reigns of power came from black nations, and they traveled the globe even before your folks who migrated and came over to Bering Strait later on. That's when you all. So you all.
All right, thank you. Say that. Bruce just want to say what he want to say. Bruce don't got enough evidence to talk for me. Bruce ain't got enough evidence to talk for me. Talk that talk. Every time, because if you talk that talk so much, you should have those sources off the dome. You're supposed to have those sources off the dome. Go ahead, Phil. Or was it Mr. Phil Fox or Leo? I'm not sure who was up.
Leo
he was
was
still
talking where the
finishing up, I
source,
think.
the source where the source comes from, but
Phil, you want to
The
present your
screen is
information? I
cracked,
can just
so
go.
I
Then we got to
don't.
jump off.
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, I don't need to share the rest of my stuff because it's just basically just reiterating, and it's. I'll just show it for the just so people can go and look. This is what I'm basing my information off of. I just shared the screen. So this is the actual Rasmussen actual study. So you can go and look this up.
Yes.
And it shows, the 1300 to 26 calendar years before present, right? So that's what this child called Anzac 1. And so he was here. So this is just him here. This is him in Montana. If you can see this, let me blow this up a little bit. So you can see that this is in what's now modern day Montana. And but according to the research, the farther you get south, the later the dates get. So you get into South America. So there's clear migration, no doubt about that. But the problem is that Bruce cannot and is not willing to show any kind of source that shows that for whatever reason he believes that we came here and came after whoever his folks are. But here, this is the evidence, and here's these are other DNA studies, whether you want to you believe in it or not. But look, these are completely opposite, different DNA off of any of these. These here in the red. These are all places that have prehistoric indigenous people have been found. And you can see that they are nowhere close.
What do the colors mean, Phil Fox?
These are, I believe, so here's the legend right here.
Okay.
So can you see the legend there?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's interesting that if you go back over to the other side, the left.
Oh, to the left?
Yeah. It's interesting with the map that it kind of like doesn't go deep into the African continent. It kind of goes on north in terms of migration pattern.
Right.
To the story we're told, they crossed our Bering Strait through an ice bridge. So it seems like people who are in the colder regions keep on trying to move to find somewhere better. So.
Yeah. And and I don't have any problem with the Bering Strait theory. I actually, there's more evidence for it than against it. But even again, any Hebrew Israelite that wants to try to claim us, my indigenous people, as as Israelites, first of all, we understand and know who we are. That's a misnomer that we don't know who we are. We're not like the folks in some of our unfortunate Hispanic brothers and sisters who they don't even know who their tribes are anymore. That's unfortunate. And I mean, I've been on IUIC's their res channel and asking some of them, because one of their guys is from Mexico and he doesn't even know what his tribe is. So I mean, to me, that's something to grieve over. But we understand and know, especially those indigenous who are in the lower 48, Canada, and the Inuits, they understand and know who they are. We have tribal languages that we speak even to this day. We have our own origin stories, creation stories, and almost every people call themselves the people. So we have our own names and things that we have our own stories and origin stories and all these things. We have every custom. Not one of them suggests that we came from or are linked to Israel. Now, again, just like I was telling Bruce earlier, excuse me, we do have elements of the Genesis floods story. We have elements. There's many tribes that have water elements, that have serpent elements. My own creation story of my clan, the Low-Cap clan, I would tell it, but it's inappropriate for this time and out of respect, not because I believe anything hokey is going to happen, but out of respect for my tribe and the storytelling. We have a season where it's appropriate to tell. But there are water elements, there are serpent elements, and there are thunder and lightning and weather elements within the story of my original clan. And so there's all of those things that are there that are akin, right? Because again, I do believe that we all came from one place. I mean, I believe in the biblical narrative. Absolutely. I'll just show a little bit more. Here's some more of the, Anzac 1, some of the different markers that they're using. Some of this more, I see that you might have been in the background, or if you're in the chat, if you wanted to see some of this, I can give you some of this, because I know you'd understand the DNA stuff a heck of a lot better than I would, and maybe even help me to figure out some of this stuff. But yeah, and here's some of the more technical stuff when it comes to the DNA.
Even Phil Fox, the fact you said there's a season when to tell the story, it shows that it's a culture in time. How Bruce talked about the luminaries and calendars. You can have a calendar system of things when things are supposed to take place, times and seasons, and that's powerful.
Right. Yeah, we understood the growing seasons. We understood just like the young gal who was talking about, she feels and she understands and knows that there's power within nature and the things that she feels when she's there amongst the land and stuff like that. Actually, one of my brothers, not adopted brothers, he does like a survivalist camp where he actually takes the kids out and to show them I'm just scrolling to show you guys in the chat, like this is a very in-depth article. So this isn't just fluff. There is just a regular article, the article that I showed you in the slide. I know it was very quick, but this is what that article was based upon. So that way it's for your reference and those types of things. So so again, Bruce, this is what it means to show evidence and sources and whatnot, and any Hebrew Israelite who wants to try to propagate the fact that or even insinuate the fact that my indigenous people are somehow the tribe of Gad or the Seminole Indians. I don't know how they were able to separate out the Seminole Indians to be their own tribe. I have questions about that too.
I think a lot of this stuff comes from what's the guy that was traveling that started the Mormon church, the Joseph Smiths and other people that came in contact with earlier Indians. But the thing I think, Mr. Phil Fox, is some people, because they ask about your DNA and Eskimos and all of this stuff, I think some of what might be some confusion is two things. And I just hung up the phone with Elder Green. He's on his way in. He may want to jump on to ask some stuff, to answer a couple of questions too. But what do you, Mr. Phil Fox, There's some Indians, I've seen pictures, and many people in here have seen pictures that look like myself or a little lighter than me, and they say those people are Indians also. I think that's what might be confusing some people.
That's, yeah.
And there
So
are dark Indians and there are light people. Maybe you can explain some of that in different tribes and stuff like that.
well, yeah, of course. I mean, just like again, like, I mean, the first thing we need to understand and to realize is that tribes were not monolithic. So that's what I was trying to tell, and that's what I was trying to explain. What I said, we all have different origin stories. We all have different. We have different languages. We have different clans, even, and also even amongst the tribes themselves, there's different bands. So that's what many of my my unlearned Hebrew Israelite brothers don't understand.
So how would you look at that in light of a Bible believer with the Noah story then? Because some people say, well, the Indians are from Japheth, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
or you look at the Noahic story that way?
Yeah, quite frankly, Brian, who cares? Because first of all, I mean, we understand, and I mean, so again, many indigenous people aren't going to say, yes, we came from the Bering Strait. They're going to say, no, we've always been here.
You're correct.
So that's most of our worldview. And so again, so how can a Hebrew Israelite come and say, oh, well, actually you're from this tribe and that tribe and this tribe and that, for what? What does that give us? It doesn't give us anything. And if you are a Christian or a Bible believing indigenous person, we understand and know, and Pastor Mike says it all the time. It's about Christ first, then identity. So don't get it twisted. Yes, I'm proud to be indigenous and I'm proud to be part of my heritage.
But you're not putting that above nothing.
Not even close to above. I'm a Christ follower first, above anything else. And that's what matters first. Then I can argue all this other stuff.
Second, okay.
But it's secondary. So yeah, so and again, many of my indigenous people, they critique me because they don't believe the same things I do. They put their selves first, their indigenous qualities first, but not to the point where they're willing to fudge facts and do pseudo scholarship and pseudoscience and all that kind of stuff. So they're going to look at the things like this and try to understand better who they are and how we're related.
Sorry. Russell Higgins, no. It's a standpoint that God is dealing with people. What did Abraham really could Abraham understand that? Could Abraham count to 1 million? So you're dealing with people who have limited understanding of the world they're around. They didn't travel far. So what can he comprehend?
What does that even mean? God didn't know the Indians. Of course God knew the Indians. You don't believe in natural revelation? You never read Romans 1? So of course there was natural revelation. And because
everybody's trying to answer where everyone come from. How did we get the races or the nations of people that we have? And there's been a certain narrative that has been pushed in certain churches and in certain denominations that we all come from the Noetic, from the story of Noah.
And that's fine. Sure. But does that mean that we're somehow forgotten culturally Hebrew?
What do you mean?
So does that mean that we're Jews?
Acts 17 through
we're
1
Israel?
blood. How did we get the races?
Yeah, I mean that's fine. I believe that we all came from one people.
Okay, Acts 17. Okay.
Yeah, we all came from one people. Obviously, God created us. God created us, all of us. Now, whether it came from, whether you believe that we came out of Africa theory, or your great grandmother was Lucy, or yes. Part of the whatever, but no, God created us. And I don't hold to a hyper literal Genesis. I don't hold to a super hyper literal Genesis. I used to be a hardcore young earth creationist, hardcore.
Yes, yes. A
Um,
lot of people, a lot of people still
yeah.
are.
So I mean, you know,
many in here still are.
yeah.
Yes.
So
All
I
right,
mean,
Leo. I'm not sure if Elder Green came in there. You wanted to share your screen now?
yeah, just for a second, we got to jump off. Yeah, we both got to jump. We got a meeting.
The Valley of Dry Bones.
Yeah, yeah. Go ahead.
We have to get into Adam and statements that Bruce made, or what we would say is the original. Did God have a format? Did God have an original individual Adam that inside of him was all different varieties or ethnicities of people? If so, what was more Adam's complexion? Does the Bible speak to that at all, Leo? Or is that part of Black Power, the conscious community, 5% Nation, and Windsor and other individuals?
It's very possible.
I got your screen up.
Yeah, I'm about to talk to it real quick, and we got to jump off. But yeah, I was say, this is a source that even when Bruce was talking, I remember hearing this. Some of the talking points. It's called "The Valley of Dry Bones: The Conditions that Face Black People in America" by Rudolph Windsor. Now, just to be mindful for people that don't know who this brother is, he also made this book, From Babylon to Timbuktu,
which is probably the most popular book in all of Israel. All of what we would call the awakening.
So this is a great scholar, Leo. This is a man that's probably world research. He probably 2 PhDs.
He's highly respected. He's highly respected in a lot of communities. A lot of communities. But I just want to go to one point and I'm gonna read it and we're gonna probably jump off. There's a part in here that talks about, you see the title, The Bible, an African Book. So this is a section in here that he's gonna go through the Bible and talk about how it's specifically the Africans. But I want to read one section here. It says, the color of the Israelites. Now tell me I'm just gonna read one paragraph, the very first one. Tell me, who does this sound like? There was one question often asked of me: were the ancient Israelites a white people in biblical days? The answer to this question is absolute no. I have no doubt about my convictions. Notice he didn't say a source. I have no doubt about my conviction and no reason to lie. The Europeans had the reason to lie. So the Europeans had the reason to lie. We've heard that before. To develop white supremacy. They lied about the truth after they made it illegal for a black man to learn to read during slavery times. This event took place when the whites prevented the blacks from defending themselves. They reinforced their lie by placing white pictures throughout the Bible, placing white pictures on religious calendars, and producing white television programs and religious movies. As a result of this insidious overt deception, the modern generation, white and black, just assumes without the facts that the ancient Hebrews were white. Now, we can get through all this maybe one day, but I just want to just read that part because it seems like a lot of what he's even, like Bruce was saying to me, I'm not saying he got it directly from him, but what I've heard is rooted in a lot of the material this is old stuff from 20, 30, 40 years ago.
Do you believe?
Go ahead.
Do you believe that? Because ask Elder Green that question. All right, I'll try to get him on now. Do you believe, Leo, that he said what he said about Europeans having a reason to lie? Do you believe Adam and Eve were white?
No.
Do you believe Adam and Eve look like Indians?
Who cares? No, I say, and the reason I say no is
apparently somebody cares now.
A lot of people care.
We ain't gonna push that on. Somebody cares because everybody's talking about this race thing.
See, that's the thing, though, is that it's unfortunate, and I do consider myself, very fortunate that I do understand and know my culture, and this is why people care, because they've lost their culture, and that's one of the That's one of the downfalls of the European expansion and the European supremacy, is because it robbed many people of their culture. So that's all I'll say about that. I got to run.
Okay,
yeah.
all right, thank you.
Where
I
we at
appreciate
now?
you, brother. Always good to have. Oh, I think Leo, you got to go too. I'm not sure.
Yeah. We gotta head out. We got a church meeting. But yeah, I just wanted to say this, and I'll just let y'all know. Again, this is a book that's free online. I just downloaded for free. I had the other ones as well, but this is Valley of the Dry Bones. It's by Rudolph Windsor. If you want to look, a lot of stuff Hebrew Israelites be saying be coming from the conscious community, even more Black Power movement. So if you just go back, literally, go ahead.
Even the name Valley of Dry Bones, Ezekiel 37.
Correct. Literally, all the talking points are in here. For everything about the fulfillment of it, understanding how they see that pretty much the whole Bible is about Black people. It's been about Black people this whole time. People have been lying. It's been a conspiracy in the church. Slavery is the reason they didn't want you to read the books, because they hid the truth from y'all. That's why they didn't want y'all to read. And then even when you question that, they go back to Constantine. So if you start reading these books, you see a lot of the talking points are connected. And if you notice, he don't got no sources pointed throughout a lot of the claims.
Okay.
So,
all right. Thank you so much, brother.
No problem. Peace, y'all.
All right. I'm going to try to get Elder Green. Now, you're going to go to Genesis. Is that answer in Genesis? Now, somebody, I know what some of y'all thinking. Mr. Phil Fox know his history and his family history, and he just went back 8,000, 12,000. So he could say who cares because he know his, and Irish know theirs. I know people will say things like that. But if you go to answer in Genesis 1.3 million, if you deal with the color of people, origins of races according to the Bible, all of those videos are in excess of a million views. I don't care if they were only a few months ago dropped. So somebody cares. Somebody's worried about these conversations, and we can't lie. People did have an agenda back in the days. I'm not so holy. I'm going to act like that's not true. They did. So I'm not going to sit here and say Adam and Eve were clear.
No, but then with the agenda, it has to go on both sides pushing an extreme narrative.
Okay. What you're saying, a Black man, the original man agenda, and a white man, Asian, blonde hair, blue eye, European agenda.
Yeah.
So you think Adam could be somewhere in the middle as a red man? Let me call Elder Green right now and see if Elder Green in the crib.
Because Phil Fox is non-white, not so-called Black, right?
Uh-huh.
And then how things kind of switch up to the
What do you mean
conversation.
No, go ahead. I'm trying to get Elder Green.
It just kind of like we have to look into these things. But Brian, you got Elder Green. What do you think about Bruce's response in terms of return the land? Should reparations come first and the land would return to the indigenous people?
All right, here's Elder Green right here. Elder Green's on. I got you on speakerphone, Elder, from your studies. People talking about from their studies, from your studying the Word of God. Are you what impression does the Bible give you, or from just your studies in general, that Adam looked like? If you believe Adam came, and the world was after Adam, the world was repopulated through Noah and his 3 sons. Mr. Phil Fox said, "Who cares?" And I said that could be a little different because he just ran his history down from his family for thousands of years. But when we look at answers in Genesis in different places, it's always in the millions or hundreds of thousands. Somebody that reads the Bible is concerned about what Adam and Eve looked like or what they believed he looked like. What are your thoughts on that?
I believe that Adam would have looked somewhat like the complexion of maybe like, since I've seen Dunamis face to face, I believe Adam would have been somewhat close to the complexion of Dunamis.
Why Dunamis? Why not me? Never mind. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I gotta be 2.9.
Now, for those ones after Adam,
Dunamis, turn that camera off or I block you forever out of darkness.
The original man, Bree, I've been trying to tell you. You didn't want to listen.
I promise I'm gonna block him.
Those ones that would have stayed in that location of the world, close to the equator, I believe that they would have gotten darker to your complexion. But as far as the original complexion, I believe it's safe to say they're more closer to maybe dunamis. You know, definitely not mine. Definitely not mine. You know what I'm saying? Most close to a dunamis type complexion.
Okay, okay. And what gives you that impression?
Oh, Adam, Adham, the Hebrew word Adham. If you look at the etymology of the word, it will take you to that ruddy, that ruddy, and you go look at the complexion of ruddy and ruddy and dark brown blood.
Oh, ruddy is dark.
Oh, yeah, heck yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you look at a ruby, if you put a ruby beside dunamis complexion, it'd be, you know, closer to like a dunamis type dark blood, like dried up blood. Matter of fact, the etymology of the word Adam, it means earth. It means earth. Now, if you look at even if you look at Edom, if you look at a map of Edom, you're gonna see the map of Edom and the color of those rocks and that dirt over there is like a ruddy dark brown type complexion.
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, Dunamis. Anything else? I know Elder, he's not even in the office yet. I know he has sheep, but we wanted to hit you and just say that.
Yeah, what somebody think Adam was a different color complexion?
No. Some say, it doesn't make a difference. I know you already know what Bruce thoughts are.
What Bruce thought?
Bruce, everybody was black back then. As far as he's concerned, they would be what we would define in America as black. Well, Dunamis, I guess Bruce is right then, because you would define Dunamis here in America as black, I guess.
Oh yeah. But there's scientific proof, there's archaeological proof, there's historical proof. You got biblical proof, of the language, you got scientific proof, you got archaeological proof, you got so many historical proof, you got so many different proofs that prove without question that the original man was a man of color. That ain't debatable. That should be a no-brainer for anybody. That's like the whole news right there.
Okay.
In my opinion, now if somebody can prove me wrong, I could be wrong, but from what I've seen from every angle, that original man was a man of color. And then now I don't believe, me personally, I don't believe all this took place a million years ago. I don't believe that, but even if it did take place a million years ago, it got to be the same story. So that means that a million years ago, the original man had to be a color. I don't care if it was not a million years ago. Anytime, no matter what.
Even if it was only 20,000, 10,000 years ago.
It's gonna be the same. It's gonna be the same thing. It's gonna be the same thing because the Bible tells it that the first man that ever lived, was Adam. Now I know some people may think the gap there between Genesis 1 and 2. I don't hold to that. I don't hold to that because through one man came sin. So if they got somebody sitting between verse 1 and 2, then where'd that come from? You know what I'm saying? So, but I don't want to go in that part there. But anyhow, so yeah. And I heard y'all talking about that calendar earlier today, man. But I ain't gonna go back to that subject.
No, but you heard. You can't share your thoughts. It ain't like we hear from you that much.
Yeah, man. God knows I want to jump on, but yeah. So anybody have any questions? Any questions, Mama?
Anybody got any questions on Dunamis? You see anything? Hold on, let me click because I'm going to pull something up. Come on, he said, "Come on, elder teacher." Of course, Ryan Harris going to get on organ. Brownish has all the colors: yellow, red, black. No color is white. Okay, that's something else. Walking the Light says Adam was made from the dust of the ground. What color would dust be? That's how I view it. Terrence Jones, he's not buying any of it. He said he's not buying any of it. Dunamis, anything else? You see anything?
No, I'm not seeing anything. I'm not seeing anything. We gotta do a show on it. We talked about before about the original man and DNA migrations, because there's a lot of stuff and how old the Earth is.
No, we don't even need to deal with that to confuse it. We wanna deal with I'm not gonna add it. This guy want to confuse it. This guy want to confuse it to make other people happy.
Okay. Let's make it simple. Let's make it simple and straight.
Like somebody gonna be offended if Adam was black or look like you, Dunamis. If he looked like you, what did the Elder Green light skin?
No.
He said it doesn't bother him.
No, the skin color is one thing, but folks saying that the Earth is 6,000 years old and going.
We're not worried about that. Ain't no, the Bible don't tell you how old the Earth is. We ain't going for none of that garbage right now.
No, we ain't worried about that.
Okay, I'm with you.
Yeah, we ain't worried about that right now.
So let me ask you.
Who in here think Adam was European?
Yeah. I wish I could see the chat. Who thinks that?
I know the Daniel. Who think Adam looked like Rev C, Mr. Phil Fox, Elder Green, type of one? If you think Adam looked like them, that's okay. It's no big thing. But if you do, just type of one so we can tell you, so we can give an idea. Adam wasn't clear. Let me tell y'all about that. If y'all believe the story, Adam wasn't transparent. We ain't finna start no crazy Bible talk. We so spiritual. Adam ain't even had no color. We ain't finna start that craziness.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. And we shouldn't be afraid to talk about it. We just want the truth. That's all it is. I mean, that if somebody connected to a racist or prejudice type view and understanding, then we need to correct that person with that wrong view. All we're talking about is history of his best understanding. The Bible is his best understanding. So if somebody come up trying to push, a particular racism or prejudice with this subject, then we all need to jump on that person and correct that. But just talking about this and trying to get some understanding of what happened, ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with that at all. So if Adam was, okay, for those ones that say, and I agree, the color don't matter. Okay, so then what's the problem there if he was a man of color? There ain't no problem there. Because I'm going to tell you, he was a man of color, period.
I'm with you, Elder Green, but now if we're talking about skin color and redeeming the dignity of a people, we understand that the black man is the original man and all the folks are inferior. That's what some folks, not everyone, but that's what some folks' minds go to. White folks are inferior. If you're not black, you're inferior. And the time's going to come when the black man's going to rule again.
How all of that is connected to what color Adam was?
Green. Because when a race thing comes up, just how Europeans whitewash, right? There's a standard of trying to correct the color, but then because of overemphasis, going to a standpoint about supremacy. The black man is the original man, and we're going to reign and rule and conquer all the inferior races. Am I wrong? Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, go ahead. That's 5% teachings because see that Farrakhan could speak a truth, just like, well, I don't know, y'all don't believe no Israelites could speak no truth, but a broken clock is right twice a day.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Elder.
Yeah, I agree. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear everything you were saying, but let me ask you, Dunamis, what color do you believe Adam was? And I don't want to hear you say, well, the standpoint is, no, I don't hear that. I don't hear the standpoint is. I want to know, what color do you think Adam was?
Maybe like a darker brown, kind of like.
Okay.
Like the Aborigine kind of feel.
Okay. All right. Okay. Now watch this. Now you giving that answer, and I agree with that answer. That doesn't make me feel any good about the black or white subject. It's just the truth. I mean, that's all. See,
Elder Green, you different. Elder Green, you got folks. It goes beyond that point. It goes beyond that point, and exactly. And so where the white man come from? Well, the white man was manufactured. The white man is all kinds of stuff. The white man's a curse.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Okay. And this how we walk through this kind of. This how we walk through this kind of subject. Okay. This how we walk through the kind of subject. You get some kind of direct answer. Now let me ask. Now I got my understanding where the other complexions come from. Let me ask you. Where do you think the white complexion comes from?
Or that's something that should not even be discussed in the body of Christ.
Why not? Well, why not discuss it?
Most excellent keep talking about what color was Adam Bones. The people don't really want to touch this. It's touchy for people. We got mulattoes in here. We got Europeans in here. We got people that's married to Europeans in here. It's a lot. Then look how light skinned you are, Elder.
But see, and we got Europeans in our congregation. So see, here we go. See, the Bible says, "Great peace have those that love thy law, and nothing shall means offend them." So we talking about this subject. I don't see why somebody. I mean,
Because the history of America, race, on the brown paper bag test, I could see why. I don't know. Let me be quiet. Go ahead.
But in my mind, okay, it's like this. Dunamis. I'm gonna use Dunamis. Dunamis is a young man, I think in his late 30s, okay? And he got a date of birth, he got his parents, he got what elementary school he went to, what junior high, what high school, and so forth. And now say for instance, if he grew up with all these elementary school students and all these people that knew him in his family and so forth, and played kickball together, played baseball, and went to school together, and then later on somebody do a documentary or write a book about Dunamis and talking about Dunamis. Now, say if Dunamis has some kids that grow up and they get a copy of this book and they open the book and the description or the images that they put in the book about their daddy, they're like, hold on. That ain't how my daddy. Hold on. That ain't the description, or that wouldn't even be close to his description. See, I wouldn't want nobody to do any kind of writing about me and change anything about me. That's me. So if somebody came along in history and tried to change stuff, guess what God will want you to know? He'll want you to know the truth about it. Not to offend nobody, not to hurt nobody, just to expose what somebody did. So the problem ain't us learning. The problem is the one who started changing. That's the problem.
Listen to this, Elder. Most Excellent said, it doesn't offend me. But if God can make white bones from brown dirt, it's hard to say what color Adam was. It's conjecture. What say ye to that?
No, I'm gonna tell you he's wrong. I'm gonna tell you straight up, it ain't no conjecture. You go to the etymology of the word, go to the Hebrew language of the word, and go and see how that word is used more than one time in the Bible. You're gonna see that word has a complexion with it. It has a color to it, and it's not white.
I've heard everybody, all type of people, from honestly, so many people coming here talking about dominant and recessive genes. Can two European people make a baby that looks like me? And that's the next thing that often comes up. Now, people would equate that with the Nation of Islam. Is that science? If it's not science, can we throw it in the garbage? Do we have instances online, Dunamis, where two white people can make a baby that look like me? Somebody's going to bring up albino. I've had this conversation 1,000 times. And could two black people like myself, and my wife is dark like me or a little darker than me, can we make a blonde hair, blue-eyed baby?
Now, Brent,
Go ahead, and I want to, Elder, you say that, but you come from an older, maybe Nation of Islam, maybe Plans 13X environment, so you might be influenced by some other thoughts. Dunamis, is that proper? Is that scientific? Where's Sister Sherry at? She can type in the comment section, yes or no.
And
Where the Hebrew or Israel at? They can type in the conversation, yes or no.
And that's why I'm just saying, I know we're supposed to want to go to the age of Earth, but goes into it. Go ahead.
It was on your show. He put up there this black couple producing these twins.
Yes.
And one of them twins
and the one, yes, and the other one was Esau, yes.
Now you say Esau. Now she wants.
No. But people like Jacob and Esau, that's what people claim are two manner of people.
But no, she won't know Esau. She won't know Esau. Because truth be told, you look at the etymology of Esau is the same as Edom. It's the same person. It's the same person. They go back to the same person, same complexion. And matter of fact, Josephus said that Esau, Jacob, they were twins. They were identical twins.
Twins. That's rough.
Come on, man. But see, like when I talk about this subject, there ain't a racist present bone in my body. And if somebody come across my path and I sense that they're racist and subject, I'm gonna deal with them. about how they're approaching this subject, because that ain't the way God wants to do it. But at the same time, we still got to teach truth best we know it. Come on, what kind of, who do that? I mean, where they do that at? Where they don't teach truth best they know it? Where they do that at?
They said somebody else said yes, two white people can make a black baby. So all of that recessive gene, all of that's just pseudo nonsense that got to be in the garbage. So Adam could be white. It's just as likely. That's what everybody in here is saying. It's just as likely, Dunamis, that Adam could be white as he could be a brown, a red person.
Well, and that's
y'all don't want a black. Adam ain't gonna be black. Adam ain't gonna be black.
All I can do is tell them, go tell the ones that explain the etymology of the Hebrew language. Go explain that view to them. Go explain those ones that have labeled their lives in scientific findings to prove otherwise. Go find those ones that have done archaeological digs that prove it otherwise. See all these YouTube specialists and YouTube scientists. I mean, I ain't got time for that. There's some people that are experts in this, and they are saying that original man was a man of color. So
yeah, everything I'm saying, there's a lot of dark skin. There's some dark stuff been coming up recently. Y'all acting like y'all crazy. Y'all, or y'all want to totally separate yourself from anthropology and just stand on the faith of the Bible and just say we don't know or they're guessing.
But Brent, that's what I'm saying. This will go into migration patterns and colors and things of the sort, right? Because Ibri brought about how darker Caucasians in West Africa.
Okay, here we go, Goodness. Okay, here we go. Now, you tell me where you think.
What do you call? Yeah, what are you talking about? Darker Caucasian? You talking about Cheddar Man?
No, we're talking about the migrations and how people on West Africa. It's a mix. Looking at the science and all that kind of stuff. We did a video about that.
Yeah, you got to show me that.
Yeah, how was dark-skinned Caucasians?
From how long ago?
I got looking. I can't remember how long he said.
Go ahead, Ella Green. Go ahead. I'm stepping out for a minute. Go ahead, y'all.
Watch it, Ella Green. See, I'm about to say right now. So the people have to scratch their head, and I'm not doing it pride for the arrogant. I'm not doing it. But see, it get to a point that we got to speak directly, speak clear, that people can clearly understand our stand and our point. My view is that original man was a man of color. My view is that after the flood, they begin to migrate to different parts of the world, and when they begin to migrate, the complexion change. That's my view.
Mine also. I don't believe Adam and Eve was white. I could be wrong. I don't believe none of that. I'm not to the point where I say I don't want a white Jesus. I don't want to, but I ain't going for none. I ain't going for a lot of that. I don't know. I haven't received a lot of that, but I'm open to learn. That's one thing about me. I'm open to learn. I don't know if God gonna come looking like the oppressor. Now I'm finna relapse right now. My ignorance is finna come back. I'm telling y'all right now. I ain't gonna sit here and get that far, but boy, I'm telling you, if y'all trying to give me that, y'all trying to give me something I don't want. I don't care what they say. Y'all can get to calling the elders and recording me, do what y'all want. Y'all trying to give me something I don't want.
Now, you see how I just laid down.
You laid it down plain. Dunamis talking all over the place.
Now, I want you to tell me.
He can't. He ain't built like that. He can't tell you that migration patterns and all this other stuff. Unless you don't believe in the like Mr. Phil Fox. One thing he kept it a buck. He said, "Yo, I used to believe in the story rigid like that." He may not even believe that all men come from Adam, no one set of people, and it may not be like that. I'm open to talk. If y'all want to talk, I'm open to talk. Adam and Eve may be some type of federal head of the human race, but the creation isn't like what we think. Her name was Eve because she's the mother of all living. Maybe she ain't. No, let's keep it on. Come on. Some people here believe that, but they ain't gonna say it. Maybe she ain't. There's some Bible, there's some pastors with degrees that don't believe that.
Well, that's a problem. I'm telling you,
yeah, it's a bunch of problems. You'll be surprised what some educated pastors believe out here. They may not say it in front of folk because they want to keep their job, but a lot of them don't believe some stuff.
No. So, Dunamis, what do you think, Dunamis? How do you think the color came about?
Is it fair to say Adam was black, but by the time Sinai, I don't have a problem with that at all. How do you think color came about, Dunamis? That's a fair question he's asking.
Yeah, Marine, that's a question I've been asking. Where the white man came from? So Bruce, you asked Elder
You see, hey, yo, I'm done with yo. I gotta shut it down. I'll let Elder. He don't want to address it. He said,
Brent, I'm trying to address it. Brent, I'm trying to address it.
How you trying to address it? You don't got nothing in your own brain, in your own head that you think.
Brent,
you got an opinion.
I'm trying
yet.
to answer, brother.
Okay, go ahead, answer.
Thank you, Elder Green. Thank you. Harass and attack.
Come on, I'm gonna let him in more. Got 2 minutes more. We ain't slowed it down that much. Ain't nothing to slow down here. Y'all ain't finna give me no migrations all over the place and all that other stuff, unless y'all gonna say the planet is hundreds of million years old and the Eve story ain't legit. Outside of that, ain't nobody slowing this story down. Ain't nobody slowing this down. Ain't nothing to slow down.
Oh, I wasn't even trying to slow down.
Well, Adam and Eve European, blue-eyed Europeans with blonde hair.
No.
Yes or no? I'm asking more of that right now.
No,
how he could come on and answer so quick, Elder Green, and Dunamis got a problem answering it.
I have a problem answering it.
Man, you're supposed to answer that quick.
Brent, I can answer the question quick. Brother, can I?
I'm sorry.
I got the keys, don't I? Can I grab the
Alton, send me some of that stuff so I can upload that. My chip is acting up, Alton. Something happening with my chip. I need a new chip.
Nah, I can go with what you say in terms of after the flood, color changing, but it's a matter of timing. That's all I would have to say, and how old the Earth is, things of that nature. That's what I was have to say. It's still going to the Earth and also global flood, local flood.
Dunamis is full of chat. Elder Dunamis is full of chat. Just that game. He don't want to talk that talk.
It ain't gay.
Man, he'll try to bring more in here to switch up that original man doctrine. Boy, y'all ain't gonna do it.
No.
Now, Bruce, everything Bruce is saying ain't crazy. Maybe we have to define terms. What do you mean dark skin? The Dravidians in India, them Olmec heads. What do you mean black? And listen, boy, you can say what you want. What the world don't like. Been around here for a long time. Somebody running from that dark complexion, but that been here for a minute. I don't care what you say, these white folk done told y'all, oh, that's when the curse came and y'all came down here and that Joseph Smith garbage. Them lying devil worshiping European God. I don't want none of that garbage over here. That's garbage. Joseph Smith was a liar, and that's garbage. Nobody became cussed and their skin got dark in that book, and I don't care nobody wrote any commentary saying anything apart from that. I don't accept none of that garbage. Now, I'm going to get out of here. Y'all go ahead. I'm sick of y'all, man. Because I think y'all trying to feed me some garbage, and I don't want it.
Now, to be clear, the only original man doctrine I've ever encountered was the NOI doctrine. However, like I said in the chat, I answered your question directly in the chat, which was two white people can make a dark-skinned person, but they couldn't be the original phenotype for that to happen, right? And there's nothing in science that indicates otherwise. Go ahead, Dunamis.
Is it just me or he breaking up? Is it just me or he breaking up?
Am I breaking up, Dunamis?
I can't see. I'm on the phone, so I can't.
You know what?
Dunamis.
Yeah, sorry, I stepped away.
Can you hear me okay, Dunamis, or no?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. But yeah.
Boy, you just muted yourself.
Breaking up again.
Okay, so can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So on top of that, so the Bible doesn't say that Adam was a white man. It says that, again, the whole concept of Adam is that's equivalent to red or whatnot. That's the whole the ready concept or whatnot, right?
Hold on, open up. Hold on, more. It's more breaking up, or that just me?
Nothing. It's just you, Elder. Because I can hear more.
Well, I'm gonna hang up and listen. I can't hear.
Brother Light, tell if it's not one thing, it's another.
Elder.
I'm sorry, yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump on. More trying to talk and to keep breaking up on my end. And somebody can't help. So
Okay. All right, Elder. Okay. All right. Go ahead, y'all. I'm sorry. I gotta mute myself. I'm sorry. We got some people in in some hospice and some nursing homes and stuff, and look like some of my people transitioning. Some people that were like my parents. Some people in the church been good to me. You know, my physical pops, he was some, we was some beef, this and that. He was in the house, but I can say I had some men in the church that were real men. That's how when people start talking about the church, I get to feel some type of way. And a lot of them in their 80s and 90s now, some things happening. Dispensational Tim, let me know if somebody want to come up on here and share some stuff. Let me just go in here no matter what. Look like we're going to be getting on that highway. People done spread all over the.
Oh, man, sorry to hear that. Praying for you, fam.
Yeah, man. Go ahead, bro. I'm dispensational Tim. Come on up here and fix some of these folk. That chip ain't working no more because I done started hearing some stuff. My ignorant side coming out. Put the link out there, see if dispensational Tim on Joe. Go ahead, Mo. Or Dunamis wanted to play this, or this was from before. I'm sorry.
No, I got some videos lined up with the color of Adam. Brian, so I asked Elder Green before, and I asked Bruce, where did the white man come from? Right?
If he asked you, if
I'm asking where the white man came from, clearly I believe Adam was black.
All right, I'm mad at Bruce. You're mad at Bruce. People, Bruce get me aggravated. Everybody, most excellent. I tell you, everybody getting me aggravated here and there. Timothy Isaac, all type of folk get me. It's beautiful truth. I just blocked her for the 5th time, and she ain't gonna get blocked. Maybe till Christmas time again. I'm sick of her. Good to see you, Sister Sharon. She coming here. I'm talking crazy, Sister Sharon. She popping once in a while, and it's always craziness. So, but the thing is, if he asked, the Green came on, he said, I believe the original Israelites were of a darker hue. Professor Henry said that is not the beef. That's not the beef. Okay, Bruce got some black man, the original man. I'll throw it out there, but I'm not going to say but so much. Bruce going to take it a little further. And I understand what Bruce is saying because I understand all of that talk. I've been involved in all of that talk. But when asked you, instead of answering the question, the thing lyrically outspoken, don't laugh. The thing I don't like about Dunamis is that Dunamis turn around and say, well, that's what I asked, where the white man come from. No, we asked you who was the original man.
But Brian, if I'm saying
I don't look like he turned around. That's what I asked him. Where did the white man come from? Nobody asked that. Because
if I'm asking where the white man came from, clearly I'm saying the original man has to be in one color, right?
No, you can't give me that, Father.
Right?
You gonna make me.
Because now the original man is black. Folks don't want to hear the science and DNA and their migrations. So where did the white man come from according to Scripture? And that's what we're going with.
So, well, in that case, we don't need the Hebrew. Listen, Hebrew.
That's the whole thing.
Listen, more. So, don't y'all start no migration patterns and all of that. Don't y'all start none of all of that. Then, if Dunamis, if you can't answer that right there, what migration patterns gonna help anything? Y'all gonna migrate people to the mountains of Europe and then have us cavemen, cave of treasures? It makes sense. We were all in caves, and okay, hey, they getting ready to go somewhere. I don't feel like going.
Nah.
He dead?
Nah. So I'm gonna repeat what I said. So Elder Green.
Go ahead, y'all.
Nah. I'm not doing none of that. The only original man doctrine I've ever disputed was the NOI doctrine, right? But beyond that, like I said in the chat, like 2 white people can make a dark skinned person, but they can't have been the original phenotype for that to happen or whatnot, right? And so science doesn't say that like the blonde hair, blue eyed type people, etc., were the original phenotype or whatnot. I mean, the Bible doesn't make that inference or whatnot, right? Like I was saying earlier, that the concept of Adam even has the inference of the ruddy concept, like a red concept or whatnot, right? And so if you're going to go to the oldest people on the planet that we know of, like the Khoisan or whatnot, they have like a universal phenotype or whatnot, right? They have that reddish skin tone. They're not Barin black. They're lighter than Barin or whatnot, right?
But you said reddish, like red from red soil.
Yeah.
Like okay, all right, go ahead. Okay, I'm going. You talking? All right, go ahead. I could go with that.
And there's people that are younger than them. Like you could go to like the Andamanese Islanders in Asia and whatnot, and they're darker than Barin. You know what I'm saying? But they're younger than the Khoisan and whatnot, right? And they got phenotypes downstream and whatnot, right? Or they got haplogroups downstream and whatnot, right? So like the Bible's on point in the sense to where it is breaking down like the original man would have been somebody of that ruddy complexion and whatnot, right? And the Bible doesn't make any claims to anything other than that or whatnot, right? But if we slow it down or whatnot, like, so I am going to slow just a little and whatnot. This concept of if everybody's black at one point, right? because this is something that's got to get disputed from Dante's literature a little bit and whatnot, right? Because like Bruce is coming on here spitting this whole like the Dante doctrine all day and whatnot, right?
No, you look at that as the same exact doctrine, Bruce doctrine too, as the 5% as Dante.
No.
You look at that as on the same level.
No, I'm pointing out how they're different and something.
Oh, okay.
So hold on, I lost my train of thought. Give me 2 seconds. Yeah. So Bruce is coming on here talking about like again, when y'all were having the Phil Fox conversation, and when I shout out to Phil Fox, and yes, I'm gonna reach out to you, man, because I would love to help you out with a presentation to knock all this stuff out and whatnot. As a matter of fact, me and another brother from Yab Gang who have Native American mitochondria are already working on something like that, right? But like, so if you hear what Bruce was talking about like he literally admitted like he was a Hamite at one point. I started laughing, you know, so he connected himself like it was the whole Hamite doctrine and whatnot, right? And it was just based upon the fact that like Hamites were black and whatnot. He was like the original people had civilizations around the world, blah 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 blah, and they were Hamites, blah 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 blah, and then we. And it comes down to this concept, like, okay, so if because Dante makes the claim, because this is what I was saying, Dante makes the claim that the Eurocentric church teaches that Ham was black, Shem was red, and that Japheth was white or whatnot, right? That's not something I ever learned in church personally, whatnot, right? But like, so I'll say it like this though, like if science stipulates that everybody was black first, like so Adam, Shem, and Shem, Ham, and Japheth would have been black. How do you know between all like what Bruce is claiming to where like all these civilizations are black? How do you know which one's Ham, Shem, or Japheth? Like how do you know which one's which if they're all? If you're just judging everything by blackness, if blackness becomes the marker for what you deem to be Israel or what you deem to be whatever, you're done, because at one point in time, science is saying no, everybody was black. What you deem to be black, because y'all gonna say anything from red bone to blue black is the same thing, right? You smash it all together as one phenotype or whatnot. So how do you differentiate anybody? And you can never answer that question, ever. And when someone asks you for proof, like Phil does, you're just like, well, I believe. Well, if all you got is your belief, I need you to take, you were at a 10. I need you to bring it down to a 2, Finn. I'm just gonna say it like that. And we're gonna let Ebree's gonna do his own muckraking thing, and then I'm gonna take a whole sidestep on that. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna let him take all the tomatoes for that.
Nah, not today. I'm not going to bring up caves today since we don't want to talk about it.
Appreciate you.
But no, earlier I heard y'all talking about, or actually he wasn't on earlier, but I believe it was a Native American guy.
Yeah.
Phil Fox. Yeah.
Okay.
Shout out to Phil Fox.
That was interesting. And the whole discussion of Native Americans and their phenotype. That's all I caught, because I was in and out. But yeah, that was a interesting discussion from the little that I heard.
So you agree that like two white people can make a dark skinned person, but they couldn't have been the original phenotype for that to happen.
Yeah, that makes sense. We have examples of that.
Fact.
There's a few examples of, that we can easily pull up.
So I told Dante that I believe that on his channel on the video he took down, for all you haters out there, that he flagged on my channel for me putting it up on my channel. I told him I believe that the original the Abrahamic stock and all that would have been like an Afro-Asiatic kind of a phenotype, probably looking something like a Somali or something like that or whatnot, right? That aside, what do you think Adam's color was, Ibrahim?
What do I think Adam's color was?
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be controversial, but wait, well, you said color, you didn't say phenotype, so
not phenotype, just color, bro.
Okay, so yeah, color wise, he would have been like a dark brown, dark reddish brown, something like that.
Yeah, so we're saying the same thing, like the same color, like the Khoisan, basically, right?
A little bit darker than the Khoisan in my mindset, because when it comes to the Khoisan, partially the reason why they're kind of light skinned is because they have a Cushitic admixture from like 2,000 to 3,000 years ago. And the Cushitic people had, admixed with Eurasians that had light skin. So that's what made the
I agree. I still have yet to see any like a blue black Khoisan. That's all I'm saying.
Well, the Hadza would be the closest to probably the original Khoisan phenotype.
Oh, I hear what
The
you're saying.
Hods are pretty dark.
No, I agree with that.
Click speakers in Tanzania.
No, I definitely agree with that.
But yeah, this, by the way, Dunamis, this is what I was saying earlier, a few shows ago, that we definitely need to have, of course, it's just an option, not saying you'll have to, but we need to have a conversation concerning like the origins of mankind, the timeline of the Bible and world history, like, you know, when Adam lived, when was the flood, when did these ethnic groups pop up, as well as, you know, perhaps even where the Garden of Eden could have been. But definitely like a timeline of events, because what Bruce was saying, it sounds like he subscribes to the 6,000 year Earth. And
Yeah.
I'm not going to say that he's wrong. I'm just going to say, how do you fit certain things, certain human events, very important human events within the 6,000 year time frame?
And that's the sad part, Hebrews. You know, they can be done, right? Because you know the young earth creationists do, but they don't even do it like they do. They just completely just leave it off the table. Like, you don't even have to worry about that. You just, you know what I'm saying? Like, I believe the Bible, and that's all you got to worry about.
Exactly. And the same thing goes for like,
because, and I'm sorry, because I think the Bible don't speak on it. I think y'all coming in here to bring confusion, because y'all don't want to deal with that Adam and that skin color. Yeah, because I think the age of the earth, that I think that just bring extra confusion to the Genesis story, and then we're just gonna argue, well, it's basically myth, and everybody didn't come from Adam. What other way can it go outside of that? Some people believe in the worldwide flood, some don't. How did we get the races? There's multiple videos out here on this.
Well, I got to be
I've been talking about this for a minute. Y'all ain't nobody just came and invented this talk.
I got to be a line
People's been asking this question. So I think when you start getting away from it, start getting into the age of the earth, I think that complicates it. Me personally, or you think Hebrew or Israel, you think it go hand in hand?
Yeah, I think it goes hand in hand. And don't get me wrong, I believe in a global flood, and I don't see Genesis as a mythology. I believe it's all real. You know, it's in the Bible, it's real. So, but when it comes to, I guess you can say, for lack of better words, making it more real and more connected to us, rather than just this old story that happened a long time ago and really don't know how to explain it or what happened. How about we try to like show that this is a reality, that Genesis, the events within that book, did happen, and we can prove it using various scientific methods. Because I think you can prove a global flood scientifically. We've actually done shows on
I think that might be. I think that might be possible.
But even if you go with like the local flood model, right? Either or, like this is where Boo is correct in the sense, like when you identify your definitions on things, this is where we can understand how we're different on our views and whatnot, right? Like, so if you have a global flood model, you're gonna have a different outlook than if you have a local flood model, right? Et cetera, whatnot, right? If you're a young earth creationist or whatnot, you're gonna have a different outlook than someone who is an old earth creationist, right? So understanding those things are very important. But on top of that, when you're someone like Bruce or this other side who, like, your only answer is when you ask for proof, is like, well, I believe in the Bible. And if you don't agree with me, you don't believe in the Bible. When you start putting up plausible arguments for what you believe and whatnot, it makes those implausible arguments just all the more outlandish sounding when you hear them. So it's important. It's important to put a clean glass of water next to the dirty glass of water and allow the people to choose what to drink.
Color came about, Dunamis, do me a favor, play that video. The 2-3 main theories on where race come from according to the Bible, from a biblical perspective. Can you do that, Dunamis, or you need me to go to Answers in Genesis and Orthodox Christian sites because there's some confusion in your mind? Is there any confusion in your mind what sites to go to? All right, go ahead. Let's see where he go. Because a lot of people don't even know the basics, I think, on where many believe the races come, because people have been asking this question for the longest since we've noticed differences with each other. People's been theorizing, throwing stuff out there, but there's been some main things that's come down from the church. So let's go ahead, let's play some of them so at least people can be up on that, and then we can break off and go anywhere we want to, as long as they know the basics.
But let's take the same process and let's deal with a couple of issues. Number one, what color was Adam and Eve? Now, there's a big question. There's one that's going to get folks wound up. Well, it's not too difficult, quite honestly, because every person on this planet has the same skin color. So we all have the same skin color, but, oh yes, there is that darkness and lightness, but it's not to do with the skin color. It's actually a combination of 12 different genes, is what I'm told, 12 different genes that determine the lightness and darkness, along with a pigment called melanin. Now, let's make it simple. 12 genes, too many numbers for me. I got to go with 4. Let's imagine that you've got a male and a female, and they both have big A, big B, big B. And that combination is the combination that will cause the darkness, okay? And then let's imagine that you've got little a, little b, and that combination is what causes the lightness. All right, so Adam and Eve, were they black? Well, if all you have are big A's and big B's to pass on to the next generation, what skin color will your children be? I know you're shocked and amazed by this, but black folks have black kids. Yeah, that's deep. So Adam and Eve weren't black. All right then, how about this? Adam and Eve, were they white? I'm sorry, most of us have grown up with pictures with the blonde hair, blue-eyed Eve. That's not accurate. Blonde hair, blue-eyed? No, that's not accurate because white folks can only pass on that white combination, so you're going to end up with white children. But now let's imagine, what if Adam and Eve were middle brown? That's the vast majority of the color of folks who live on the planet anyway, right? Is it not possible to start with middle brown and in one generation to get a variety of combinations from lightness to darkness? Absolutely it is. Absolutely it is.
This one a lot. How can there be so many races in the world if we are all descendants of Adam and Eve? Well, check this out. First off, let's talk about the word race. Sometimes when people use the word, they mean supposed races of people who have evolved at different times, rates, and in different locations. That's not true. Of course, the word race is also a term we use to distinguish between groups with different physical traits, namely skin color. But are there really different races? Take a gander at Acts 17:26, where it is written that God, from one man, made every nation of men. It's clear then that the Bible teaches that there is one race, the human race. The Bible is also clear that all people on the earth are descendants of Adam and Eve who were created by God. Check Genesis 1:26 through 28. Easy enough. God created 2 people in his image, male and female, and told them to increase in number. So Adam and Eve are mom and dad of the human race. Then their children had children, and those children had children, and so on and so forth for many generations until, according to Genesis 6:9, the world's population was reduced to 8 people who were protected inside an ark during a global flood. And those 8 people later walked off the ark, and according to Genesis 9:19, from them came the people who were scattered over the earth. Oh, wait a second. What do I mean scattered? Well, jump over to Genesis 11 and let's talk about an event known as the Tower of Babel. Basically, because of the sinful actions of the descendants of Noah, the Lord confused their language and scattered them from there over all the earth. That's pretty clear and concise. Okay, so we've got lots of people who are descendants of the 8 folks who came off the ark, and now they have been scattered all over the earth. That explains that we are still one race and that different groups of people ended up in different locations. But how do we get a bunch of different colored people if we are all one race? Well, follow along. This, of course, is a simplified explanation, but the basic principles are true. We all have a pigment in our bodies called melanin, which, depending on different variables, produces different shades of the one main skin color we all possess. Several genes control the amount of melanin produced and thus the variability in the skin shade. In fact, it's easy for one couple to produce a wide range of skin shade variability in just one generation, as we'll see in just a moment. Time for a quick genetics lesson. DNA is the molecule of heredity that is passed from parents to children. A child inherits 23 chromosomes from each parent. Each chromosome pair contains hundreds of genes, which regulate the physical development of the child. However, to illustrate basic genetic principles pertaining to the topic, we'll just talk about 2 genes, the genes that control the production of melanin. So, let capital A and capital B symbolize versions of the gene that code for large amounts of melanin, while little a and little b code for small amounts. Got it? Easy. Check this out. Take a look at the upper left. Let's say dad contributes capital A, capital B genes, and mom contributes capital A, capital B genes as well. Together, they will produce a child with capital A, capital B, and capital B. This is a kid with a lot of melanin, and thus he will have very dark skin. Easy to see. Here's the bigger point, though. Let's say dad contributes capital A, capital B, and mom contributes little a and little b. Well, the child's skin will be middle brown shade, the combination of capital A, little a, and capital B, little b, which, by the way, represents a majority of the world's population. Not only that, but if each parent is capital A, capital B, little b, the combinations that could be produced in their children could result in a very wide range of skin shades in just one generation. So, since Adam and Eve were the first people ever, it makes sense to conclude that God placed in them a combination of genes that could produce all different shades of skin we see. Those same combinations would be present in Noah and the 7 other people who boarded the ark. And because God dispersed people at the Tower of Babel, he dispersed the population, thereby isolating gene pools in the different people groups. Over time, different cultures formed in different locations with certain features like skin shade becoming predominant. And here we are today. And since we all go back to Noah and his family, it makes sense that we are all different shades of brown. One race, multiple people groups, just like the Bible teaches. Simplified for sure, but enough said.
So, what are y'all thoughts?
Thank you so much, Sister Sharon.
And if y'all hit the Cash App, it goes to Breen quicker. $Breen Teach. Support the work. Ebri or more. What are y'all thoughts on?
That makes sense from a skin tone standpoint. I would say them being medium brown, or sometimes I say dark brown with a reddish undertone. But yeah, that kind of makes sense from a basic level. Obviously, this video isn't dealing with like other forms of genetics when it comes to descent and ancestry, but since it's just a phenotype video and it's very surface level, I would say it's pretty decent.
So what other factors? You talking about like noses, body structure?
Yeah, body structure and all that, which would again, this video isn't really dealing with that. It's just dealing with the skin tone thing. So I don't want to go into body structure unless you want to, but just from a skin tone standpoint,
let's leave it on skin for right now, Ebri.
Just a quick question, and we can get back to high level. Is having a hook nose, is that a dominant trait or recessive or what?
Ooh, that's a good question. I mean, you can find Africans even with hook noses, not just Middle Eastern or Mediterranean populations. So I would say that it kind of just depends on the other person's genes. Like sometimes, I know we like to say that Black folks have really strong genes, but sometimes it's not as strong as we think. And yeah, you can get the other ethnic groups features, I guess you say the descendants, if like a Nigerian or whatever mixes with another person like a Middle Eastern or whatever, sometimes the other ethnic groups genes can be dominant,
Right.
like a hook nose.
Yeah, there's a large aspect of admixture that's like a genetic crapshoot or whatnot, right? Like you don't like it could be like you have so many possibilities based upon the two groups that are admixing, and it could be anything in between, and it could even and this is why we were talking about like how two white people can make a dark person, right? Like sometimes like two people's admixture can even make them reach back really deep, far back in their genetics and pull something out that they haven't expressed in thousands of years or whatnot, right? So. But at the end of the day, like that's what people need to understand is like they're quibbling over a genetic crapshoot or whatnot, right? When you're talking about phenotype and making that the basis for whatever, like you're talking about the most fluid and the most fluid aspect of how your genetics is going to express itself or whatnot, right? This is why like again the Abu question, like how do you define an Israelite, right? Like so do you define it paternally, maternally, et cetera, whatnot, right? That becomes extremely important in these kind of conversations because when you're doing the autosomal DNA route, like it gets so muddy so quick, and like it becomes real easy to understand. You're not trying to have a serious conversation because you're just trying to keep it in muddy water and keep it murky and whatnot.
Absolutely, yeah.
Let's see this. Let's see this breakdown. Fair use.
Hey, I got to jump off.
All right, peace more.
All right, peace, bro.
That earlier nearly broke the internet when it aired.
And now she's most likely going to do it again. Bird just released a book documenting her findings. And this morning, she's talking with Marvin Hurst about her 70 years of blackness.
Am I black or am I white? It doesn't matter to me because I'm not changing.
Verda Bird has one complicated past. For 70 years, she thought she was African American until research on her biological parents revealed a white heritage. She was born Jeanette Beagle in 1942, daughter to Daisy and Earl in Kansas City, Missouri. Nearly 6 months later, 27-year-old Daisy was critically injured in a 30-feet fall from a trestle en route to work to support her 5 children. Earl left his family. Jeanette was handed over to the state of Missouri. Daisy and Earl signed over their rights.
They didn't raise me. They didn't teach me. They did not educate me. They were just biological parents on paper.
Ray and Edwina Wagner brought Jeanette home, changed her name to Verda, and adopted her. Bird writes about the experience in her new book, 70 Years of Blackness.
Do you regret not having a relationship with them?
With Daisy and Earl? No, I don't regret. They probably wouldn't have been able to provide the good life that I've had.
She was right. Her adoptive father earned the equivalent of more than $42,500 a year in today's economy, a wage uncommon for most blacks during that time.
That's the daughter before me.
Daisy had 5 other children after Verda. Earl was reportedly the father, and it is fatherhood that remains a question clouding Verda's white heritage because she's viewed as a fair-skinned African-American woman.
So there's a chance that while Daisy is your biological mother, that your father may be...
I have been told that sometime Daisy might not have been the most upright mother. Here we are.
Verda reconnected with her sisters in 2014. We were there when one of them flew into San Antonio.
Are those braids?
That's what it looks like.
I'm gonna let this play because when Rebecca, who's her name? Rachel. Is that Bruce? Is her wearing braids? Is that cultural? Is that culture vulture? Is that appropriation, Bruce? Yeah, in the chat for everyone. She's found out she's a white woman. Is her wearing braids right now appropriation? Is that right? She got to take them out because she's white. Let's see how this goes. White woman, although she grew up thinking she was black, can she wear braids now? Cornrows. Weren't the Vikings the first to break? No, there's different styles, bro. There's other people who have their braids too. There's other people who have braids. We got Bruce, where you at, bro? Is this cultural appropriation? Yeah. She black, but she don't know no Bruce. She says she's what? All right, Bruce. Oh my God. All right, Bruce. All right, let me let this finish.
Everything changed when Verda says that sister used the N-word in 2016. They never spoke again.
So she's meeting her sister. You heard what they said? Let me run it back. I don't know, Bruce, you heard what happened?
Sometime Daisy.
Okay. Real quick. So that wig she has on, if that is a wig.
If you're speaking, Dunamis, we can't hear you.
I just, yeah.
Oh, no. Yeah, I'm just going to let this finish and go back to the Rudy Rockman video with Israel and encampment. That's what I'm just trying to do. Let this finish off.
Okay, I know you're going somewhere. I'm just trying to figure it out.
Yeah. But I just want to see. So she can wear this wig. So the blonde wig is not. This is appropriation because she's a black woman. But the braid, yeah, make it plain, Bruce. And Bruce, when are you going to write your book? 60 years of black man, 60 years of blackness, and come to find out you white. Bruce, when are you going to put that book out? Fair use.
Daisy might not have been the most upright mother. Here we are.
Verda reconnected with her sisters in 2014. We were there when one of them flew into San Antonio. Everything changed when Verda says that sister used the N-word in 2016. They never spoke again. Verda was banned from her funeral. She and her surviving sisters have not spoken to each other since.
It did at first. Because what did I do? I found you. You are my sister.
Bruce, she said her sister said the N-word, right? So can she, this woman right here in the video, if she said the N-word to you, Bruce, is that a hate crime? Or is that okay? Found out she's white. Can she say the N-word to you, Bruce? Like, Negro, get off my porch. Fair you. When reparations come around, Bruce, is she gonna get a check? She found out she's white, but look black. Is she gonna get a check? Because I'm sure on her documents it's gonna say that she's a black woman. Reparations come around, she gonna get a check. I think, Chris, they don't know. They don't know what her dad is, so they're trying to figure that out. But she's saying she's got a white mama. Fair use.
The wife, mother, and grandmother remains faithful to her journey, even if everything isn't in black and white. Marvin Hurst, KENS 5, Eyewitness News.
I think it'll be interesting if she took a DNA test, because I would like to know what her mtDNA is. Like, if it's straight up like Western European, then yeah, 100% she descends from Western Europeans. But she could potentially carry an African mtDNA. Who knows?
Yeah.
I like to see her results.
Yeah, because there's her features like her nose and whatnot.
Yeah, phenotypically, you can definitely say it looks like she has African and European ancestry. Like, you can make that assumption. Yeah.
But now it's like, as we talk about this whole race thing, what should you check? And what about those people who pass, who someone else might go through this and there's no black in them at all?
Shoot, she can just put mixed if she wants.
Bruce, she's a black woman and don't know no better. Her father possibly, Bruce, so by faith.
Wait a minute, dude. So that woman to Bruce would be an Israelite then, correct?
Yes.
Interesting.
Okay. No, Bruce not that bad. I hope he ain't go. He said he don't go to church. He not that crazy.
Yeah, and in her mind, she's just confused saying that she Esau, but she knows she Israel. Let's see Rudy Rockman. I'm not dealing with y'all. Pull up Bob Marley, pull up Hazley. Look. Bruce, is Alex Haley... Bruce, you saw Roots, right? Is Alex Haley a black man or is he white?
It's funny you asked that question because he was on Finding Your Roots and his ancestry was pretty interesting. I'm not going to say it right now unless you want me to, but
hold on, let me see.
The Finding Your Roots episode was good.
Because there folks that even say he lied about his with Kunta Kinte.
Well, I'm talking about the actor, by the way, that played Kunta Kinte. Just to be he was on Finding Your Roots, and the actor who played Kunta.
Okay.
He has a particular interesting ancestry, to say the least.
What did it say?
He descends from white men. The actor that played Kunta Kinte.
No.
Yeah. You
What's his name? Read the Rainbow. Read the Rainbow guy. What's his name, y'all?
I'm trying to think. I can't remember.
Oh my God. I was trying to get back off of this, but we gotta LeVar Burton?
Yeah, that's his name. Yeah.
No.
That actor. Yeah, he has white ancestry. You can probably pull it up. I don't know if you'll get copyright hit, but it's on Finding the Roots. And you know, what's the guy named Lewis who does the show? You know, brought out the family portraits and stuff. Yeah, yeah, go ahead, Dunamis. My bad.
This show's horrible.
No, it's great, bro.
you think Dr. Gates is paid by the man to throw people off?
Nah. I think what we're realizing, because even if you take if you look at the results of everyday commercial DNA tests, just the regular stuff, not even just the big TV, celebrities. If you look at regular Americans, you find a lot of white Americans walking around with black ancestors and a lot of black Americans walking around with white ancestors. We're all really, really mixed. We don't realize how mixed we are. It's kind of crazy when you think about it.
Wait, hold on.
Less than 2% of all the slaves brought to North America originated in Madagascar. So Southeast Asian DNA is extremely rare among African Americans, which is why we were surprised when we looked at Keenan's results.
Where do you see matches?
So this is Keenan Ivory. This was just short. It's just a minute. But Eva, you see that?
Yes, I've seen this episode, and yeah, they have basically very ancient Chinese ancestors, which does make sense if we're all familiar with the railroads. A lot of Chinese people, well, I'm just
who were built by them, yes.
Yeah, a lot of East Asians built them. So, and they mixed with black women, because there was black people also working on the railroads too.
So you're saying that nation knows no color lines, and them Chinese men were mixed with black women, and it might have been an issue, but it wasn't no issue in terms of mixing and mating?
No. I mean, a man sees a pretty woman, he's going to get with her. It's just that simple. He's like, she looks nice, I'm going to marry her,
So, Bruce, if you are what your father is, Keenan is a Chinaman, Southeast Asian. Can he say the N-word? Bruce? We got to make this plain. Fair use. Let me let the finish. We're gonna go to LeVar Burton.
There's not a single speck of color on this map in the entire continent of Africa. So it means that your paternal haplogroup is not from Africa, and it's not from Europe. Where is it found?
Asia.
Mostly Southeast Asia.
Wow.
That is your deep genetic history. On your male side, you go all the way back to Indonesia, but thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago. And 300 years ago, you go back to Madagascar. That's your Kunta Kinte.
Yes.
Came from Madagascar.
Wow. You have these ideas about who you are, right? And when you find out things like this, I'm a black man and I'm Chinese.
Yeah, we're all very mixed.
So this is the beef. The earliest Chinese weren't dark skinned. Bruce said the first Chinese, first Japanese. I know what I gotta do tomorrow. I know what I gotta do tomorrow. Now, what's she over there talking about? What's she over there? That shit. One person chat at a time. I gotta show you something.
Bruce.
And with the Asians saying themselves, Bruce, don't worry, Bruce, I'm gonna help you out because they want to say what they say. I see the other guy said, what the brother said, who cares? I guess maybe that's the Mr. Phil Fox statement, because I notice a few people are behind in what they're listening to. So don't worry, I got some medicine for y'all.
So Bruce, so did the Keenan Ivory Wayans, the Wayans brothers, do they fit the curses? He said he grew up in the projects. They struggle racism from the industry, hard to put out movies to get ahead. Do they fit the curses, Bruce? These Chinese men. The camps will call them Moabites. Do these Chinese men, these Indonesian men, Asian men? Okay, so Bruce, we have other nations fitting the curses.
Uh-oh.
Let me let this play. So we got to see where all these folks, all these other nations fitting the curses.
Turning back to LeVar Burton, we shifted from his mother's roots to his father's, where we confronted a blank slate. LeVar's father essentially disappeared when LeVar was 11 years old, and the two men have had very limited contact ever since. As a result, LeVar knows almost nothing about the Burton side of his family tree. So we set out to change that, and we discovered that father and son actually have a great deal in common. The story begins in Cherry Valley, Arkansas, where LeVar's father was born in 1934. His parents, LeVar's grandparents, were Versi Baldry and Aaron Burton, and they seem to have had a tumultuous relationship. In fact, census records show that by 1940, Aaron was married to another.
Hold that video. Go ahead, Bruce. Bruce, they don't want the original man. They don't want everywhere anthropologists go, they see in dark-skinned folk. They don't want that, Bruce. But
just like Elder Green said, you know, hey, it's just a fact. You know, they think I ain't being mean, and I respect Brother Phil Fox's heritage because I know what the colonizers and those wicked white supremacists did to his people. You know, and matter of fact, they need to get half of this country to if not all of it back to the Native Americans. Now, excuse me, Dunamis, just like I was trying to tell Brother Phil Fox that the black man had the first reigns of power through Egypt, Ethiopia, Nubia, and all the other nations, and they spread throughout the world. Now, you got black folks in Japan and China and all over the world. They were there, all the way over there in Russia with Khazar, because they were black Khazarians. But here's the thing. They were there because of migration. Black folks went all around the world, but and also because of the sub-Saharan and the transatlantic slave trade. But there's black folks. Do you not know the first samurais were black and Japanese? And Japanese will tell you samurai is the beginning of their always been there.
Bruce, where you getting that from?
It's just a fact. I read it before.
Why is Yasuke so big?
Huh?
Yasuke, why is he so big if the first samurai were black?
Well, you know, I mean, I think you can Google it. It'll tell you the first samurais are black. So my point is, just because Keenan Ivory Wayans got some Chinese in him, which they probably mix with some other folks who got, you know, because they get whited out just like, you know, Australians and all that, you know, because how the Europeans did everybody.
Are you all what your father is, right?
Yeah.
You are what your father is.
Yes.
So now the Wayans are Chinese, right? Incredible.
No, he said his ancient past was Chinese, but during the line, he's
you are what your father is, right?
Wait a minute. He didn't say his immediate father wasn't black. He says he got some Chinese folks in his area.
We talking about immediate father. Y'all folks are going all the way back to the ancient Israelites. You are what your father
No. We talking about Keenan Ivory Williams.
So his father might look black, right? But going back through his line, his paternal line is his haplogroup. He comes from Southeast Asia.
Dunamis. The man that he was talking to said your ancient relatives have Asian descent in you. He didn't say his immediate folks from America that brought him forth wasn't from black folks.
Bruce, his ancient paternal line
Yeah, but so,
his
but
first ancestor in Africa is Madagascar, then going to Southeast Asia. So his paternal line, his wife.
It wasn't his father. I didn't hear paternal line.
Bro, I can. You want me to bring? Can I show
Hold
you?
on, wait a minute. Hold on. I'm trying to. I don't have much time because I got to close up shop. But Dunamis, something you said that I was saying that was not true. I can't remember now. See, you keep talking, I be forgetting stuff because I can't remember a whole lot of stuff, even when I was 20 years old. But anyway, but no, man, there's some things you said that I believe and I don't. But no, I don't. I just believe the black man is the first man, and y'all want to fight that because y'all want to offend anybody, and I don't care about offending anybody. It's the truth. Truth, like Elder Green said, truth stands. Ain't nobody trying to hurt nobody. Truth is truth.
Where did the white man come from then, Bruce?
I ain't gonna bring that up because y'all can't handle the truth.
Bruce, if the black man's the original man, where did the white man come from?
I'm not gonna bring that up because people can't handle the truth and they don't like the truth. They don't, Dunamis, they can't handle the truth. They don't like the truth, and so I'm gonna leave it be.
All right, hold on, Bruce. Right here, Keenan Ivory Warren's paternal haplogroup. Avery, what does paternal haplogroup mean?
That's dealing with the father's lineage, like
the
literally
father's lineage.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm cool with that.
You are what your father
ancient
is.
Ancient paternal.
You can have recent paternal and you can have ancient paternal. It's the father's lineage regardless.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
So Bruce, do the Wayans brothers do they fit the curses?
All right, let me give you an example.
See that Dunamis, this is nothing but interference. Dunamis messing with the curses and original man and anthropology. Dunamis don't want the truth. I'm convinced right now he want to just chop it all up. This is chop and screw. This is Houston. This is
that's all he doing, man. He trying to muck things up because he don't like the truth. No, even though Elder Green gave you a shout out saying he's probably your color and Berean color, and you're gonna talk about, no, I don't know. I don't want to believe that, but I still have to protect the white bottle so they don't want to offend. Who cares?
I know when them church folk ain't talking right. I know when them apologists ain't talking right. They don't know, boy. I've been in that book too long. They don't want to deal. Even Mr. Phil Fox, shout out to him. I know when y'all don't want to deal with stuff. Boy, y'all can't play with me. Y'all can't play with me. What Dunamis doing right now? This is the finesse right here. Bruce is slow, but and he racist. I'm gonna tell the truth now. And he got some race superiority with him. But boy, I know when they playing games, and games are being played and been played for the last 2 hours on this channel here. Just Berean talking. Y'all about to stay off like Mike Holloway and them when we dealing with this race. Stay off this thing. This thing ain't for y'all right here. Come on, now we could get some wreck. Hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on, y'all. I'm sorry. I got to go back. I got to unplug my stuff. Oh, I thought he wanted the link. He said he's back. Let me send him the link. We got to get this thing going right here. Y'all got to get the answer in this stuff. Go ahead.
Hey, Brian, me and Elder Green said pretty much the same thing. They didn't like it when Bruce said, but Elder Green, they kind of chilled.
Bruce, I know what's going on, Bruce. They can't fool me. They can't. Y'all go back 20, 30,000 years. We could throw the Bible. If y'all want, we could put the whole Bible down. We could put the whole Bible down and deal with anthropologists alone. Bruce is saying something that could stand. Bruce is saying something that could stand, and Dunamis don't want it to stand. In Jesus' holy name, I'm telling y'all that right now. I promise you. I promise you. Go ahead now. Go ahead. Y'all over there. Go ahead. We over here. I'm trying to hook the crib and do some other stuff.
Bruce, where did the white man come from?
Why would he be asking that right now if that's not what we dealing with right now? That's
it's established the original man was black. That's settled.
He said that.
So where did the white man come from?
Where did the races come from? I told you to pull up that Christian video. The Christians are answering that question. The Christians are answering that question. We ain't got but 2 or 3 things. Some people change with environments. They went to a colder climate and they started losing pigmentation and their body micro-evolved. Noses became smaller. Hair became longer because of the environment that they were in. Some people went to another environment where they might have went darker and their noses became wider. There's different theories on it.
So Bree, what did white people before the flood?
What is that?
Were there white people before the flood?
Shit, Dunamis had a whole bunch of. It could have been. It could have been.
Bruce, were there white people before the flood?
It could have been, but that still ain't. But Russell Higgins, that's what I'm saying. He still ain't answering the other questions.
What other question?
He still ain't answering them other questions.
What other question?
Okay.
Bruce, were there white people before the flood?
You better stay safe. Well, you better stay safe. Like Mr. Phil Fox said, what difference does it make? That's the best
we
way.
got a whole
Right.
sample. We're going with the video presenting answer in Genesis. There are different.
Yeah, but there was white folks before the flood. They drowned just like everybody else. But the 8 that survived, those were black folks. And from there, the world was populated. The original man was black, which you can tie Noah's heritage, his lineage, back to Adam, which means more likely than not, all of the Noah's sons were black.
Okay,
so I think we have to define the term black.
So Bruce just departed from his master teacher Dante. So Dante teaches in his books.
Listen, why y'all always think? Because I can't think outside of my boy Dante. Dante is cool.
Because you can. It's hard for you. You might be able to.
My boy Dante got good knowledge. Mad shout out to him. But I can think for myself and I can read for myself. No, we just agree on certain things.
Hey, we gonna save you little bit by little bit, Bruce. I know that's right. A little bit. We're gonna save your mind one little bit by little bit for him. So Dante teaches that Noah was an albino and that Shem, Ham, and Japheth would have been born with all the genetics to produce all the skin tones.
Albino's still black.
and this right here is why.
Now wait a minute. Let's just wait. Where did he get that Noah was an albino from?
From the Ethiopian.
Wait, wait, hold on. I ain't asking you. Come on, church people, all you church folk. Where did he get that from?
From Bible, right? Because Bruce only used the Bible. From the Bible, right, Bruce? Because Bruce only used the Bible, right?
Hey, Sister Deborah in White It Out series showed several people who were albino could bring it when they had kids. Their kids came out dark black because albinos are black folks.
And again, this is why I say we need to define the term black. What do you mean, Bruce, when you say that
dark
Adam
black?
And Eve and the first man was hold on, I'm not quite done yet. What do you mean by black? Are you saying that they were are they Nigerians? Was Adam and Eve Nigerians, or were they Nilotic Dinka people, or were they Pygmies, or were they Somalis, or what do we mean, or what do you mean when you say black? Because there's so many different types of African people.
Hold on, Bruce. I gotta stop banging. I gotta take this thing here so I can get the banging on this thing. They playing games. Black is whatever these white folk was calling you dark-skinned Negroes that they had in slavery. Whatever exactly. They was calling y'all, that's what black was. And there's a bunch of people all over the planet that fit that. All over Africa, that been all up and down in Asia. Whatever these white folk was calling black, that's what he calling black right now. That's what they was calling black. Some dark-skinned folk that wasn't white.
But they were called Kobe's ancestors are black too, Swarthy.
Oh, stop it.
Hey, yo, I'm shutting this live down. I know what's going on here. I know what this is. These people playing games, Bruce. These people playing games, Bruce. This is some games being played. Some games being played and some questions ain't being answered. Godson, I ain't riding with y'all Israelites, but I know when that game is, when I hear that game get ready to get played. Apologists ain't on that. They don't answer everything. That's what I was telling Pastor Jane. I'm like, y'all ain't got the answers for everything. Don't jump on the panel if you ain't got the answers. Everybody ain't got the answers. They would call him black, even with straight hair. Look at Herodotus. Matter of fact, let me pull up. I know what
this is a Dravidian.
Some of my medicine. That's black. According to these white folk, that's black. He just black with straight hair.
Yeah.
So could Adam have looked like this then? Bruce.
I'm gonna let Bruce answer that right there. And I ain't got no problem. And if Adam looked like that, he's still the original man. He's still the original man.
I'm fine.
I mean, it's a possibility, but I think you say he's probably
and then look
black.
At the rivers. I ain't playing with y'all people. Y'all ain't gonna joke and jive with me with that book. Where was the Garden of Eden in the middle of England?
Right. In Russia. It was in the middle of Russia.
They're in the middle of Russia. They over here praying with me. Now my mom's over there I can't even do this for my family, y'all. I can't do it. Go ahead, Dunamis. Run amok right now. Tomorrow morning, y'all gonna hear something from that Bible that's gonna bother a bunch of people. Y'all ain't gotta support me. Y'all ain't gotta support me. But one thing we ain't gonna do, we ain't gonna play no Christian nonsense game. We ain't gonna, Jesus wasn't clear and all this other garbage. We ain't gonna play none of that garbage. And this don't have nothing to, what we did with the truth, this don't have nothing to do with race baiting. We can't even speak facts. We got to rather clear him out, make him clear, transparent. We're not talking about God the Father. But with Adam and Eve, and it was transparent. It was in the glorious light. I can go to the mystical. I like the occult tradition where they glorious light, and then when they messed with the serpent, they lost the glory, and then their wicked skin tone was shown. And wherever y'all want to go with it, but I'm gonna tell y'all right now, y'all ain't gonna play. Y'all ain't gonna make Adam and Eve. Y'all finna make y'all trying to make Adam and Eve look like them oppressors and all that other stuff. And the Bible ain't pointing to that. And y'all ain't finna give me nothing outside that Bible. And I'm gonna show y'all anthropologists too. Y'all want some peer-reviewed stuff? I'm gonna give y'all some work. Just Berean, I'm gonna give y'all some work. You Christians are not being 100. Y'all not being 100. Now who wanna chat? I don't care. I don't care. I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer, but if y'all trying to make them folk, that's not what it is. They own people ain't even saying this right now. So what y'all fighting for? No, if they own people ain't saying this, what y'all fighting for?
I do want to make something clear. I don't think Adam was white. I'm not saying that, so don't think I'm saying that. But when Bruce was saying that Adam and Eve were black, the slight issue so the reason why I have a slight issue with that terminology is because when it comes to black, and I hear this a lot, even in the conscious community, people say, oh, everybody descends from the black woman, and that we are the original man, we are the original people, like us as African Americans, or even like, Nigerians or whatever. But the reason why it's like scientifically not true for us as modern day people to be the progenitor of all the different ethnic groups of today, and this even extends into people saying that if every other race were to die, quote unquote race, if every other race of people on this planet were to die, and African Americans were the only ones left on the planet, they can reproduce all the different races of today. That's not true. And when people make certain statements like that, the reason why that's not true is because of certain things like haplogroups and autosomes. The reason why everybody can't descend from African Americans or descend from, Nigerians or whatever is because they carry autosomes such as haplogroup E1B1A, or they carry R1B. And when you have these lineages, other ethnic groups like R1B can't come from E1B1A, or haplogroup O can't come from E1B1A, and things of that nature. African American women, they might carry L1 or L2 or L3. Haplogroup K can't come from L2. Haplogroup B can't come from L1, and things of that nature. Like, there is a line of descent when it comes to the human ethnic group, the human species. And so this is why you can't like kill every race on the planet and assume that all those races are going to pop back up, a few thousand years later from two African Americans. That's just scientifically not the case. And then we can get into the autosomes as well. Like African Americans have, or even let's just deal with West Africans. West Africans have, West African autosomes. You're not going to get the Chinese autosome or the East Asian autosome from the West African autosome. You're not going to get the West Eurasian British autosomal profile from the Nigerian profile. Like, there is a line of descent, and I might have to pull this up here in a minute, that actually shows the branches of humanity and when ethnic groups popped up. And another ethnic group can't come from a different ethnic group. Like a British person can't come from a Somali in terms of like the ethnic groups. I might have to actually show an example of what I mean when it comes to these lines of descent. There are lines of descent. So although I will agree that Adam and Eve were dark skinned, but they would have been wholly different from a Nigerian and from a Somali and from a Dravidian and from a Caucasian and from a
Okay,
Chinese
stop
person.
right there. All right, stop right there. That's good enough. All that descent was Adam and Eve dark skinned? Yes. Were Adam and Eve special for her name was Eve because she was the mother of all living? And even if she looked like this gentleman, whatever God put inside her, it was able to make every other ethnic group, and it came down through Noah and whoever else was on that ark. I ain't getting into Nephilim genes and the daughter-in-law and all of that stuff. But the earlier people, if Adam you believe was original, they were dark-skinned, period. You agree with that, right?
Oh, yeah.
We're not saying that, but
yeah.
that's not saying that if everybody died, Marine and his wife could populate the planet. The question is, were they, what did they look like? Elder Green, the pastor, came on and said they was dark skinned. Other brother came on, the other, he said, well, it don't really, what difference does it make?
No, I agree they were dark skinned. To keep it sweet,
that's all we're dealing with right there. It seems like it's so hard. Like even I asked them, that's the only thing that scared me. I don't care about Dante, but when I say it seems so hard for y'all to say, yo, Dante got a point right there. 8 years on this channel, whoever said, yo, I cannot lie, Dante got a point right there. Seems like it's hard for people to say some things just because the person is an Israelite. Bruce said some black stuff. All right, it seemed like, and y'all deal with DNA. It just seemed like it was hard to get y'all to say Adam and Eve was dark skinned.
No,
and that's very important. That's all we need. That's all we want right now. We don't need no other talk. We don't need no spiritual talk. We don't need no tongues. That's all we need right there. And it just came out after all this time. That's how I say I know talking about race is a problem. Talking about race is a problem. That's all. We don't need nothing else. The talk is over. Go ahead, Bruce. I'm a closing prayer. It's over. We got that. That's the main thing.
Hold up, Marin. You gonna stop doing that, fam? Because we literally came on saying Adam and Eve was dark skinned.
Did they? I don't know. He said he did.
Yes, we did.
Type of one. Orthodox more said we came on saying that. It was host. Well, y'all was saying that Dunamis was running interference. Well, we're the white man. Think about white folk right now. It's okay. That's not racist.
I have a whole video about Adam and Eve being dark skinned, by the way, on my own channel. So I never believed that Adam and Eve looked like Anglo-Saxons or anything like
Glory
that.
to God. Hey, I feel a tongue coming on. I feel a tongue coming on. And it ain't no racist tongue. It's just truth. It's the spirit of truth being. It's okay. Somebody said you got to press them. Oh, but she said give them an inch and they'll try to take a mile. That's like I'm golf. I said, golf, and we can't nothing. None of them. He said we can't. They'll sound like the bitch. Can't get them an inch. Tell them a few came over, they're gonna run them up. Look a little mother, you give them an inch, they're gonna take them out. We can't do it. And I know Bruce will try to take them out. That's how come we got to use handcuffs on them. I know we got to tie these people up. But at the same time, a broken clock is right twice a day. It's okay. It's okay with, and that shouldn't make nobody feel bad. And I asked, I said, did he look like Elder Green? Did he look like Mr. Phil Fox? It's okay that he ain't look, that Adam and Eve didn't look like them. Most excellent said it's speculation they could have been. I don't agree with none of that. That's my man, but y'all ain't finna make them nope. Dealing with the land, unless y'all can say, oh, we're all European. God gonna make Europeans in Africa. We're not even going out of Africa. It's nonsense. We got to start talking the truth. I don't care who feelings get hurt. You need Jesus and you need the cross, period. That's the truth. And the other truth is there's a very good chance Adam and Eve were not white people. Matter of fact, there's some evidence pointing in the opposite direction. That's not superiority. This is Genesis. We're talking Genesis. This is Sunday school talk for grown people. That's all it is. Oh, because Farrakhan say it, all of a sudden it can't be a truth. If it's raining outside, if it's hot outside, it's hot outside. I don't care if Farrakhan saying it. I don't care if Trump saying it. I don't care if the Klan saying it. If it's hot outside, it's hot outside. I think this is something that we did. This is a learning experience. It's rough in here, and I know there's racist people in here. I'm trying to get over some black power. I know that, but we can't be crazy with it. Go ahead, Bruce. Let me.
Yeah, well, National Geographic did a special
behind me to just destroy everything that was just said. Did Eve had locks or long hair? Was she rocking an afro? She could have been, but don't get the hating. Don't get the hating. If she was kinky haired, that offend you? He said, what does hot mean? I guess you can look at it like hot. How hot?
Can y'all hear me?
Everybody can hear you. Don't mess up.
Okay.
Please.
So the National Geographic did a special In Search of Adam, and these scientists and these anthropologists, they reconstructed what Adam looked, and he was
Pull that up,
dark
Dunamis,
skinned.
In Search of Adam. Pull that up. You like pulling some stuff, or pull some of that up. Keep jumping all over what he looked
and
like.
they pulled him
This
up and
man, for
and
the
they
record,
reconstructed.
for some people, this man is a black man. Period. 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 Some people he's not.
Right, and they reconstructed it to the best of their ability and what he would look like, and he was a dark-skinned black man. You know, but that's just one thing. But if you look at the scriptures, we're talking about the Bible, and we're talking about the man from dirt, and the first man, Adam, and the first woman who populated all the nations. And then, so my brother who said, well, if you got rid of all the white, can the black man rehab the earth? Wait a minute. There can be some other issues that came by which caused the different type of races, but I ain't gonna get into that now. But we're talking about the first man who populated the earth during Noah's time, and then Noah's 3 sons repopulated the earth. He was a black man, and that's just the bottom line, you know. And I'm not trying to be racist, and I'm just saying that the first reigns of power after Noah's sons exited that ark was done by Hamite folks. Those nations were Hamite nations, and they ruled the world, and they travel and they traveled.
Now you could be doing a lot. You could be doing a lot.
Yeah, that's just a fact. They traveled the world, and they,
shut your
you know,
mouth.
and the people don't want to hear that. That's what they did. And they were all.
I told him to shut his mouth. You're going too far. It's a good chance to say maybe there were people that even had a writing system before Europeans did. It's okay. That don't make you not saved. It could be. I know. Everything comes from white folk. I know. But it could be. Now that they're looking at evidence, it could be. That's all we're saying. That's all we're saying, and it's okay. It's not the end of the world if white folk can invent everything. If white folk weren't the first of everything, the best of everything, is okay. Same thing I tell the black folk. With black people everywhere, black people invented everything. White folk ain't did it. It's okay. Bruce, every time I bring you on, it's trouble. Every time I bring you on.
Now Dunamis trying to muck everything up. Can't even give a straight. At least Brother Moore came on and said, right, he did. Brother Moore said, yep, he was dark skinned. He was not Caucasian. Dunamis had to dance around.
I apologize. If he said that from the beginning, why are we here? Because of Dunamis.
Dunamis had to dance around it. He always had to bring some other a conspiracy theory, or, you know, he tried to convolute the issue at hand. Dunamis put on in Search of Adam, that quick short video.
And if we do put it on, Russell Higgins, when he think we ain't watching, he gonna go back and put on his nonsense and try to mingle everybody else and put everybody in the mountains. I know Dunamis. That's my man. I know Dunamis. He gonna mingle everybody, and then him and his Ebri gonna start saying, well, even if it was all black people now, that ain't they're gonna try to go. These people sneaky. They'll go somewhere else. You tell them, take the car. You say you're going to run down here and go pick my clothes up from the cleaners. They don't know you got the app. You can see where the car's at. They doing donuts in the intersection. Wait a minute. Where the car at? Bro, I'm talking all loud now. Man, listen, all right. Go ahead, y'all. I'm done. I'm mute myself. I'm going to eat. I got salad. I don't want to raise my blood pressure. You church folk done got me aggravated. This religion, you Bible people done got me aggravated. We all love each other. It's okay. Oh, Dunamis done left. He done left. What happened?
Hey, I got to close up shop. I'll talk to y'all. It was good talking.
All right. We'll shut it down.
All right, later.
We'll pick it up later on. Don't worry. We'll pick it up tomorrow. BereanTeacher@gmail.com. We'll chop it up later, y'all. I'll tell y'all, I might have to go on and go in the morning. No link out there, and just go on and get to showing y'all and get to reading a whole bunch of stuff. I might do that with my first cup of coffee. It ain't to prove no superiority above nothing, but some of this nonsense that came down from this church that some of you folk got from, not from the from the church. Some of this nonsense we're going to put to bed. We're going to put it right where it belongs, in the garbage can, along with some of that other doctrine. Somebody got cursed and became dark skinned. We're going to put it in the garbage right where it belongs. And matter of fact, we're going to trace the root of it to the devil. This thing come from your father, the devil. Mom and them said, get it from the root. We got to get it down to the root. Sick of this nonsense. I don't know. We're going to figure out what time. I'm shutting this thing down, Mr. Ramadifo.